just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game. Just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's the routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressures. And at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the Challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say that it's like steady, taking each step at a time. And hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. And maybe last year they handed our to us.
Big park, the spike, nose root, injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like Amedi, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against Amedi, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. Media has been very welcoming and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get M80 the 3rd participation, and honestly get them to win and get them to ascend. Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing that day is not fun.
I personally just like really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like just generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, at like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
Envy's bad. Envy's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to TSM.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner. Oh, line up. I mean, take with like now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this one. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America, where we are probably having the craziest stage on record, especially this final week. And man, I just cannot wait to get into it. Sierra Dawn, Roy, and Ash here on the desk. Roy, I wasn't prepared for how the stage has gone, but man, I'm so glad to be on for this ride.
Yeah, it has been absolute madness. I mean, just yesterday, okay, ignore the rest of the split. Just yesterday alone, we had Blue Otter knocking out SRB. That was a complete shock to all of us. You know, either going from the win from split 1 to this, it's been absolutely madness. Of course, Lander knocking out Core as well, another pretty good team in the league. Lander coming out of nowhere seemingly, and now they're one of the top dogs. And of course, Winthrop University claiming their second playoff appearance. It's been exciting, but I'm ready for more. It's the final stretch here, guys. We're almost at the end.
We almost are at the end, but we need to pull up the bracket because I actually still do not believe that SRB are not in this. I know I got messaged yesterday. I went and double checked. I went back and watched, but Ash, what?
I know. I think it's so mind-blowing that you look at the stage 1 champions being eliminated 2-4 by a Blue Otter that honestly you would expect this team to be able to take in a series. And again, I think that like you look at Shopify Rebellion Black, we've seen the height that they've been able to reach, and they just didn't quite look like themselves when it mattered the most in that elimination matchup. So it's definitely heartbreaking for this entire team, for the organization to be out so early on. And you can also even just like look at like other results, like the fact that we have like even teams like Core, I think, and SAD as well. Like these are teams where they had their like glimmers of like brilliance at times. Core is a team that I've always been like a really big fan of.
Same.
But then also just being knocked out at a point where I would have expected them to maybe be like in more of like a 3-3 position or still like staying alive here in Swiss stage. It's been insane for stage 2.
It really just shows that the level of competition throughout Challengers is just so tight that when we get into the matches, it doesn't matter what your history has been. It doesn't matter what your record has been. It's only how you show up on the day. And at this point, Roy, we have 4 teams that have qualified, 4 spots remaining. So the matches that we're looking at today, of course, is going to be qualification. And I absolutely cannot wait. Because even if we do have a top team gone, there is still a lot of really strong teams that are still fighting for a spot
Definitely.
in the playoffs.
I mean, just look at the teams that qualified. Envy, M80, Winthrop University. Shout out to Ambrosia for being one of the top teams to qualify as well. They had a massive turnaround for their split since split 1. Obviously, they're being in the relegation promo. And then they come out and they were one of the first teams to qualify, which is just madness. So shout out to them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We still got Cuber. We still got YFP. We still got TSM, Burger Boys. They're all fighting for that spot in playoffs. And like we said, guys, it's really the home stretch. It's today, tomorrow, and that's it. Playoffs is settled, and we're going to be going into playoffs after that. So it's exciting matches. It's going to be great. I'm here for it.
There was a couple of names that you mentioned, Hubert, YFP, our first match for the day. So let's start talking about this and getting into this, because especially too, looking at these 2 teams, even if YFP just barely missed out on playoffs the last time around, these have definitely been 2 of the top dogs that we've been looking at throughout this journey. Hubert Academy, though, especially so, because, I mean, this was the roster that everyone was so hyped up about for, I mean, Ash, obvious reasons. And even if they haven't qualified quite yet, they have the chance to secure that today.
Yeah, they do have that opportunity to secure that today. This is a team where I think that you also have to give them the benefit of the doubt because they did go through those role swaps here during stage 2, where we saw the shift in roles between Knights, Redux, and Scuba, where Scuba's leaning into that Sentinel role, and he was so well known as that controller previously. Redux also then, you know, leaving like the duelist role that he was so well known for, but he is doing really well on that Omen as well. But this squad, I think, giving them a little bit more time to gel, where they're looking to now in week 5 make that qualification. This is where we're expecting it to all come together, and for Sentinels, for Qbert Academy to actually show up and show the success that they're looking to find with the changes that were made.
It really does feel like this team, whenever they're clicking in the right ways, they look phenomenal. But they have also had some harsh losses, right? The matches versus TSM, the Ambrosia loss as well. So like when things are clicking, they look phenomenal. But when things aren't, it's looking just a little bit rough. And I think I completely agree with Ash. I think the role swaps have definitely added a bit of a twist in their comfortability. But that being said, they're looking a lot more comfortable in their roles and in their style, right? I think even their coach, ironically, his name is also Style. He's the new head coach. He's stepping in. He's finding his rhythm for this roster. And I think overall, everyone's kind of getting a little bit more comfy with each passing match. And I'm excited to see what form they bring for us today.
Especially too, looking at the roster, I mean, Redux has been one of the most talked about players when we look at challengers. You have talent across the board for this team. So I feel like going into the stage, when you have all of the role changes, you have this different head coach, and you have a challenger scene that's leveling up around you, that there could have been every opportunity for them to fail, frankly. And even if there has been a couple of soft losses, 3-2 is really respectable. And I think too that the longer that they get to cook, the better it's going to look. But I want to talk about 2 of those major role changes and talk about Scuba and Knights, because Knights was previously the Sentinel then for the roster, Ash, and then moving up into that duelist role, and Scuba, controller, more so stepping into Senti. But things are starting to click a lot more now. I mean, Scuba's always been a pillar, but Knights definitely looking more confident here too.
I definitely agree with that sentiment, Sarah. I think that you look at Knights, and the reason why he was picked up, you know, a player that was found through ranked, is the fact that, like, he is so mechanically gifted as an individual player, and he can frag. And the fact that now he's in a position where the rest of the team is going to be there to support him, to enable him to lean into that role, it definitely looks a lot more comfortable for him. He's definitely unleashed now, it feels like, in the server. And I think that you look at Scuba now picking up that Sentinel role and then switching off that controller that was handed over to Redux. I think it actually makes a lot of sense. Scuba is this player that's a little bit more quiet. Meanwhile, Redux, we know that he's very vocal as a player. So being on that Omen is able to also then help set up Knights. And it's like this kind of like trifecta where now Scuba can kind of just cook on his own and do his own thing as that anchor, and then relay like that important information to his team, but like can focus more on his own gameplay as opposed to working a bit more cohesively.
Yeah, and that's like why I find this head-to-head really interesting, is because of like there's such a deep intertwining happening between like the entry role and the lurker role, right? And both of these players have been stepping up massively for this roster. So whenever things are working on the front line, so whenever like Knights is getting his kills, he's getting his openers, it allows his team to be a lot more dynamic, with Scuba able to choose his timings a little bit more dynamically. Whereas, you know, if Scuba finds the opening pick, then they have a lot more of more options in the mid round, right? It opens up their mid rounding completely. So both of these players having successes in their own rights and in their own ways has allowed this roster to be a little bit more dynamic, and it probably explains why they even wanted these changes to begin with, right? Put Redux on a bit of more of an IQ role, put him in that like kind of like flexible. He can be aggressive, he can be supportive, right? And allow Nice to just kind of use his mechanical giftedness to his advantage, just let him do his thing, send him in, and then have Scuba clean up the rounds and on the lurk role.
It's been nice being able to see it all come together, and now the opportunity to qualify for the playoffs today, despite all of these changes, is great. But on the other end of it is going to be a YFP roster that, well, when they missed out on stage 1 playoffs, you know that they're going to be pushing off forward. Ash, across the board, these are players that we have praised so heavily. Of course, a little bit of a change themselves too with bringing E-Dog in, though it's not too new. It's been cooking for a little bit now, and honestly, their last win was so strong. I'm curious how they're going to fare against Qbert today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting head-to-head today. YFP is this team that has previously looked like if we're going to be honest, kind of streaky when it comes to their results. We've seen moments where this team looks insane, like that matchup up against Landor, but then we've also seen the weaknesses of this team where it doesn't feel like you can kind of sense that like maybe the vibes aren't quite there, maybe the communication isn't quite there in the server, and it on those matches where it does look a little bit harder, but we know the ceiling that this team can reach, and they've looked really good as far as like warming up to having B-Dog work into the system that they have going on here. And he provides so much support, enabling a Penny, who is just an insane duelist. And I feel like that's always the duo that you're looking to keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, wait, I feel like on the surface level, like, okay, they're 3-2, but their 2 losses were to a very hot starting TSM, right? Like they're in some of the best form we've seen them all season long in the beginning of the split. And then their other loss was an insanely close match versus a later stage M80. So I feel like even their record isn't that bad. Like they're 3-2, yes, but they've taken losses to what we all, I think, collectively classify as top 4 teams in the league. So I think ultimately this team is looking pretty good. I genuinely feel like this team is very slept on, and I feel like this roster could never be underestimated.
Especially too, looking at their wins, like a 2-0 up against a really strong Fun Havers, and even the most recent, this 2-0 against Landor, which you got to praise a little earlier on. So they definitely can contend when it comes down to it. But looking at 2 players that had a really big step up during that Landor match, I want to talk about Jake and Penny, because this team doesn't necessarily have a one pop-off player, but Roy, we got to see in the last series, they did in fact do quite strong. And I mean, anyone can pop up from this team at any moment. That was what makes them so fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think the crazy part about this team is not only is there a lot of like mechanics on this roster, but just how experienced this roster actually is, right? Like some of these players' careers have gone even before Valorant. Like they've been competing in FPS tac shooters for a long time, since they were basically kids. But then there's also 3 players on the team that have tier 1 Valorant experience, and 2 of these players are Jake and Penny, right? Penny was competing on V1. He's very experienced. You can see it in the way he plays and how he plays his duelist role. And Jakey, of course, finally stepping up for this roster. We've been kind of waiting for it. I feel like the kind of the Jakey form that we saw in the last match was maybe the missing piece that this roster needed, just that little extra oomph that this roster needed to kind of level up. We got to saw it last match. They looked phenomenal when it happened. I'm excited to see what these 2 players are going to be bringing versus Qbert.
Yeah, and I think like just having that conversation that even Roy touched on earlier, like their results looking a lot better, I think, for stage 2. When I was talking about that streakiness, it was a bit of that inconsistency from stage 1, but we have seen them kind of just like level up every single time. I think what I'm really excited about too is, I know we talk so much about Penny every single time that YFP is on the broadcast, but Jake is this player where I'm interested to see that head-to-head between him and Redux, because in that matchup up against Landor, he was the one who was like consistently like taking out the mirror matchup up against Sacred. And I feel like Jake and Redux have very similar playstyles when it does come to that Omen, where they will provide that somewhat like more supportive role at times, but they're also not afraid to get a little bit more aggressive, be able to play around their utility really well and go for a lot of those engagements and take some of those risks. And I think it's going to be a really fun head-to-head to watch.
I love that call out too, especially too for someone like Jake, someone with so much experience that we've gotten to see a lot of. When you compare that to Redux, that's obviously a very skilled player, but with all of the changes, it's still relatively new to the role that he has. So I love that on paper. But even just going back to YFP here, Roy, like the team, like they've just been scaling throughout this split.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, look, they haven't had the results, I admit it, but ultimately on paper, this team is phenomenal. They have great players. Even when you watch them play, like the way they find their openers is just so like, you can tell there's a lot of IQ in how they're approaching their first picks and how they're approaching their openers. And there's a reason why this team is generally pretty good at getting first kills and kind of avoiding first deaths. And I think it's that level of experience that we talk a lot about. But there's also so many layers of interest in this match beyond just like, you know, duelists and controllers, right? There's the T-Dog versus Stellar, obviously both a very experienced IGLs, Stellar having tier 1 experience in the IGL role. There's also Scuba versus Thief. I think they're friends outside the server as well. They kind of have a long-standing relationship, so it's going to be really interesting to see both of them battle it out on the Sentinel role. And it's just so many layers of this game that in my head are making me, 1, excited, and 2, I'm like, what is actually going to happen? Like, who's going to pop off? Like, who's going to go crazy this match? It's going to be really, really exciting.
It's going to be such a fun one. So let's start diving into the series and talk about the map picks and bans ahead of us. Because, sometimes the series is a little make or break depending on it. And Ash, to start it all off, it is going to be, but the classic Ascent picked up by YFP.
Okay, so honestly, I've really been enjoying watching Ascent ever since it's come back into the pool. I think that teams have had really interesting takes on how they want the meta to look on this map and the different approaches. Like we've seen, I think a lot of variety in duelists even coming out on Ascent as well. This should be fun because there is the expectation that we might be seeing Penny back onto the Waylay here for Qbert. They have a bit more of like that standard look towards Ascent, I feel like, as far as how the meta has kind of leaned, where they're still implementing like that Jet. They've got the KO, but then they also have like that Teo, and then they lean into the Vice here for the likes of in that matchup that they had up against Ambrosia. So it should be a really interesting dynamic to see. I think that Waylay versus Vice head-to-head is something that I definitely have my eyes on because of that recall ability there for Penny. It's going to be a really nice way for them to be able to deal with that wall early on.
Yeah, and another thing to first keep in mind as well is Ascent makes complete sense in the history of specifically of YFP's like history, right? So Stellar was on Turtle Troops last year. They were the teams that redefined the meta completely on this map. I feel like Stellar and his rosters have pretty much proven that they have a pretty deep grasp on this map's fundamentals, right? Like they pretty much kickstarted the Cypher Deadlock meta that they became extremely popular. Now they're kind of trying something different with the Breach on this map, a Breach Teho Waylay. Obviously Breach Teho being extremely popular, but they're one of the few teams that's bringing it onto this map specifically. And I completely agree. I think the Waylay and Vice interactions are really interesting because Vice can just avoid a lot of that utility or bait it out depending on how they want to be playing. But then going into the Haven as a second map pick, I feel like this makes complete sense on the other side as well. This has been one of Qbert's best maps, if not their best map. It's the only map they completely blew Ambrosia out of the water on before taking a 2-1 loss. It makes complete sense. And of course, YFP hasn't looked too great on Haven, but then that leaves Lotus as a decider map pick, right? Lotus has been a pretty good map for both of these teams, but when you look at YFP's record, they're 1-2 on this map, but it's really not even that bad. One of their losses was a quad OT loss to M80, and the other loss was a 13-11 against TSM. So like that could have easily been a 3-0 on Lotus. But then when you flip over to the other side, of course, on the other side, Qbert's been pretty good on Lotus as well. They obviously it's not their absolute best map, but ultimately they're looking great.
I love the call out for how close that Lotus is because I feel like it's so easy to get wrapped up in that, they've only win 33% of the time, right? But calling out YFP's schedule that they've gone throughout the split and how close it has been up against teams that have, we've seen it playoffs before, we've praised so heavily, I think is really, really important. So I am so intrigued for how this one's going to go. And let's start talking about, we got a little bit of time before the players are ready. It's it's an average day, the classic. Let's talk a little bit more about the map pools here for each of these teams. And we can start here with YFP because that's the one we were just talking about here with this Lotus and that 33% rate. Because when a team is a little streaky, Ash, I feel like it can look a little rough on paper for some of the maps, but again, doesn't quite tell the whole tale.
No, it definitely doesn't. And I think that when we go and look at the map pool win rates and whatnot, some of the conversations, like especially around that Lotus too, I think if we do end up going to that third map, my eyes are going to be on YFP needing a strong start. I think some of those longer matches that they ended up having on Lotus were because they ended up and even the losses is because they ended up having like a really weak first half and then having to make that like big momentous comeback or attempt at a comeback into the second half there. But as we do wait to get into kind of like the numbers to break that down for you guys there as well, I think that this is honestly like pretty even footing when we look at the map pool between these two teams. And I think that's what makes it so much more fun for a qualification matchup into playoffs as well, is the expectation that this should be an incredibly close matchup. As we take a look at this Qbert Academy pool here for that map like win rate percentage and whatnot, looking over towards the one that we're starting out with here on Ascent, doesn't quite tell like the whole story when you're looking at this matchup is a close loss up against Ambrosia, that 10-13 here. And they were also like innovating a little bit. I think the first time that we're really seeing them pull out a composition like this. And it was, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they're going to continue forward with these adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, if these stats are telling us anything, it's the fact that there's a very clear edge for each of these teams' map picks, right? Like Ascent is a very favorable map for YFP. They've looked great on it. I mean, in their last match versus, was it Lander, they had 8 rounds on attack Ascent with this composition, right? Like the Breach opens up so much. The Breach and the Omen util both is going to open up so much, like that linear util, cutting down so many of these positions that players like to play on that map. And I feel like when you add the Waylay, when you add the Tejo salvos as well, like those A slams are going to be so terrifying because you're going to have nowhere to play on that map. It's going to be so like oppressive on the YFP end. And there's probably a big reason to why they're not afraid of starting on that attack side is because they look so comfortable.
Yeah, and when you're looking at a YFP that's only kind of been growing and just kind of improving on what they have, I like that they go in for the comfort, because if they are going to be a little bit more streaky, Roy, that's going to be really pivotal onto here. But then taking a look at their own map pool, I want your first thoughts and impressions. We already did talk about that, Lotus, and how that one is probably like one of the most misleading maps that we get to see here in terms of their actual strength.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, like the big red flag, and it's the Haven, right? Like we just don't have a big enough sample size. And the one time that YFP did play that map, they got destroyed by TSM. It was a 13-4. It wasn't even a close match. I can't even say it was competitive whatsoever. But it's been crazy. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I think the first map is definitely leaning towards YFP. Cubert should have the second map in lock, and that's going to leave Lotus, and we might see a 3-mapper here, guys.
I say it, I think, every single time. It's the cliche, but I really hope that we get to see 3 maps in this series. But our agents are ready, so let's start to dive into the very first map here. Ash, you had called out that you have liked to sense come back into the pool, and we have gotten to see a little bit from each of these teams so far and what they like to go for. And we get to see a little bit more of that today.
Hold up.
Wait.
We're making these changes in this one. You know what? I'm actually not that mad about it, because the Redux Jet is so good that this might be a change that they're only doing for Ascent. Maybe it feels a bit more comfortable here for Cubert. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. Because I think that, like, you also think about the fact that, okay, if Redux has been playing the Omen in kind of that, like, semi-aggressive, semi-supportive way, that's something that Knights, I think, can also do very well, because I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of lean into that type of play style as well, because he is also such like a mechanically gifted player to be able to play for himself a little bit more. So I'm excited. I'm excited for these changes. Looking forward to seeing how Penny's going to deal with Scuba's Vice as well. There's a lot to keep our eyes on here, Roy.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Redux probably has the best shot at dealing with Penny's duelist, right? Because Ascent is such a high IQ duelist map. Like you can't really be that like just linear in terms of how you approach it, right, as a duelist. So I think overall Redux is gonna have a great shot. His sniping is very good. Penny's gonna be sniping as well on the defense side. They got a lot of that explosive utility. I'm excited to see how they're gonna match up here with the explosive style from YFP versus the stalwart defense style that Sentinels are going for with the KO, with the Vice, and with the Tejo as well. It's gonna be a crazy first map, guys.
Always got to keep us on our toes, right? But I'm excited to see these, again, changes coming out and how they're going to relate as we head into Ascent. The map is ready, and so are our casters. So let's head on over to hear from Vance and Jen.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, we got 2 storied teams that have to step back onto the stage with something to prove, I feel like. Cubert Academy with the role changes, post 4th place finish from last split, facing a YFP who want to reclaim that 2024 glory, and both fighting for a chance in playoffs.
And it definitely is going to be a fun little matchup to watch, as the desk has mentioned it. Because of these changes, Redux going back into a duelist role only kind of makes sense for me, because he's been pretty much the tip of the spear for Cubert Academy throughout the conception of this team. While Knights going into a controller role, well, when he got picked up and poached by rankers, he was just spamming Clove all the time. So it just kind of makes sense. You're going to play more controller at this point. Now adding a flash on top of that. And that might be that difference in small changes going into the compositional roles of this team of Qbert Academy, but something that should be quite positive.
Yeah, because you're kind of getting to the end of the road when it comes to trying to get into playoffs. So obviously, Qbert Academy, they had a week post-loss against Ambrosia, and you're breaking the glass, 9-1-1. We got to go back to what worked, I guess, last split, but we'll see if it works out, because Redux, I feel like he was very much known for the Rays, and the Jet, I thought, suited Knights, but still had to step up. But let's see Qbert step up on this defense. They're smoked off, though, so could be a retake angle, although now Pizza left untouched. YFP are still trying to get the spike planted. They're all grouped up, and Penny's keeping watch for T-Dog.
And T-Dog never used his salvos, so they're waiting to just explode into the site as soon as the spike's planted, and it's about to start within the next 5 seconds.
Ooh, you just saw the top of that omen there, and YFP just almost trying not to peek at Paranoia, though, from Qbert. Is now it's the moment for Redux to engage off the smoke, dashes in, finds an ult here, another angle. Penny goes up the stairs, and it's all chaos as YFP try to leave the scene of the crime to advance towards Qbert. Now Nismo's in position, loses that to B-Dog, 1v1 with B-Dog low on health. Scuba still has plenty of time to deal with it and does so perfectly for the defuse for Qbert.
Plenty of time, plenty of health. Well done for Qbert Academy for the retake. I mean, we started the round, already started the match in the server with a couple of seconds already down the drain, but you saw that Qbert Academy were just looking to play the flood retake from the very beginning. They gave up the sights off the rip, and this is something that could be quite normal. You're looking to activate with Penny as the Waylay, something that G2 has been running as his composition, and for Qbert Academy, for example, is something that Sentinel has been running as a composition. But overall, when you're looking at the double initiator, the goal about it is you're able to fight for the extremities quite easily and quite quickly with the KO and the Teo. But with that not being utilized at the very beginning for Qbert and utilizing for the flood retakes, that's something that signature Sentinels, by the way. And maybe we're going to expect that a little bit more coming out of this team throughout the defensive side of the Sent.
Look what Sentinels taught me. 2 judges? Write it down, chat. Just let me know when you start playing ranked so that I don't play.
And YFP is playing G2, so they're going for the Stinger buy.
Okay, Jake's already been fragged. Qbert are watching the doorway like it's a trap. Knights also in logs, so well protected. There's a lot of angles to check as you advance through, and YFP staggering one by one. At least Thief and Stellar get their wins, and it's not in the realm of impossibility for Stellar to pull this off. And with the spike down, the edge will be on his side. Both lanes, Redux and Scuba, walking together, maybe trying to see if Stellar is going to want to be proactive, because then there'd be a judge in his face, and Redux wants to play the outlaw, so further back. Now trying to force some movement, some panic. Stellar has salvos causing movement. Now it's a chess match, but the clock is ticking, and Stellar can play hide and seek all he wants. Now Qbert, ball is in the court, and a Redux takes him for a jog, and you got the diffuse Qbert with back-to-back.
I love how this matchup for Qbert Academy and YFP is kind of like, or hey, we have VCT at home for the Sentinels versus G2 because you have the same comps being played for both of these teams respectively, and then the same type of buys that you had respectively going into that second round. So YFP getting that plant previously, going into the one-on-one, going for a stinger buy this time around. And you mentioned that Redux and Scuba were kind of like hand in hand trying to work together, but it was going to be difficult to work together to retake because you're playing with an outlaw with a judge. So I love that Stellar just stayed tucked as much as he could within the dice, so he just closes the gap within his opponents to try to bring the Stinger back to like the best of its capabilities. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case, but to get 2 plants in a row, and with the second plant, they're still going for another Stinger buy, this time though with small shields so they could afford within the next round. But you definitely know here, this means that the outlaw is going to be quite good and quite strong against this buy, so it's nice that we're currently playing very soft side on A site and stacking up on B, so Qbert's in a great position.
YP tried to come from the market side, got hosed down. Now YFP just coming in through main, but Qbert are going to be more proactive this time and not going to allow themselves to just get smoked off. Info, YFP know what to expect as they walk in. They flash in with the KO. You got the paranoia from Qbert that tries to stop this relentless YFP from getting into the site. Smokes in place, Qbert evicted, and a plant that goes down. But the issue last time has not been getting on the site. It's keeping the spike planted.
Easy kill.
Oh, now there's a judge on the flank, so more problems for YFP. And now knowing, okay, we just gotta hold it down. We gotta create a fortress. Qbert have to find angles around this while also trying to traverse through the smoke. And now YFP can kind of just watch the two angles. Now it's gonna be a lot more difficult for Qbert, especially with the paranoia that just flung out from Jake. So these stingers are gonna hurt once you get close. As Redux approaches with the outlaw, now he's got a teammate beside him. The judge explodes onto the site. Scuba's with two, but the spike is ticking down, and Stellar is still alive. And Qbert haven't found where he is. There's only one spot he could be hiding, and no time for this. YFP stalled the heck out of that.
Yeah, with 6.18, maybe you were thinking, okay, you understand why Nismo got out of it, but there was maybe some sort of time possible, but it was definitely slow for Qbert for the retake this time around. And that's just because they lost T-Dog in the very beginning. And that's the difficult thing, is to maybe understanding why Qbert Academy wanted to play the retake in the very first place in the pistol round. Because you saw the Waylay util slowing down T-Dog, the amount of util coming through to support the Waylay to go in didn't allow here for T-Dog to really stand his ground. And when he falls, you don't have the salvos to help you retake the site. And you saw what happened. The stingers were so good. The smokes that were being thrown just delayed way too much. And Qbert were way too slow to try to retake that round. So that's going to put them in a tight buy, a hero rifle for Scuba that's playing it on Catwalk. But at least they've read it pretty decently. Nismo might die in this case, but the rest of them should be going for a very quick retake on middle. Oh,
Yeah, YFP. Pretty important round, like you said, just where the economy is, and it needs to be a clean one, as you would expect them to win against mostly sheriffs, like you pointed out. YFP gonna show us what their A strat is all about. Paranoia from Qbert, just get onto heaven. There's the Waylay ult, a lot of slows. Qbert are uncomfortable. They've been hit now with two ultimates, including the Armageddon. YFP know exactly where this retake is coming from, but my eyes are also on Scuba and how this 1v1 against this Waylay works out. Penny's pretty injured, and I can't believe Scuba did not get that kill, especially with Penny on their last leg. But this is gonna force also Scuba to not be able to go for a backstab play.
Yeah, he's gonna have to save the rifle no matter what. The last two just trying to look for exits, do some damage, but instead walking in. Thankfully, though, Still already expended his Armageddon, so he's not going to be able to get too much out of it. And no frags there, so last one, T-Dog should be dying to Spike. No, he's going to die to Stellar because he doesn't care. Okay, nonetheless, though, we'll take it, at least for Qbert Academy. You utilize your Steel Garden, and you also waste it out for YFP's end, the Armageddon, and also the Waylay on their end. So that gives that's a pretty decent trade in terms of being able to salvage the round and try to bring it back into the later rounds in terms of ult economy for the side of Qbert Academy.
Now YFP getting a lot more successful on these offenses of just getting a lot more work done once they're in the site and not completely zoning off and smoking off Qbert, because their retakes are quite powerful if everyone's involved in the equation. Look at T-Dog just kind of early strike, even Redux getting a snipe in mid, dashing away, and YFP are stuck picking up the pieces. Challenging Nismo is going to throw a nade out just to keep the space between them. And this could be sort of a weakness that YFP want to exploit.
Yeah. Gotta say, Penny got kind of lucky there too, because the pop flash was for him to try to get an opening on Cat, but B-Dog is there at least to trade it against Nismo.
Spike down A.
Oh, the op gets pushed, the op repeats, the op takes an L, but the rest of Qbert win on all the other fronts to take care of the slack, and YFP will have their win streak cut.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Nismo had an opportunity to punish Penny right away, because it seems as though there was a flash or something for Penny to walk up Catwalk with, and Nismo just missed the shot. But thankfully, as he pulls back, even if he dies, there was still so much going on there for the rest of Qbert Academy. You already saw that they had full wide control. There was no pressure coming in from A main. It was still being pinged out as like a, hey, watch out, there might be somebody there. And indeed, they did find Knights, and Knights got 2 easy kills with the Guardian. So that just resets the economy a bit. We finally have a stable gun round for both of the teams with an op coming out here for Redux. And this is something here that Jets also like to do so far with this type of double initiator control, where you have the initiators taking extremities and trying to find info that way, while you just have your Jet watching a little bit more middle, because YFP, they're only walk contacting this every time and getting punished.
YFP just trying to strike while the pan is hot when it comes to getting into tree and taking control of catwalk, and just thinking if we could have won that 1v1, it would have been a different story. But the past repeating itself with Qbert keeping YFP at bay, now stacking over towards the A side. Now that Jake is set up, he's made the space, he's watching over heaven. He just kind of had to worry about tree. Now that's smoked off. B-Dog's in position. You know, dotted the I's, crossed the T's. YFP got a plant, and there's someone teleporting onto the site. Knights is just scoping out what's up.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get the best value of his paranoia from the ult, so it could be able to hit towards the generator if he can. He's lining it up. It's not going to hit. He should be in a good spot to punish one. Oh, never mind.
Man, that door just immediately broke open like it was made out of paper. And Thief just falls over. Now YFP have no one else. Just didn't even have time to react before Qbert kicks all the doors down, so.
Yeah, I forgot about that one little detail where the salvos just breaks through the door like papier-mâché. As soon as that gets broken down, easy kill there from Scuba, had the crosshair placement. If not, in a different world, in a different patch, and probably in a future patch when Teo's now nerfed to the ground, he should be able to get a freebie in the front when the paranoia should miss. Because you see it being thrown. Look at that. Teo door opening, an instant reaction coming out from Scuba. That was nice. And again, they were talking about at the desk before, like what type of information can Scuba get for the team. Now he switched over to a Sentinel role. So far, he's just been a pivotal piece into Qbert's Academy retake. Qbert Academy's retakes, rather, in these fights.
Now YFP just knowing the op is on the left side of the map, and just a lot of first bloods going Qbert's way from just these early picks from YFP. Qbert's defense feels very stable, and YFP, you see they're trying to go for trades. They're having a response, but with this one-way smoke, it's so annoying, and it's a big risk for B-Dog to try and challenge this.
Definitely, and stinger buy that you have coming out from YFP as well. And as much as I say this is like a, we'll talk about it in a sec. There's actually coming through, there's small trades across, but this should still be an easy round here for Qbert.
With B-Dog, I guess it's not a risk. It's a strat when the whole team's involved. And hey, you get an upgrade on the rifle. That's always nice. You get to see Swaley do the double dashes. That's great out of Penny. Space has not been an issue from YFP, at least getting it initially. It's holding it after that. And now, you know Qbert have an op, and it's something you don't want to immediately peek if you're YFP. But know to expect it as Penny's scoping out the danger that is ahead. The salvos to delay. Tree is open. A lot of angles for Qbert to take advantage of, and as soon as they flood in, they slaughter YFP.
Yep, Qbert continuing just to float protocols of flood retakes and working that to their advantage. But I wanted to take a moment and talk about that A main control from YFP. As much as I talk about the G2 comp at home, there is a slight difference in terms of the second initiative that they use, though, on the side of YFP, and it's B-Dog on the Breach versus a KO. I'm a fan of it because I love Breach on this map because of the fault lines and the oppressive lines of fault lines that a Breach could bring. But the key thing that's missing into your A main take when you're trying to fight towards A main is the pop flash that the KO could actually throw at the very beginning of the round that could really blind the front of that site. Instead, your Breach has to throw it. It could be easily turned around, or you could find the perfect timing or even dodge a little bit more easily versus the KO flash that should pop instantly here behind the Teo salvos. And you're seeing the value that Qbert has, or the advantage that Qbert takes out of that. Of playing against a Breach instead of a KO to really fight for that space in front of A main that doesn't give that space allowance to YFP.
And this is an important timeout for YFP because they've tried so many different approaches. A couple of rounds back to back, they tried to go into catwalk, they got first blooded, and then didn't really work out after that. So now you're pointing out sort of a new approach towards going through A main. There's a one-way smoke. Knights is a problem. Whatever agent that he's on, he is a threat. Now YFP just have to kind of have their eyes peeled for just the immediate swing from Qbert as soon as barriers are down. And now that YFP have exhausted all their options post timeout on A, we'll see. Well, they had initial success at B before they changed things, so let's try B again.
It'll be easy right now. Just I like the aggressive walls that actually coming out from that one, because as soon as that gets activated, and if you're actually committed into this, the Armageddon is going to own you. So you have to be smart. You need your waylay to move forward. Maybe try to bait that out. Oh no, they're about to triple cross with the fault line. These guys are screwed.
Okay, the double dash. Penny couldn't find Scuba in time, and YFP walked into a trap. The Armageddon, something B-Dog had to dodge, and he was already further back. He split from Stellar, who's already on the site with the spike, and YFP just don't have the manpower. 2 versus 4, and there's an op that's gonna have full control over boats, but B-Dog, this late push in, something Hubert did not expect, but still, they can hold their positions. But YFP is about to put Hubert in a retake position, so how are they gonna approach with this op? Nismo has all his util, so that's what you can rely on.
Yeah, you definitely need him to pop flash. If not, I've got both.
If not, I guess YFP are just gonna walk into the op and into the shotgun as well. Redux got hands for everybody. And Hubert are on a tear right now. Regardless of if YFP can plan or not, Hubert have a plan for every scenario.
Yeah, man, it was smart too with the knife that within the radius to ping both players, so you could scale a little bit more carefully for Hubert Academy instead of just rushing out, because you know they're playing at some tight angles. So you went for the double swing, 3-2-1s. That's perfect protocol. But all of that way, it looked very cosmetic into YFP trying to execute towards the site, because it seemed as though they were ready for the wall execution and try to get into B. And they went for the fault line and even the slow into market, and somehow Scuba still gets the pick onto the entry of Penny. That's gotta sting. It's gotta hurt for the side of YFP when it's all calculated to try to take market control and you get fully owned by just Scuba's aim.
It's just hard to prepare against Hubert because they strike early in the round, and when you think things are quiet and calm, they come through all angles. So now there's an Armageddon for YP to try and make Hubert uncomfortable. Just the rewind as Penny's back to safety. Can't say the same about the res that we're trying to march on in off the info that their duelist gives them. Redux the op, loud and proud as YFP hope to dislodge him, and Thief gets flashed. 5 HP, has the backup of his breach. And YFP now have boats, but really nothing else. They are completely surrounded by Hubert.
Yeah, and this is now we're seeing Hubert changing their strategy a little bit more too. Instead of going with the flood retakes that they were so good with, this time around they really wanted to fight for space. Because you definitely do see here on their side, their ult cycles is not as big as they were to try to just go for oppressive retakes. So they just went for the standout wall for information, the salvos to get early space. T-Dog also activating so far on this map. I mean, he's putting up some pretty decent numbers for this initiator role, because he actually had some trouble against their loss on their loss with this composition against Ambrosia just last week. So it's nice to see him find a little bit of a groove here and being able to anchor up into his spots into the B site. And look at the reads being called up at the very beginning. So much going on towards this B main. They over-rotated towards A, and it's not the best read, because all of this was Ateo selling a fake on the A site first from Stellar, and then they're going to go for a flood into B through the market.
I thought they would have wanted to fight for an orb for Penny since they're one away from the ult, but now wrapping around through the market side, Hubert just have all their bases covered. It's hard for YP to really try to surprise them. They've come through the market side, they've went through main, they've tried every angle around A, YP have had mid control, now they have the site with 3, and Stingers will hurt up close and personal, so Hubert will have Nismo in position. He always has flashes on these retakes too. There's a lot to explode onto the site with if you're Hubert. And now with the null command, you're taking away a lot of the tools that YFP could use to defend themselves. So at least Jakey tries to get proactive. Beautiful shot into T-Dog. Stellar and Jakey have to work together. Now the approach from Hubert. And Jake's had 3 Knights, cleans up the round, and Hubert are untouchable these days.
Yeah, and very clean in the reads too. For Knights to invest into the Outlaw this time around too, knowing that it's going to be a lower buy from YFP if they did go for a certain buy, keeping the economy quite right for Hubert Academy on top of that. And also, he's having that responsibility of playing the Outlaw because you need that jet to start dashing in for the retake. So again, this works quite well. We talked about this role switch and also from these two players between Redux and Knights. I mean, they could op on any agent and they could play both agents quite well. So it just makes sense that you could be versatile in these moments. And Hubert looking definitely a much better, well-oiled machine this time around in this week. One win away. If they beat YFP here, they qualify into playoffs, and that's exactly what both of these teams are aiming for in this series.
This is quite the half for Hubert. And taking a big risk pushing in that deep. Thief has left that trip before and hasn't been pressed up until this point. So finally a first blood and an advantage for YFP to work with. They'll get the site almost for free, but the Salvos, they thought they bought themselves enough time, some security, but Redux is posted up with the op. And who will lock eyes with him? Penny has the ult right below. Hubert are going to be slowed and caught, but Jakey has already locked down 3 and has put them 6 feet underground. It's up to Knights to pick up what was a round that seemed so promising for Hubert. Despite the 4v5, they were in a solid position to surprise YFP, but it's Jakey that fully took over the round for YFP.
It was a standard Jakey play contact, and once you find him, Penny's going to ult, and then you just start owning them with probably a bunch of util on top of that. And instead, it's the Jakey that Roy was talking about, the Jake that stepped up last week in their victory, that was red hot in their victory too against Landor, and also continuing the run here that we know that Jake could bring. You know, that was something that was talked about a lot in terms of, you know, his consistency. He can put up big numbers, but it's not every single week. It's not every day. That's why he was picked up by Cloud9 in the very first place in the past too, and with Rooney. But unfortunately now is trying to do a comeback with YFP after getting dropped most recently in the VCTs by C9. I'm saying recently, but it's almost been a year and a half now. But nonetheless, tried to go for a trap play at the very beginning here for T-Dog and doesn't work out. At least they're droning early for the info, so they know that the pressure is down towards middle, and they just got to be ready for it.
Pressure from Penny and loses that to T-Dog. So stoic, plays so far back, knows YFP are going to want to be aggressive. And Hubert locked down these early 1v1s, leaving YFP just constant man disadvantages to get onto the site. And usually Hubert are happy to leave it to them. But T-Dog has his corner. Here's the orb getting tapped. Jake has a paranoia. He got a rolling thunder from B-Dog to set up Jake for success. And Nismo's even further back than he was before. Another W for him. And Hubert are holding off YFP here in this last round of the half.
They're still pinned. Yeah, it just has to come down to duel, and that's twice. I feel that both Knights and T-Dog got caught looking at radar because their spray were not it.
Yeah. You were just so happy to give them space, stepping further and further back. Something Knights should have won. A 1v3 from Thief. Okay, he's making us some believers. I could subscribe to the Church of Thief. The Thief's Guild.
You could always count on Thief for sure in the clutches. So
10 seconds
let's see.
Left.
He's got one trip for information into spawn. He knows we're close. He's trying to find the timing here.
Oh, and he's got it. He just heard them step down the stairs. Some jumps, catches Redux lacking. Thought he was in the back closet, and Nismo finishes him off. Oh, that was so close. 33 HP with a 9-3 half for Hubert. This is the same type of map 1 dominance we saw from Hubert against Ambrosia. And is that going to inspire y'all to still believe in map 2? We'll see. 9-3 is a very good half, though.
Yeah, just unlucky there for Thief that he got aim punched in that last duel against Nismo. But that shot, this is what we were talking about. To be able to still stay out in the open and just wait for the salvos to come down or wait for a fault line to come up. There's just such a big window that Redux is able to get here with this op that you think here on paper, the breach is still a pretty decent pick, but it has to be utilized, and you have to understand the timings here that the opponents can take against you if you really want to bring this into fruition here for YFP. And therefore, you're seeing now that B-Dog is struggling a little bit more in the assist columns because he's not getting too many fault line assists, too many flash assists. So, and it's also very tough to try to scale that with Penny that's double dashing for entries as well. So hopefully they have something different cooked up going on the defensive side that could get more value out of this breach.
Oh. Penny's got a Guardian Angel or something there. 13 HP. Noped out of there. Knows that Hubert has mid control, so YFP will still stand and treat. There's no support for Penny. There's just Jake on the site, and you know, rotations are getting pulled by YFP. They just want to react to Hubert, so well, Hubert are going to take all the real estate you're gifting to them, even wrapping behind through glass. They're behind the site. And Jakey has been discovered.
Yeah, he just right-click classic and gave his position away, so just spammed into smoke and took him down. Difficult now for YFP to go for the retake.
Yeah, YFP, I'm surprised he didn't want to try and converge and react to Qbert showing face so early, and I think maybe Penny got scared being 13 HP, and that's a very solid pistol, a flawless one for Qbert.
Yeah, some rumors circling around here in terms of Scuba, and we're starting to get a little bit of a taste as to why Scuba is being looked at, talked about so far in the last few weeks, and man, is he farming so far. And already, I just looked before we got into the replay, somebody just bought a Phantom, so I think we're trying to hero rifle Redux and just trying to farm against here the YFP buy, which for them, I would assume that you would want to go for some sort of a small shield stinger buy just to try to stay alive in this fight. But instead, they're going to go for the full classic. So they want to play the long run, hopefully, in this case. But it's been Qbert all along for a lot of this map so far. There was a little bit of resurgency coming out from YFP, but there is definitely better firepower coming out from Qbert thus far in this map.
Yeah, you broke the Qbert win streak, but you did not break their spirits. I mean, Qbert are just playing so confidently. This is the Qbert from last split or even before. Like, this is the form we wanted to see him at. And as we would expect, they have hot starts in map 1.
Good hit.
Now you have Redux in position and Market with the spike, but YFP in this exchange against Scuba, it's a 2v1. Scuba's trying to escape, and the salvos are not going to delay YFP too much. The Thorns maybe. Scuba eventually is found, but maybe that's an opening for Qbert to work into B. No, they want to kind of deal with YFP being so far behind, or extended deep, I should say. Qbert are now stuck in the middle of the map, surrounded by all of YFP, so it's easy pickings for this defense.
What was the call? I was just about to mention that Scuba did such an excellent job that when he actually got wall banged and he hears 2 sets of footsteps chasing him down towards B main, and everybody was already planted into Market to execute into the B site, that it should be, even if you know, Scuba dies, he loses a sheriff in front of B main, but the B site should be open for the taking for the rest of Qbert Academy. But instead, look at them. They got scared by one smoke into the Market. They all fell back, and he lost all of that real estate of the map that they gained on the top middle. And they don't even have any map control towards Catwalk, let alone any information, so they just got sandwiched. Oh, that's a painful call, but Redux is going to try to turn it back in their favor here. He's going for a pure rifle glass rifle, I guess, give up a lack of a better word at this point. No armor. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, well, a lot more obstacles for Qbert to face, including these high enough trips to catch that jet. Qbert taking their time to just lock eyes with anyone in glass, and that's kept pretty open, and Qbert are going to smoke it off just in case, taking things one step at a time. The trip did detect someone. YFP try to react. It's a trade. And Qbert are stuck back at square one. Now getting eyes onto the site. Jakey suppressed and has too much to deal with. So Penny takes the helm, takes the mantle. What a shot from Nismo. Now Qbert with sight control and the door closed. I don't know what really B-Dog and Stellar can do now.
Nothing.
Planted.
Even using salvos to try to prevent the plant, they don't even have it anymore for the retake. At least there's 2 flashes, maybe if they get an early pick. Okay, they might get it now. You can aftershock and flash here into hell and just flush them out after the smoke.
That's the play. Stellar B-Dog working together. The aftershock gonna force him out of position. Claims both. What could Stellar and B-Dog do? Well, the answer is a win.
Yeah, I thought it was nothing until B-Dog just activated on that retake. Beautiful utility usage for that flood on the top of heaven. That said, I was just about to praise Qbert Academy. That was a type of pressure and nonchalantness that I want to see come out of Qbert Academy on that previous round when you're playing the anti-eco. This time around, you're going with a sheriff buy. You're just brute forcing your way in. You see the shots that were clean out of all the players coming in for Qbert Academy for the entry towards the A site. Imagine if they had weapons played against classics. It would have been already we probably would have been listening to like Step Into the Ring timer, waiting for the second map to start because it should have been done by now. That said, we're delaying the victory here for Kyubert Academy. You're already pulling the brakes. They're already calling out their timeout here because YFP are starting to find their footing on the defensive side.
Yeah, these pistol shots too have been really clean. Kyubert can sometimes slip up, and you've even had the round previously where YFP know how to punish. Like, I feel like YFP have been really underrated. The stocks feel like they're going down because of the how they missed the playoffs last split, but it's still a YFP team that got to the grand finals in stage 3 last year. Like, and with pretty much this roster, now this is a different meta. You're playing Penny on Waylay. It's a different YFP, and this is a Kyubert that are going back to the tried and true Redux on the Duelist, and you can see how less about like the frag numbers, but more like how they're playing as a team and like the confidence that Kyubert have right now.
Yeah. Off this timeout, you're definitely seeing that they're trying to manipulate the map a little bit more. Look at the early information you're trying to get, the knife, the flash. Although all of them a little bit too preemptive to really try to get the best value for info. But with the dash being procced up, you're trying to sell this fake here for Redux. I mean, he can't really dash away. You're not playing a Waylay for him to get back, so you're kind of leaving him on an island unless they're able to walk back. But you're definitely trying to pull these rotates over, especially now that the drone comes out from Nateo. It didn't get the spot onto Scuba either, so if YP just stands still, they're still in a pretty decent spot. You just need right now Kyubert Academy to activate on this B side a little bit more.
I'm gonna figure out where these trips are too, because that's caught Redux and some of Kyubert, allowing YFP to swing and really surprise him, and playing off of that information too. YFP are smoked off as Kyubert kind of wait for their chance to strike and where these trips are.
Well, Nismo just knifed for the second wave and did catch both the Waylay and the breach, so they're just committing to a B-side hit now.
Oh, as soon as that smoke went down, Kyubert locked eyes, were able to trade even before YFP could capitalize on the paranoia turnout from Jakey. Now Kyubert evict everyone on the site. It's B-Dog and Penny. Just like before, and Penny has the op and may want to keep this. We'll see what B-Dog... Yeah, B-Dog is going to scram too.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be around for Kyubert Academy and weapons that's definitely needed for the next round. Because you see for the rest of them, I mean, they could still be in a decent buy. Stellar could buy one, maybe drop one as well. And it's important weapons to keep. Wow, using a tail ult. He'll take that. That's a little bit of a silver lining there for YFP for sure. But if not, you saw the game plan from Kyubert Academy from that timeout. If it wasn't going to be anybody peeking out to try to look for information towards the B side, then you have to try to manipulate and move the players out towards the A side. And when Isabel finds the information with the knife, it's like, okay, well, maybe some players are going to start peeking out here for information over towards B, and you already have 3 players walking in because they just gave that up so easily and heavily focused on playing around the trips out from YFP, because you could definitely see from the line from where B-Dog's standing there on Catwalk, if there is any trips that gets broken or whatnot, he could support with the fault line all the way the distance, all the way towards Switch, which should help out the players playing out towards Spawn and trying to spray across here from the B site. But they got surprised by that. Kyubert Academy overtook the site too easily, and YFP had to save.
Maybe the real win condition is the friends we made along the way. Also, the Kyubert are only 2 rounds away, but Armageddon, such an important win con on a map like this. There's so many like narrow passageways to get so much value out of that ultimate, and now YFP are peaking with their eyes, of course. Penny is always getting away with it somehow, though. He's able to recall or just simply step away. He's not too aggressive.
That's the beauty of the refrag for sure. So you could definitely run the up like you were playing a Jet, like you're playing your Yoru. So still quite good on this map and good for space making. But that said, Scuba, he's already moved all the way up towards the B side. Everybody's moving towards that side. And for me, I probably fall back trying to pick up an orb so you can play around the ults. Actually, they're going to use it around the Nismo ult instead. So I was thinking they were probably going to use the Steel Garden, but instead, tail ult.
Oh no, command into effect, but Redux is not getting any support. The rest of Kyubert were focused on the back site. As YFP were flooding in, Redux gets isolated. Now you're in a 4 versus 4. Some damage being done to Kyubert. With the KO nade out, YFP are delayed, but they're coming in from all sides. Now with the paranoia out, Kyubert will stay in their place with their eyes locked. Smoke's back in position. Scuba in a fun angle. Now this Wayla's gonna try and challenge it with the shotgun. Big win for Penny and an upgrade on the weapon. Cuber just have to buy time. And Penny's approach here is critical. Has to be a hit on Nismo. And it's Nismo that just stays stoic in the end. But it's Stellar that makes a splash. Here's the flood in with B-Dog. Barely any time left. And Nismo denies the comeback. And Qbert are up to 12. Match point.
Mr. Restaurant Father himself, just so calm in the 1v3. I mean, it was still a 3v3. He finished on the 1 versus 2, but just playing around the backside. And nice that he understands that there was no utility coming out from Nateo, remaining, sorry, on the retake from Nateo, that he's able to play around that backside quite well and isolate those fights for those kills. How the hell does Penny get that kill into Scuba? I have no idea. But if not, it was a crucial kill that Scuba had in the first place to delay the clock even more, allowing Nismo to stay calm under the pressure of the 2 players splitting against him. And Qbert Academy are breaking the econ on the side of YFP. Abysmal buy coming out on the defense. And they're definitely still not trying to gamble for something quite yet. They're playing off the camera that's being placed here by Thief at the very beginning towards Pizza. And you're also just trying to find the information as fast as possible, especially with this comp that doesn't really allow for you to scan too much because you don't have a Sova, you don't have a KO, you've already used your drone in the very beginning, and now it's time to utilize your Waylay to activate for information. You're going to try to come through here with a Guardian for info.
Qbert just had such a strong first half, and the amount of information T-Dog and Nismo give them with the drone, the knife, everything. What Qbert could do in the early rounds is so deadly. It's created such a gap in the score that this would be insane if YFP could write a different story here. But Qbert set towards, going towards A, have mid control, but then how deep this lurk is for Scuba, you never know where Qbert's gonna end up.
30 seconds left.
Be to start.
Wow. Getting a pig, that's all you need to inspire you to get the objective done. And Scuba's trying to cross in front. That's something that Penny capitalizes on. A little slip up from Qbert getting too comfortable. Now Penny sets up at the very back to hold off 3 players coming in his direction. 10 seconds left. Penny's been dislodged, and it's up to Jakey and Thief to save the day for YFP. And they split up. They can't even go in as a squad. And it's a 13-5 ascent for Qbert Academy.
A dominant first map coming out for Qbert Academy for sure, and you're definitely seeing here across the board the little role changes going back between Redux and Knights made a whole difference in terms of how comfortable they were of just fighting within a jet role for Redux and an Omen on that side. But you definitely have to focus on Scuba coming out from the break to talk about this guy, because he was definitely farming up the whole half, and actually the whole map.
Yeah, it's surprising that Qbert just this split, had these role changes, went back to Redux on the jet, which I would think, like I said before, more known for the Rays, but such a talent, and you need that level of aggression and confidence for a map like Ascent. You gotta explode in, and oh my god, Redux and the whole squad just supported each other so well, and to be humble, to change your role, to go back to it, to make these changes, and to succeed on the first map that you try it at. Hats off to Qbert Academy. One more map to go, though, if they want to go to playoffs. We'll hear from the desk first. We'll see you after the break.
I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense, and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like, I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions, and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players. Like, definitely helped me a lot. Like, it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, I mean, the adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
We had talked about this being a close series between two teams as they look for qualification into the playoffs. And first map of the series, I'm afraid we were wrong, guys. This was a Qbert Academy, absolutely unlocked. They make some changes. They're looking good. They take YFP's map pick. I mean, again, Roy, you never know what's going to happen in Challengers. 13-5 on the first map of the series. What is this?
Yeah, I feel like at this point in time in VCL, that's like a given. Like we never really know what's happening. It exposes all of us as frauds. We are all fraudulent at what we do. We are all just master yappers. And honestly, that's really all there is to it. But shout out to Qbert, a phenomenal first half, right? 9-3. They came in strong on that defense. They looked cohesive. They blew all our minds with the role swaps. They put Redux back on the Jet. They looked great doing it. Scuba remained on the Sentinel role, rightfully so. He had a pop-off series as well. But I mean, just speaking on that first half alone, they had a phenomenal series, right? They looked cohesive on the retakes. They did a great job minimizing the overwhelming amount of utility on site. They just knew how to minimize that value. They knew where to play and they knew how to retake, and they looked great doing it.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think I definitely, while we were in the green room watching the match while it was happening and whatnot, I was a bit concerned about how the positioning was looking on Qbert on those first 2 buy rounds that we saw coming out in rounds 3 and 4. And then it just took them a beat to kind of get adjusted to where that utility was going to be conditioned on the side of YFP, because they have just like such a heavy composition for those set plays to get Penny into those positions and look for those executes on site. But the adjustments come out really nicely, and from then on they just carry forward with the momentum, right? Managing to find both those pistol rounds on either half. And it did seem like, okay, there was a moment where we're like, what if YFP find that momentum after taking away the anti-eco? Yeah, that thrifty round in round 14. Because that was just an insane round. Like all of those mid fights that were happening, it was like super scrappy and got pretty weird at the end of the day. But Qbert, we're happy to close things out. And I feel like that's a telltale sign for the rest of this series, because YFP is this team where we kind of expect them to start off hot. It feels like they do have that ability to come back, but I do find that it is like hard for them to build up that kind of energy to even get into like a comeback situation too.
Yeah, I feel like having that great start would have definitely kickstarted the energy internally, but going back a little bit more into the details of their loss, right? Like look at the first kills first. That's like Qbert got 12. I think Scuba was 4 of those 12, by the way.
Yeah.
He did a phenomenal job on the Sentinel role, of course, but ultimately I really feel like Hubert outmatched YFP on almost every level on this first map. Like, they looked a lot more decisive with the entries. They looked a lot more decisive with how they wanted to play out the rounds. They looked cohesive on the retakes. Their utility was on point. They've gotten more value from their ults in this map than I feel like I've seen for a while. I feel like almost every ult was like massively impactful for the Hubert side. They did a really good job with the Vice ults. They did an amazing job with all of the Tejo util, the KO util, obviously. And then Redux looked very clean, very decisive on the entry role as well. So I feel like what we just saw here is a great thing from Hubert, but I feel like now I'm almost left wondering, like, is this a permanent role swap or is this just an Ascent thing? Because I feel like they looked great with Redux on the Duelist, even though he didn't really have like the craziest stats. But now I'm like, hey, what's going to happen on Haven now, right? Like, I'm a little bit confused, but I'm left. I like what I saw on this first map. I'd like to see more of that from Hubert on the second one.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see if it ends up being kind of like that back and forth there for the side of Hubert. And for YFP, I think also just like taking a look at the numbers and considering the amount of those first bloods like Hubert were able to find, you look at the fact that YFP starting out on the attacking side as well, like 8 of those first bloods were split between Penny and Jake on attack only. So only into that first half. And that says a lot, I think. Like, if you're a controller and Jake is going down that early on into a round, you don't have as much of that flexibility, despite like the set pieces that you might be looking for on the side of YFP because of their composition, to look to work other parts of the map and whatnot. And it makes it a lot harder to also like hold into that post plant as well. You don't have those smokes to cycle in. So I'm kind of worried because going into map number 2, that's a Haven that has not been the most consistent of performances there for YFP. And if they're starting off on the back foot like this, you've got to keep your eyes out, I think, on how they're going to try and flip the script for this best of 3.
Especially too when we are seeing a Hubert Academy that amongst these changes yet again are looking really strong on the server. And we didn't even get to talk about the one person that had the biggest impact here, but Scuba. And Scuba has been a part of these role changes in the past, but we get to see him pick up the Vice again here on Ascent. And it was somebody that from the get-go, I mean, Ash, he was like something in 3, just 1.5 million kills into 3 at one point. Like, it was like what can't he do? He was always just so consistent. He's getting pushed and he stayed calm and collected. And if that's a Scuba we see again on Haven, it's a little rough. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, he was having an absolute banger of a match right now. I think that you look at also the fact that, sure, he was leading in the kills like 22 and 10, but within that first half alone, that was a 16 and 5 start on defense from your Vice. Like, that is insane. He had so much value when it came down to like those lurks, the positioning as far as cutting off some of those flanks and whatnot, and then just generally being that site anchor Roy that we know has been so consistent coming out from him, because he really shines when he's just able to play by himself and with his own utility.
Yeah, it's not even just like the lone wolf type thing that Scuba's got going for him. It's really the fact that I feel like right now in the current meta with Tejo Breach, right before the nerfs happen, obviously, because we're not on that patch yet, I feel like the real mark of a Sentinel player is being able to find the gaps in the utility, like being able to challenge within the chaos on site at your own terms, because I feel like that is so hard to do right now, but somehow Scuba did that extremely well on that defense side. Like, you can see him playing underneath stairs, like, does that. Like, that's just such a crazy position to play, but it makes sense considering the linearity of the utility that they have. But that being said, I feel like the Scuba swap to Sentinel has maybe been a blessing for this roster. I feel like maybe that might have been the key. Even if they revert the duelist and the controller role between Knights and Redux, I still feel like the Sentinel role for Scuba works very well for this roster.
So good.
Yeah.
It's so good. I'm excited to see more of it, and we get to see more of it actually pretty soon. Haven is up next in the series. It is Hubert Academy's pick, and the agents are ready. So talking more about just the team in general, it's Scuba, everyone. This has just been a lot of fun to see, but I'm then left with questions, Ash, when we're looking at the YFP side with how they can pick this up, because this has looked so strong for Hubert in the past.
Yeah, I think that you look at how I don't know. I think you look at like the composition that YFP are running with Thief on that Vice, and it just becomes a little bit awkward at times on Haven because you don't have as much of that passive utility gathering information for you on defense. And it causes YFP to go into this position where they have to be playing the map like very dynamically. I mean, that is the name of the game of all maps on Valorant, especially the 3-site maps when you're looking to get that info and play that push and pull. But it does put a little bit more pressure on Penny, I think, and his ability to not just like play on his own, but also alongside Stellar and B-Dog and like some of the trap plays that they're going to be trying to set up there so that Thief can make the most of the util that he has in and of itself. And then we also have like the change Roy here on the side of Qbert.
I was about to say.
It seems like going back to it.
Yeah. I think we have our answers, right? We were wondering, is this an ascent thing? Is this a permanent thing? I think that this pretty much answers it, right? Redux back on the duelist role. Nice is getting put on the controller role. I think this actually are the best roles for this roster right now. You have Redux on the entry. You got Nice kind of doing his own thing. And then Scuba is really controlling the map flow on the lurk role. This opens up his experience. It allows him to be a lot more dynamic in the mid round. So my eyes are on that dynamic for Qbert. But on the other hand, I'm looking at the new gen kind of style of composition for YFP to sort of disrupt and overwhelm Qbert Academy and take over their attack side, and of course hold it down on the defense side.
Well, it's time to see if it's going to be enough going up against a Qbert Academy that is looking so good on the day. Can YFP take down Haven and take us to a map 3? It's time to find out and head over back to your casters, fans, and Jen.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, Qbert Academy just schooled YFP on their map pick. Now we're on the Qbert playground here on Haven. We got Redux on Neon. Vans, we're eating good today.
We're definitely eating good. I don't know if YFP is going to eat as good, though, on this map because they got a thrashing last time they played this map against TSM overall. We're looking at a composition, once again, that's very similar to what they just ran on a set, with the difference between Penny playing a Yoru instead of a Wele. Although it's not going to allow for you to be as quick and explosive as you want to be behind the initiator rules. And that's maybe something here that Qbert Academy could actually take advantage of, especially now that Redux goes back and focuses on this duelist role, who are, by the way, all getting ready to move very quickly for some A-site controls. So good thing that Thief is starting off on that side first. He does have a little bit of stall to work with, from razor vines to walls to flashes, but really looking from his position, it looks like he just wants to anchor as much as he could on sewers if he's not getting pressured, and maybe within the last minute mark, we get a full execution from Qbert Academy all the way from long A.
Remember, guys, this is for qualification into playoffs. If YFP miss another playoff, I'm gonna crash out because this is such a talented team. Let's see if they can hold back against Qbert. Redux taking almost shooting in slow motion there after what they got hit by. And Qbert, an easy plant after that. They're always so solid on their offense and on their protocols. And YFP will be flooding in through B. There's an important cutoff, though, from Scuba. He did miss the bus, but he could still get a huge backstab behind YFP. Depending on the timing, depending on how long YFP want to wait, but it's the aftershock. Qbert strike at them first and cut at the YFP heel as they were hoping to chomp down on Qbert's defenses in the post plant. And it's a very successful pistol for Qbert.
And this is where it's going to get annoying, too. You didn't see too much of that from Scuba in the past here on that previous map. But this map, it is a playground for lurkers, for sentinels to really take advantage of the whole map and of the heavy utility usage that will be utilized by all the other 4 players for you to get the timing with these backstabs. I still love the setups that YFP had for the flood retake in the first place, but I think it would have been a lot more successful if Thief, like I mentioned before, took more control of that sewers when the hit was actually coming from the A side. Got caught off guard a little bit there and got punished for it too, and didn't allow for YFP to get a cleaner retake because of the lack of flankers.
Oh, just a slow walk up works. Who needs util when you just have guns? Let's see Qbert strat. As soon as YFP, at least they swung together. It's just, they didn't do too much of attention to Qbert until B-Dog proves me wrong. And look at this flank from YFP, but now the jig is up. Qbert have T-Dog and Redux watching behind. They're clearing even through their own spawn. So the only question mark for Qbert is Garage. It's just such a smart team.
Yeah, and the whole ring around Rosie is just perfect. B-Dog should die quite easily here, because Redox found the timing against them. But the thing is once you rotate everybody out towards C long and you're looking at the last 2 players remaining, it was just the initiators. So there's no way you could smoke out to go for the full defuse. So you just try to go for the pick and try to go for the kill. Instead from the long range on the pulse plant, and Redox just goes in the exact same position where B-Dog was at and finds Stellar to finally take him down. And he was definitely trying to just stay alive and die to spike so that Redox doesn't get close to his ult here. You're already seeing the funnel that's going around. This is still a very strong buy coming out from Qbert Academy. It's 4 rifles and a Guardian, which could be quite damaging against the buy that you currently have here from YFP. YFP definitely will go for a buy no matter what, but the thing is you're 1 away from ult as well. You have an opportunity to just own the defense on your opening pick if you're reading it correctly in front of the side of Qbert.
Well, YFP at least want to own the A side, having their Sentinel there. Thorn set up. Because Qbert, they go where they want, when they want, however they want. There's been very little stoppage from YFP, but there's still a lot of rounds to go. And B is looking open. This Qbert approach, but could be walking into the crosshairs of Penny and B-Dog on the other side. Fault lines, it flashes, and Penny takes an unexpected L. And now B-Dog is smoked off, so Qbert will get a free plant.
Free plant, overdrive. The plant's perfect too to take garage control. So you see here that this is a regular strat coming out from Qbert Academy, or how to play with the aftershock from the breach in the pulse plant. But YFP's not answering to that.
Oh, Qbert are gonna keep eyes on the spike as long as they can. If YFP just are scared on how to approach this, so then 2 pings as Qbert just can confidently just keep their sidelines in check. And it's YFP that have to discover where Qbert are, and they smoked off the position. YFP aren't even gonna tap the spike. The firing squad's in position, and it's 3 in a row for Qbert.
Yeah, it worked out in the end here for YFP. I did like here that I think it was B-Dog, right, that went back into the garage. So they did add a little bit more pressure towards B, and then they realized, okay, well, now this is a standard plant. Nismo likes to play the aftershock through the garage door to try to delay even more towards that plant. So let's walk towards that spot. But he didn't have a buddy system here to try to trade out immediately into that area, because everybody was so focused on getting pinged out by a recon dart in front of B main. So not breaking that dart was also devastating for YFP to really have a clean retake on their side. And we talked about that. The rough buy that you have coming out from YFP, the good read you have coming out from Qbert Academy already puts them in a detrimental position here in terms of their buy this time around. So 2 stingers, couple of pistols, a decent read so far though, because they have a stronghold on the east side.
This Redux is so well supported from just the jet numbers from last map. It wasn't the Redux show, really a Qbert Academy map as a squad. And even just in this initial round, you're flashing up towards A main. Redux can confidently slide forward, take that 1v1 knowing he has the edge, and YFP aren't going to fall for that bait. And really, they're probably going to fall this round with just the sheriff and the buy situation that YFP have right now.
Yeah. And I think with Scuba just walking all the way up towards the C site, never really getting jump spotted by anything, it kind of gives a small tell that YFP might be leaning more towards this A side. So it's a guess coming out from Qbert, at least from the call and the information that Scuba's getting. And it's a good call for now here for T-Dog, because they're walking right into an open B site this time around. Scuba could be a late lurk, especially if Thief dies in garage in this pulse plant.
Even though Knights was smoked off from his team, he just had the spray down from Qbert in case anyone from YFP wanted to come creeping into the site. You did not want to drop that spike in that position. Qbert are successful. The salvos are going to put T-Dog in an awkward spot. I think he even got fault line 15 HP. YFP are hearing the struggles outside the gates. They emerged to deal with the problem. Put down those animals. And Qbert still have 3 standing. YFP do not have the weapons, but through all the noise, someone picked up the spike and got it halfway. And it's up to Stellar in a 1 versus 2 with T-Dog. Talking to his guardian angel right now, very possible, but now with the spike ticking down, it's halfway, but no time. Still a win for Stellar when it comes to his 1v1, but not in the round. 4 in a row now for Qbert.
My gosh, 1 HP remaining on top of that for T-Dog. And if somehow, you know, Stellar was able to get that kill onto Scuba a little bit earlier, I think it was very doable, sorry, in that case. because it was already half the fuse on the side here of YFP. But the fact here that Scuba activated the wall on the top C, lurked down towards the garage, made it towards the ceiling, and still got a kill, and still stayed alive for so long on the 2 versus 1 for Qbert Academy to get the round. Again, I feel that leaving that gap for garage so far, not adding that extra pressure from YFP on those retakes on B, is going to continue to haunt them and hurt them if they're not activating a little bit quicker on that. Well, now they do at least this time around with that shot.
Time to jump. Oh, what a shot from Penny on the right side, and he always has B-Dog, and YFP would like to converge into B, but Qbert been successful both times they've gone to B. The ones to A, the ones to C. So again, this is just a Qbert world, and YFP are living in it. They're trying to make that stop spinning. Now that garage could be infiltrated, it's up to B-Dog. He's got 2 flashes, but no one there for the trade unless Jakey was to come through on the C side, but he's playing so far back. And B-Dog about to spot the cross. He's gonna shoot early, but he's in a position where B-Dog cannot get back to safety. Beautiful aftershock to flush out B-Dog, but he'll still claim 2 before he goes down. Now Qbert are in a pickle on how to move forward from this.
He'll take a dub for sure out of that one. B-Dog 1 and done and still gets 2 before. That's gonna allow YFP to get the first defensive round here.
Now Jakey just has to pick up the pieces and get more than enough time to reposition, to smoke, and to find an angle, and Qbert will suffer their first loss of the map, and that was just all up to B-Dog.
T-Dog's finding interesting positions to drone from so far. Like, I think the last 2 rounds, he was out in the open under the window to try to clear out towards the spawn. Thankfully, like the front B site was smoked out, but if they flooded out of that one, he was screwed. And this time around, 2 of them inside the smoke kind of just gives their tell away that they're about to execute through that. And then it was easy here for Jakey to pick up the last 2. But look at that positioning coming out there from B-Dog. I mean, he comes in from a duelist role, right? Duelist, Brimstone, now playing Initiator for YFP, and still doing a good job so far for this roster.
Knights committed to that ultimate, so Qbert are deep into A, but no support for Redux. As he slid into the site, there was an Armageddon from YFP that is just causing so much havoc in the Qbert camp. A Rolling Thunder from YFP too. So much. 2 ultimates thrown at Qbert to break this plan apart before it could really blossom. And Qbert now got to go for plan B.
Yeah, and it's not too bad in terms of trades, right? You pull out an Armageddon to really split that push, and then you have Redux running in towards the site alone. But they've also lost all the utility from Thief in the very throughout all the trades. So now it gives a chance here for just Qbert Academy to go into the site and fight, because there's no delays, no stalls coming through this time around from YFP. They've already used it on the first wave of defense that they had towards the A site until we have a back and forth.
I know exactly where you are.
Like that YFP were trying to at least cut down Qbert before they escape the site after planting, so it's a good job by B-Dog. He goes 1 for 1, equal numbers. Qbert play from main, and they're even going to be deep into garage and try to be proactive against YFP, but now that leaves a weaker front side for Qbert to protect the spike, and Qbert really split apart. But it's YFP that were just faster. The spike gets tapped. T-Dog's attention is there, throwing shock bolts, and YFP are scattering. And this is really good stall from Qbert. The spike will get to halfway, and it's being held. And Knights clutches it for Qbert.
Oof. And T-Dog getting an assist from the grave, even though he got picked. The double shocks and then the recon to get the ping into Penny inside the smoke allows there that 1v2 conversion back on the side of Qbert Academy. And that was quite nice. And what was the cause of that? Once again, working into the garage. He gets the backstab kill there onto Stellar, and then turns around to get all of that util across. The smoke, there was a gap on the left side to just allow here, Knights to really get a good positioning at that spot and just play that as an extra obstacle and win that for the team. This is, again, players that are very comfortable within these role changes, and Knights just playing this Omen like he's playing the Clove from the past Rankers days.
For Qbert to get hit with those 2 ultimates, to go to a different site, still be successful. And this is not the only round that T-Dog has been so pivotal on with those shock bolts. Even previously when he was like 1 HP, living on through salvos and fault lines thrown his way. He's got 9 more to go. YFP, it's going to be a sewers push that they have to deal with. And then Penny gets to teleport out, and Qbert just have to take this 1 step at a time, but now a man down.
I guess his drone out in the open again. It doesn't matter that there was players that were supposed to trade against him. The fault line came out from the defense before.
Oh, Penny caught by the rolling thunder. No one falls for the clone. Gap in the cage, covered now by the smokes, and Stellar's up high, but no targets in sight. Qbert are going to be heard below him, though, so at least that's something Stellar can call out. A lot of time before salvos come out, too, so Qbert are just holding down with the fault line ready. As soon as YFP show their face, Paranoia out, YFP retake, not ensuing, just baiting Qbert to react. But now YFP finally commit, but they stagger in. Jakey went in alone. And now as a team, YFP fall.
Yeah, I wonder what slowed down Jakey when it was out in the open here towards the spawn. If anything, a beautiful flash being thrown behind the scuba cage. And that was just a 3-2-1 kind of thing. I love how cerebral they were on the post-plant hold for Qbert Academy. Because the cage goes up, you're just waiting for it. You don't hear any of the audio calls of people walking inside the cage. And as soon as it's about to come down, a flash comes out from Nismo, and boom, an easy kill comes out from the spawn. It did look like Jakey was somehow slowed down, but maybe not in that case. It doesn't matter because the timing was just perfect on the side of Qbert Academy to hold that post plant. You're not given a chance here for YFP to really come back into like these chokeholds back into the spawn. They need to be a little bit more proactive this time around here for YFP on their defense. I think this has to be the conversation going on in this timeout, because having to play flat retakes on the top of the heaven and spawn only on the A side or just in general is just not cutting out for him. I'd like for them to be a little bit more proactive, just like what Penny's able to do with the op at the very beginning, but then also maintain that space. Try to get some activations here. Try to get some bursts, especially when you take down Scuba.
It's been tough for YFP to be able to be creative, because as soon as they step up and try to make a play early, they're being hit by breach util. And that's all Qbert really needs to invest to keep YFP in their place. And YFP just try to kind of sit back and play reactively. Then there's, you know, rolling thunders. Nismo just went in with that and everything else from Qbert. So holding back the tidal wave is tough. So YFP now just try to stack 3 on the left side of the map, leave the open. Now it's the walk up from Qbert with an outlaw that supports them. Now that it's smoked off, at least Qbert can grab the orb and run.
Yeah, just orb massing for now. Respecting here the smaller buy from YFP. But remember, when they had to face an anti-eco, they had some wrong calls on the map of Ascent. This time around, they'll probably be able to use a little bit more util around that to really find that information. You already see T-Dog getting ready to drone here, finally in a decent spot to look into the garage. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they want to fully activate into the seaside split yet. It just depends what Redux is able to get in terms of info.
Gotta go.
Redux testing the waters, and Penny has tried to make those big early plays and then to teleport out, you know, with the op, and he can't do that every round, though. Has to play safe this time around.
Yeah.
To be the one that steps up, and Jake is also smoked off, so it's all up to Penny there.
This should finish B or C, because with Scuba's position, and they don't hear the vice wall, and also walking into garage, they didn't see a vice wall. They know that the util's towards the A side. And you see them walking them now towards C. It's an open side, perfect read. And there it stays very, very smart and calm here on the calls from T-Dog.
Now, while the action goes down at C, there's also that deep lurk from Scuba, and it all depends if he's going to meet up with Penny in the courtyard. He could stop this potential flank. The rest of YFP rotating in from the A side, time on Qbert's side, better weapons too. YFP will have to depend on what B-Dog can set up for them with fault line closed, flash. With the garage control, YFP want to capitalize on the many angles that they have, and Scuba is creating another problem now coming in from behind. And what, I guess Qbert just gonna pave the way through the front side. Flawless round. Now I'm starting to get concerned for YFP.
I'm gonna start getting concerned now, because the timeout, well, after this round, because now after the timeout, you had a smaller buy. Now you have good econ to work with, but although you don't have enough money to buy into an op, so you can't really be as proactive and aggressive as you want to be here as Penny was able to do with the op earlier on. But now we'll just have to hopefully focus into better team fights and aggression coming out from their side, because they're giving up way too much space. And you're already seeing it here. Penny's looking to walk down. There's already support coming through from the garage with a fault line if needed. It's a high-low on top of that with JQ towards B. So they are being a little bit more proactive. Not as aggressive, but they are getting space in the beginning, and that's what you want.
And that's what we want out of Penny, too. Early picks, teleport out, make Qbert paranoid. Qbert can still walk in. The power of Nismo breaking open these sites has been pivotal. It's forced YFP to just play completely out of sight, out of mind, to play for retake. And with YFP having a 5v4, you're confident trying to do that.
Spike planted.
And are they going to activate a little bit more on flanks, though? No, they're not. So still trying to flood back out. And looking at the side here for Qbert Academy, thankfully, you don't have any big ults to stall. So they have to now leverage Redux to try to get picks.
Hey, you got the clone from Penny got shot. You got the Steel Garden from Thief. You have Stellar jumping down. It's synchronized with the rest of YFP. Now an aftershock from Qbert, and they're up close in the smoke. Jake wasn't expecting that. And Penny struggles, still gets a win against Redux. And YFP are winning the majority of these fights. And as Qbert try to get eyes on the spike as it's been tapped, YFP are united.
And that's the key thing. You talked about being united. This time around, they had players on the instant trades, no matter what, towards that long A. So it worked out on the side of YFP, and they understood the late lure coming out from Scuba this time around. And B-Dog, the one responsible to watch after that, was able to win that fight towards the A link, and it allowed here for YFP to have a much cleaner retake on that side. That said, though, they had to actually expend a very big ult in order to get into sites. So you already saw from the very beginning that Qbert Academy played outside of the radius of that Steel Garden from Thief. And you're not going to have that for the rest of the half. So what's the next protocol? How are you going to play the next retake here if Qbert could get into the sites?
Well, Rolling Thunder much later on, I guess, for YFP is Penny able to lead them to success and just doing the initial damage for B-Dog to emerge from Garage to handle it. You have Thorn set up in Garage, as usually YFP have posted up someone in the window there. YFP are adapting and hoping to overcome Qbert. Now with back-to-back rounds with First Blood, YFP have no one on A. But yeah, like you said, how do they break in without a Steel Garden or an ultimate?
Yep. And the people that are alive are important people too. They have relay bolts and fault lines. They have so much done. And this time, still nobody flanking from behind.
Oh, Redux ready to stand and deliver. Not having the clone get shot is great. Paranoia 2 from Nice in case Redux was going to be met halfway. A lot from YFP, and Redux is just playing chicken against all the util coming out, as YFP have set up Stellar at the top window, and he's been crucial for them. But now YFP weren't as synced up as they were last time, and if anything, Qbert are just more ready for it.
Yeah, and some impressive shots coming out from both Knights and Nismo in the very beginning, too. As soon as they lost Redux, he was dancing left and right because he was trying to dodge aftershocks and also salvos while also maintaining control of the spawn so that the rest could just look out towards the window. So again, it looks a little bit trolly in the very beginning, but look at the amount of util that doesn't really allow for him to move around the sites. So he's just being selfless, making sure that he could anchor that one side so that the crossfire is perfect for heaven. Works out quite well for Qbert Academy, and that was the question. What would YFP have here if they don't have the Steel Garden? Nothing. Thankfully, though, this time around, if the hit comes in towards the A site once again, at least they have the Rolling Thunder out this time from B-Dog to create that space.
And YFP have some catching up to do, especially when it's series point for Qbert. Qbert have been left with pretty much all of the right side map control, not really being pressed in sewers, not having any initial peeks from Jake or Stellar or anything at A main. But Stellar's gonna try and be on prevention duty, maybe being top window or below it, trying to see if he can at least stop Redux from sliding into the site for free. And oh, there's a flake from YFP and Qbert. We took this thing a little too slow. And now the paranoia is set up front. Qbert are going to teleport to C. They said, this place is way too high. We got to go somewhere else. The plan will be successful on the opposite side. Now it's chaos for both teams rotating over. And it's a 3 versus 2 for YFP.
I mean, D-Dog still getting a kill out of that one is huge. So right now it comes down to the big fraggers again. Scuba and Knights. Crossfire set up towards C. You don't have an ult to work with for the retake. At least you have salvos and special delivery, so you need Stellar to be proceeding util here.
Well, Scuba doing a good job of dodging, but his steps get read by Penny, who shoots through the smoke. And Knights That's pretty clean. 1 versus 2.
Enemy remaining.
Gets down to 87. Wait, Knights. He could do it. Oh my god. The clutch. He's insane. The timing on the swing, a 9-2.
Nice is insane. Nice is insane. Again, just the first shot, okay, lucky. Through the cage, 2 bullets, headshot. But the other 2, dodging that special delivery, the stun coming out from Stellar, and immediately swinging out on the player trying to chase after him, and then just playing the time to perfection here to win it against Stellar. Nothing more you could do out of that one. If anything, unfortunately, you kind of have to fault it to YFP. You had a 3 versus 1 after you got that spray there onto Scuba, but you didn't work in tandem, work together here to try to make sure that you could trade against Knights. And when you give them that space, just like you are now, this is the results that you're getting. Hubert Academy, a couple of rounds away here from qualifying into playoffs.
An interesting spot from Penny too, just the one and done. And after having his teammate fall, it was hoping to put a dent into Qbert, and now this round feels even more secure to 5 versus 2 of all things. Now you got a Rolling Thunder from B-Dog with a stinger, a hope and a dream. And now here's a better Rolling Thunder for you and the whole squad.
Wow.
Redux almost delays his shot and gets traded. It could even been a flawless for Qbert. He'll still take a dub though.
Dude, for for B-Dog to still get a headshot kill while being stunned by Rolling Thunder with a stinger is kind of sick. It kind of shows mechanically that B-Dog still has it. So again, it doesn't matter what role he plays. If he's going to play a Jet, if he's going to play a Brimstone, if right now for these 2 maps, playing a Breach, you can definitely count on him. But the only thing that's lacking, unfortunately, so far here for YFP is the unity that they had on that retake round that gave them that second round. What was it, like round number 7, 8, something like that? But that is definitely needed a lot more here on their attack side. Hubert getting 10 on attack is not too bad here with their comp. YFP getting a pistol, winning a bonus would be kind of good here, and they have the comp to do just that. There are 5 players getting ready to rush towards the C site, and only a camera really to try to stop them.
Be as dominant as they are, post role changes, or I guess unchanged, I don't know, but like this is a huge statement for Qbert too. The amount of work they've done over the past week to get to this point. And it's not even Redux showing us like, oh my god, the craziest Neon or Jet. We're not like, wow, Overdrive or wow, Bladestorm. It's just the united effort from Qbert. Meanwhile, Spike has been planted, and YFP are trying to catch up, and it's Jake that has to go for a big play. You can't underestimate what YFP can do under pressure, because it makes diamonds, and Stellar and Jake work together to make this as difficult as possible. But now to protect the Spike, the lanes are open, Qbert are flooding in, and it's all up to clutch or kick. Jake versus Nismo. The Spike getting halfway and almost being held. Nismo gets ready, but Jake gets the last laugh.
And the U-2 was perfect for Nismo too. The aftershot to get it at half and waiting on top of the Spike, forcing Jake to run out because he still has time to work with. But Jake running out of his smoke is able to get that kill towards the end, and that was desperately needed. And we just talked about how good Qbert Academy's been, and yes, they are on form. They are looking like just playing some good, clean Valorant so far, and it's just all on sick aim that we're seeing coming out from their side. But YFP, that was the unity that we wanted. The unison from playing the garage control in the post plan was perfect. To a T here for YFP.
The first YFP pistol of the series. It's not over until Qbert crossed the finish line. At a 10-3. It would take a miracle, but Qbert brought out the outlaw. Penny had to really step up this series. There's flashes in the pan for sure of what Penny can do before he teleports out, but nothing this early.
Hubert's trying to do a little bit of full Eco Classic win if YP is able to do it before. Over exploration coming out though from P-Dog, and that should make it a lot easier now for YP to close out this round.
And Qbert not being stacked together when they go for the fun plays like that. Just hoping to win their 1v1s. And
yeah,
but hey,
how
important
just hit
is
garbage
it?
time.
Yeah, this YFP winning the pistol gives them a chance to actually come back and bring in this many guns into the bonus. It ends up being the case. I'm thinking Qbert go down with the ship here, but YFP have a lot of work ahead of them.
especially getting a couple of damaging kills would be kind of nice here for Qbert Academy, because that gives you a little bit of extra credits where it would potentially allow for you to have a much clearer buy into the next, getting full shields, because you already know that Penny invested into an outlaw in that previous round. So definitely seeing it here. Qbert Academy trying to run outside the smokes, trying to go for picks, trying to find a little bit more credits and make it expensive on the other end, and they do so with a nice kill into B-Dog. Keep chasing for those.
Okay, not bad. Deny one weapon there at the end. Still bring 3, including the Outlaw. So is there something somewhere you want to play off of with the Outlaw, like A main, C main? I mean, Penny has tried to find a weakness or who's going to jump out at him in these early rounds, but we'll see what changes Qbert have to do.
Yeah, and this time it's Penny still playing with the Outlaw in the bonus round. I don't think that Qbert Academy is going to be playing as open as the as intended here for YFP. For their side, they're just looking for an easy pick. For Qbert, you see that they're not as aggressive, right? They're trying to utilize the pings to get info.
It's Penny looking for a target, looking at A main after the Sonic is thrown from T-Dog. Now Qbert can just kind of play out. The Thief is scoping out Garage, and you can get a pick onto Knights. That would really inspire YFP to go forward and pace things up. But now you're wondering if Redux is gonna feel himself and want to make a play off of Sewers here, but everyone's kind of staying in their place.
Yeah, it's just really playing very similarly to Qbert. Thief is just waiting for the hit to happen towards the A side so he can activate on the late lurk. You'll probably have a double Senti fight. Thankfully, Nismo just got hit into the full shield, so he's still alive for this round to delay, and even Penny's low on HP. You have to start acting a little bit more quickly here on the side of YFP, and once it starts flooding in, though, there's just 4 players waiting for them there, so they're going to last minute try to pivot towards C for a plant. Dangerous call.
It's been an issue for YFP when they play these Yoru comps of just almost being their own worst enemy of how much time it takes them to develop in the round, and they leave themselves like what 10-20 seconds to plan, and Qbert are trying to prevent this from happening. It's too little too late, and the kills go for YFP. Beautiful plays out of B-Dog. Thief gets his winning Garage, denying any flank backstab chance for Scuba. Now the rest of Qbert just trying to play this from front to back, play where they can and stop YFP from wrapping around them. At this point, T-Dog and Knights just have to keep their weapon. There's no chance.
Ended up having a nice shot from Stellar through the smoke to take down the Neon, trying to dash across, at least trying to prevent the plant from happening. And you saw the counter utility too. B-Dog leveraging his Aftershock to prevent any extra pushes outside of just utilizing his Aftershock for delays. And they're actually able to get 2 kills out of that. Worked out quite well. And it's a good decent game plan coming out on the side of the YFP. Qbert Academy wanting to avoid the Outlaw from the very beginning, and because of that, because they actually had 3 players still with full shields, so they maybe could have been a little bit more aggressive on their end on how they wanted to fight back for control before YFP got into the B site. But it wasn't how that story ended, and Qbert Academy has to go for a buy around the 2 rifles that they saved previously.
The desk talked about how much experience YFP have, not only just in Valorant, but in tac shooters in general. Like, this is a situation, like, playing from behind, YFP can deal with that pressure. And in these hectic moments, they could still have such clean shots. Like, just thinking about how the spike was planted and how B-Dog is the one to clutch. Jakey got a 3K on Ascent that won them around. Like, YFP can clutch in the moments you don't expect them to. But now still have 5 more rounds. They have to YFP have to double their score to catch up. And you don't know what Redux is thinking over in Garage, just wanting to cut them off. He's not someone who's really tried to play too, like, he's not overcooking, he's not overheating. He's just doing his job.
Cage triggered.
Well, YFP are looking quite good for sure, and on their attack side for now. They're getting good reads to really move into sites and have more players in the pulse plant right now, especially with Stellar and B-Dog still staying alive. They don't have Aftershocks to work with, though. At least they have the salvo, so keeping Stellar alive is primordial right now to the survivability of YFP within this round, and he'll escape.
Yeah, Scuba's waiting for someone to walk out into garage, and now that that's smoked off, Qbert only have one lane to push through, one angle, one chance, and YFP go toe-to-toe, but it's Qbert that stands taller. And now main is smoked off. Now it's an all-out war, and Redux and the rest of Qbert work together to shave down the forces of YFP and get themselves up to 11.
Not only that, with the defuse too, and it allows for Nismo to get the Rolling Thunder. Oh, that was such a nice flood coming out from Qbert Academy. The lower buy that they had still getting so much value just from the space that Redux able to get moving in here. Double stuns, I think, happened there for Qbert Academy that really didn't allow YFP to play within the sites. Those that stay within the sites were trying to stay alive so that Stellar could play his salvos. And when everybody died, though, look at how much time was still left. He still had 12 seconds before he was able to go for a salvo on a post plant. That was very, very fast and adapted here from Qbert Academy to not give a chance here for YP to set up on the post plant.
Revealing area.
This Rolling Thunder and how it's used is going to be so important for Qbert. And these Sonics early round from T-Dog made it so YFP can't really play fast. Not that I think they would want to with Penny. And as soon as he re-peaks, he's down to 2 HP. B-Dog is dead. Such an important person to miss. Getting into the site. Nismo's like, wait a minute, you're not on my team, and now you're nowhere. The spike is down, but he's 2 HP. He can't protect this, not with an aftershock in his face. Nismo heard. Oh, no. And Penny still wins that. Oh, that was a quick strike. 2 versus 2. Penny still lives.
But what was the TP for, though? Was he trying to TP just to jump cross to see if anybody was pushing towards A? I would assume so. Benefit of the doubt, but now they pick up Spike and are able to work together here in the post plant. Oh no, Scuba's got the timing.
It should be a plant soon. How Scuba and Redux are so split up, have time to engage this together. I think it's gonna have to be the Redux show. Play fast and loose, and with the judge. Oh, the 1-2-2 to Loom. Qbert match point, series point.
Of all places to go and push for information, you're going into a judge, into the A-Lane. That's gotta hurt, but it makes sense. You play passively. You see that Scuba's continuously tapping into his camera because he's already got a trip for long C. He's got a trip for B. He's just trying to make sure there's no double walk into the garage so you can have an early rotate to maybe get some value here out of that judge. But this, at the very beginning, I was questioning T-Dog walking through the smoke. It ended up being unintentional, but a good read towards the end that they went for this double bait setup to allow Nismo to get the double kill and for Qbert to put themselves at series point.
Now T-Dog's going to be even more supported. Now that Redux is here, if they were to get pings on their Sonic, which usually they do, a lot more firepower from Qbert's side on the right side. Now YFP, they start to drone up through C, have control of Garage, and now an Armageddon. This could be catching Scuba. He manages to get out. He's forced into cover. And YFP flooding through Garage. There's that Rolling Thunder we've been waiting for. The entirety of YFP are flipped on its head, and the flood ensues from Qbert. Still searching for targets. These smokes have cut off both teams, so Qbert couldn't capitalize on this Rolling Thunder. Now that all the smoke dissipates, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, and it's YFP with 3, now 2, and Nismo to save the day. Possible with Jake swinging out. Now the smoke's in place. YFP can work together against what is left of Qbert to get them into playoffs. No flashes, no fault line, just vibes. Nismo waiting, and Jake from the corner keeps YFP alive.
Good stall coming out here from YFP. They went from ult to ult, and the Rolling Thunder was fully nullified when Nismo was trying to throw that out. No opportunities for Qbert to flood behind that. They went for a double combination too, because it went Paranoia with the fault line, yet couldn't get out of Garage. I think there was just good placements coming out here on the post plant for, or even before they planted on the side of YFP, just to not allow here Qbert Academy to come back out. And maybe a little bit of miscommunication on the side of Qbert Academy to not get the best value out of that double combo, because you still had so many players back towards that spawn.
Who's next?
So, chance to fight here for YFP, a full eco for Qbert Academy.
Go, go, go.
Additional drift getting a lot of info. It has to
Yeah.
decloak eventually, and YFP are very far behind, and there's going to be an encounter with the other duelist, and Penny gets out, but now they have to scale back in, and they've revealed their whole plan to Qbert. Rolling Thunder from an offside. YFP are still committed. Paranoia 2 evacuates the rest of Qbert. Now with Sheriffs 2, it's going to be even harder for Qbert to re-break back in. They had forced Penny out. Now it's the overdrive. Redux goes above and beyond physically and metaphorically into Hunter's Fury 2. YFP have no place to stand. Jake, Stellar, and Thief against the world. The drop down. Redux at 3 HP gets a win as Qbert from all sides hunt down what's left. It's Stellar that has to do exactly that. Can't hold off against all 3 of Qbert. With the defuse, they get up to 13, and you'll be seeing Qbert Academy at playoffs.
Thrifty.
Well done for Qbert Academy. Yeah, an eco, but it wasn't a full eco. They had 2 stingers, but it wasn't what was the game changer there for the side of Qbert Academy. It was just a flash combo with the overdrive, caught so many players off guard, fully blinded, and good information coming out on the side of Qbert Academy. This just shows to me that it's, again, a team that you just mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, that turned it around within a week with going back into their regular roles, quote unquote. But that said, getting great value out of it too. You're seeing a lot more comfort into this Scuba Sentinel. And I think that was the key thing. To have Scuba into a Sentinel role where nobody else could really play to the level that Scuba can, and then Knights could just take the controller role and it just works out. So this is looking like a very strong Qbert Academy as we're about to move into the playoffs with this team.
Yes, because we talked about how much of a star player Redux is, but now that he's even more synced up with his team, there was obviously a lot to talk about of what Redux had to adjust to. Now we have to try a whole new player to now Redux is now so well adjusted to his team. This was such a great series, both maps being one-sided. I would say one-sided throughout most.
Yeah.
Big congratulations to Qbert Academy. I think they could go into playoffs with their heads held high. I'm excited to hear what the desk has to say and also what Qbert think in their interview. So stay tuned.
a lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
And after a strong 2-0 victory, it's going to be none other than Sentinels Qbert Academy that are going to be qualified now for the playoffs of Stage 2. Roy, this is a roster that they've had the role changes. They've switched the head coach. There's a lot of things against them, but off of today's series and even just off of that most recent Haven, I wouldn't be able to tell that at all because I think this team is looking great.
Right, I'm really happy to see this talented roster with this kind of turnaround, and they looked a lot more comfortable with their new roles. It feels like things are clicking. Things, at least in my mind, things make a lot more sense in terms of how they're playing their roles. But just on the Haven alone, I feel like they just looked phenomenal. This is a completely different team than what we've seen. Right, at times they looked a little bit shaky, but they just looked so much more decisive. They looked so much more they just looked like a complete package all around, and I'm excited to see what this team has brought forth.
Especially at this point in Challengers, Ash, we've gotten to see a lot of really close game series come down to the wire as we're at the tail end of things. But Qbert Academy, I think the way that they were able to have this victory today too, I think is really telling and a really good sign for their playoff run ahead.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think you look at the fact that, now they've solidified their spot for playoffs here. There were maybe some questions when they had that really close loss up against Ambrosia, a team that was a bit of a dark horse, like heading into stage 2. But now that we've seen, all of these role changes coming in for Qbert, and now what seems to be kind of like the finalization of the vision for Cube, with having Redux going back onto that duelist, Knights looking really good, honestly, on that controller role, and that steady performance that we're seeing from Scoob as he has adjusted to that Sentinel is looking really good for this team. And I think that, yes, they did have insane performances today. They look really comfortable with how they're playing and how the compositions are now working with the system that Qbert has built. But I will also say it was a lot of taking advantage of big mistakes that YFP were also making in this best of 3 series. I feel like when we're talking about Haven, you're meant to be playing like that push and pull on defense for the side of YFP. The side that they end up losing out 2-10, but we really didn't see them going for that much of that extremity pressure. Instead, playing a little bit further back most of the time, not actually looking to force out too much of that util early. It felt like we had Qbert successfully contacting up over towards A, over towards C, very consistently, and really taking advantage of the fact that YFP were starved of a lot of that information due to their positioning.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you're absolutely right. I think YFP just looked a little bit too static on their defense side, but I think for me what is like slightly confusing is the fact that YFP opted to start on the defense side when they have a vice composition. I just feel like the low information requires you to be proactive, and they really were just sitting on sites. But I mean, shout out to Qbert, right? They knew how to work around that. They knew how to play their own push and pull. They got the whole defense from YFP completely dismantled. But the odd thing for me is look at the stats, like 12 first kills for YFP and only 7 for Qbert, yet it is a 13-6. Like that has to be an insane fumble happening on the YFP end. Like there's definitely a lot of dysfunctions. You can clearly see it even on their ascent side. They were getting completely demolished by Qbert Academy. So yeah, but fortunately, guys, this is not the end of YFP. This is not an elimination match. This was only a qualifying match. So congratulations, obviously, to Qbert Academy. But YFP, they're still on the board. They're still 3-3. They still have one more shot to clinch that playoff spot and hopefully get things rolling in playoffs. But yeah, I mean, just Qbert looked so much better. And I think for me, and maybe this is probably one of my final points is Knights. I was a big question mark, right? Like his role has been destabilized so much, right? He got thrown in as a sentinel, then he got swapped to duelist, and now he's back to controller. But a 23-6 performance, I mean, I think that speaks volumes into this player's flexibility and maybe an underrated aspect of him.
I definitely agree with you on that. I think that it says a lot for this rookie player to be stepping up in tier 2 and to be able to have now touched 3 different roles for a roster, and to have this final third one seem to be some of the best performances that he's putting out there. And he looked good on the Sentinel. He looked good on the duelist, and somehow he's looking even better on the controller. It feels like all the pieces are now finally coming together here for Qbert Academy. And I'm looking forward to seeing how now what looks to be their final form will continue to grow going into playoffs, where I feel like now Qbert is a team that everyone's always had their eyes out on. But with the new changes coming to these roles, I think they've just become more dangerous.
Yeah, I really hope this is more so along their final form, because this is looking really nice. But we have none other than the player who's gone through the most role swaps on the team. We have Knights on the line for the pit interview to get a little bit more insight. Congratulations on the win. We get to see you on the Omen today for the win, and such a big step up performance. How are you feeling, especially now on this controller role?
I'm feeling good. It's great to go back to the old role that I played in stage 3. Yeah, I think that just might be a smoke player, to be honest. It's fun over there.
Hey, might as well find that out sooner rather than later. But I want to know then the conversation as to why it then took so long to put you on this smokes role. Was it just never something that came up? You wanted to try everything else, or?
Yeah, so when I first joined the team, really had Scuba, amazing smokes player, did amazing work on smokes last year on Oxygen. And then, what's it called? We, between our off season and stage 1, I tried out smokes because Scuba was such a good lurker, and we just saw he would have definitely more what's it called, impact on Senti. So we tried me on smokes and we had him on Senti, and then everything was perfect, but then last second we swapped me to Duelist because Redux already had a Omen experience with Sen. So we just thought because we're kind of on a time crunch, so we just thought that would be the best option. And yeah, so we revisit the conversation, and yeah, me on smokes is looking pretty good, so we just went back, stayed.
And then how has that been for yourself throughout the journey? Because I know I had spoken to you when you were putting in a lot of work into the Sentinel, learning this role, right? And then now you're having another roller. Was this one a lot easier to kind of adapt to, since it was something that you did get to do back in stage 3?
Yeah, this was way easier to adapt. I've already had a lot of controller reps. It was way easier. I didn't have to learn that much. It was just everything just came back to me. It was simple. Yeah.
Perfect. And now Qbert Academy, you guys are looking really strong. You're secured for playoffs. How are you feeling now with this playoff runs ahead of you, especially with hopefully having all the roles finally finalized?
It's looking good. I think for playoffs we'll definitely be in our top form, and yeah, I think I like the position we're in right now, and I think for playoffs we'll definitely set, and it would definitely be pure domination.
I'm looking forward to it from the team. Knights, congratulations on this win, and have a good night. Thank you so much for chatting. Thank you, thank you. I love to hear the confidence coming out from the team, and cannot wait to see Qbert Academy in the playoffs. But still, one more game on the day. Quick break, and then we'll get right to it. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. Sierra Dawn, Roy, and Ash. Qbert Academy qualified into the playoffs. Trying to get another team qualified, as up next on the day, it's going to be Burger Boys going up against TSM. And we said we were super excited for the last series. Roy, that sentiment still holds. That was a lot of fun to watch. But this one I'm particularly intrigued about because these are two very different teams in terms of the experience and the prestige. But again, it is Challengers. You never know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, that should just be the trademark. Like, we need to talk to the producers and just have that in the beginning of every broadcast. You never know what to expect. But yeah, this is completely different, right? TSM, in my opinion, is a very clear overdog. They're definitely a hard-hitting team. Burger Boys is a team that no one ever talks about. I feel like we haven't talked about this roster, but they're low-key holding some insane talent on this roster, both fresh and experienced players between Retro and Nanners. But yeah, this roster has been great. I feel like they're really good. They're really flashy. They have their own little flair into the game, and I'm honestly really excited to see what they bring forth against a team like TSM, a top dog.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting part is like, I don't even know if we touched on this for even the last matchup, but that Cuber versus YFP and then now the Burger Boys versus TSM, these are teams that had been able to dodge each other so far within this season of Challengers, which is pretty crazy to think, being so deep now into the Swiss stage here of stage 2. But this Burger Boys roster, I feel like, Roy, you mentioned that we haven't talked about them like a crazy amount. They did have like a hard start to stage 2, those 0-2 losses to really difficult teams to beat, like top echelon teams in M80 and in Cuber. And then they've been slowly kind of building that momentum back up. I think that they've been performing really well as well in some like tier 3 events as well, like the Fun Haver events and like the YFP Lockdown Arena events and whatnot, and have really been solidifying those reps in competition here and have been slowly leveling up here for stage 2 to be real contenders with the additions of like Practo and Bonnie, like you had been talking about.
Yeah, this team has been frying if you look back at their past results in these tier 3. So they have been putting the reps in, and I'm excited to see how that comes to light in the server today. And I want to talk first about two people that in their last Challengers match, not just the tier 3, we're having a really strong impact in performance. And talk about Alvin and Bonnie, because looking at these two players, you have this aggression coming out from Bonnie's end, but then Roy, someone like Alvin to really be able to hold it down, and really great stats coming out from both of these players.
Yeah, you know, whenever we talk about like duelists becoming sentinel players and like how much that makes sense in some ways, Alvin is literally like a walking proof of that thing. Like, this player was playing duelist at one point and now he's on the sentinel role, and I feel like his mechanics have transferred over completely, and that risk-taking sort of playstyle has completely transitioned for him as well, and he just looks so good on that sentinel role, right? Then you have Bonnie, of course, a kind of fresh player into the scene, into the VCL scene at least. Obviously, he's been competing in tier 3 prior, but I mean, the player looks flashy. I mean, you can literally just go on these people's Twitter and get a quick feel for what kind of what these players bring to the table, right? Like, you're seeing crazy, crispy mechanics, super flashy, super flicky. Like, he plays a lot of the duelists. This is Bonnie, by the way. He's the duelist player. He plays almost every single duelist. He's flashy. He's really good. He's very high tempo. And I feel like this roster is, once that ball really gets rolling, it can be really hard to stop at times.
Especially too with this roster, it's just these two players that we're focusing on for now, but across the board, everyone's really capable of the step up. But when we are talking about Bonnie and Alvin, being able to see how they're able to put that pressure on for the team, it's a surprise that we haven't really gotten to talk about them more, Ash, because on paper and stuff, this makes a lot of sense, and why maybe they're not too much of an underdog in today's series.
Yeah, no, I think heading up into this matchup against TSM, they have a really great opportunity to contend here. And I think looking at, I guess, like the way that these players play, when you look at Alvin, the Sentinel that we've been hyping up like so much in this conversation in that head-to-head, in my opinion, I think he's one of the best Cypher players currently within this stage of Challengers. When you do look at kind of the numbers, I think that it's going to be really interesting to see him maybe even going head-to-head up against 7 on some of those Cypher maps that TSM are going to be running as well, because I know that 7, one of the best currently in Challengers League, but Alvin has some of the most reps, I think, as far as when you're looking like reps to the statistics, as far as like how well he's performing, how consistently he's performing. He's a player that hasn't been talked about as much for being so good at his role.
It'll be cool to see how this Burger Boys squad pairs up against this TSM squad, because when we're looking at the roster across the board, we've got the talent that has been here for a bit and has really been able to pave their way, with Vora and Recoil just being so strong on the team. And going on into this, TSM, I mean, I think, Roy, it's pretty safe to say that they're the team that we're expecting when you kind of look at the experience and everything else. And it's a really strong team, but I'm curious with how the head-to-head between these teams is going to pan out. But TSM's been trying the split.
Yeah, the crazy part is you look at TSM's record and they're 3-2, and it doesn't look great. But just in context, they are still a super powerhouse team. Their only losses have been to Envy and a peaking M80, and that was the last 2 matches that they played. Up until that point, they were 3-0. So I think I speak for almost all of us when I say that TSM is a very clear overdog in this category, right? They have very strong players mechanically, strategically speaking. They're on point in terms of meta interpretation. They're on point. They have shooters in every single role. Even the IGL is dropping 40s. Like, what more can this team have at this point, right? But for me, the big question is, even though Burger Boys have lost a lot of their matches, right? The only losses they've had were against M80 and Cuber, and in those matches they have been super close. But obviously, tuning back into TSM, we're going to get more into that head-to-head conversation shortly, but tuning in more to this right here, Bora has been a massive standout player for this roster. He's looked great on the calling. He's looked great in terms of in his own individual performances, and he really knows how to get that value even when the team isn't functioning on the biggest macro scale. So this player is bringing a lot to the table.
I think even just like talking about the macro scale here for TSM is just how dynamic they are with their tempo is, I feel like, really huge for this team. Bora has had really great reads, I think, when looking to anti-strat other teams and understanding the pacing at which their opponents are looking to take those rounds and adjusting the game plan of TSM in response to that, all alongside like being able to frag out and support so consistently the duelist in Sim to enable Sim to get the insane like openers that we know him for. And I feel like Bora is just one of those players where you're like, okay, surely this guy's getting the call up to tier 1 soon. That's how I feel about him, and the fact that like he's been able to pick up IGLing with such ease.
Right?
If he's not getting called up, if the TSM doesn't make, I don't know what's happening. I think Bora might be single-handedly one of the best pickups for challengers this year. Like, Roy, TSM, if they continue on this path, even if 3-2 is where they stand right now, that shouldn't really last for long.
I genuinely feel like the only thing that could take away credit from TSM at this point is if they somehow lose the next 2 matches and don't qualify for playoffs. Like, even if this is like a sloppy finish to what was a great start for the split too, like as long as they make playoffs and they have their statement in playoffs, like this has been a crazy run for them and a crazy turnaround, like especially the form that we saw. And even I've had my own criticism of the TSM meta interpretation and how they were playing, but they've really turned things around. But yeah, now we're kind of locking onto this head-to-head. I'm excited to see this sort of fresh duelist in the league. Bonnie versus Sim, the very experienced duelist, right? We talk a lot about these sort of like benchmark matchups, right? This is one of those benchmark matchups. Like, you want to know where Bonnie stands on the duelist power rankings, put him up against Sim. Sim is always in your face. He's always challenging you. He knows how to find the picks. He knows how to play around the meta. And it's going to be a great eye-opener for us to see exactly where Bonnie stands as a duelist and how he matches up against a team like TSM.
I feel like this head-to-head just perfectly encapsulates what this series is. It's going to be the more veteran team going up against a real up-and-comer. So it'll be really fun to see how that all pans out once we get into the server itself. I absolutely love it. Again, for a playoff spot, you lose not quite out as of yet, but still, you want to get the spot secured now because there is absolute craziness in every little aspect of this. But talking a little bit more about the series, let's talk about the series that is just ahead in the map picks and bans. Because when you're looking at a veteran team like TSM, they've definitely got a lot of depth to them. And Ash, they're going to be kicking it off on Icebox.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Icebox pick here for TSM, it's a bit of a no-brainer. They look really, really good on this map. Pretty clinical, honestly. We've seen them on it up against teams like Cubert Academy and M80, 2 of the best teams right now within the league. And this is a map where you can tell that they're very comfortable. One of the few teams that's also running a harbor on this map, and not just running a harbor, running a
Sage?
solo harbor, the double sentinel with the Sage
Yeah.
KJ is like, it's pretty insane, but it makes sense because it means that they're very reliant on the Gecko pick here on Icebox as well, because of the fact that you're looking at, okay, harbor, you've got that cove, with Sage, you've got the wall, and having that consistency to be able to, especially now starting out on the attacking side for them as well, I think that just plays into the hands of TSM to be able to get that bomb planted, locked down into the post plant.
Definitely. I think TSM actually has an insane meta interpretation, and it's not one that I really expected when we first saw. But when I saw their composition and I saw the way they're approaching the map, it makes complete sense. They have a very well-rounded defense comp. They have a lot of retake potential. It is a retake heavy map. It's hard to defend on that map. And then when you go on the attack side, the map is so linear. It's so like go A, go B, that their composition doesn't need much more layers than just the ability to slam these sites and just have enough util to take the initial map control on towards B main or towards A main. And they're doing that perfectly. And there's a reason why they picked this map. They've had great results on it and they've looked phenomenal. But headed over to the second map, right? We're talking about Burger Boys. Now, if you look at Burger Boys, they have played this map 15 times, including tier 3 leagues since the beginning of April. They have 15 officials played on Lotus, guys. They're 13-2 on it. Now, obviously, they've not all the teams that they've played have been the caliber of VCL teams, right? But that's still a lot of reps. And they 13-1 Blue Otter on this map. What, 2 weeks ago, I think? About a week and a half ago? Like, that is still an insane level of, you know, like comfortability and just like potential on that map. So I think the second map is actually quite interesting because it could go either way, but a part of me is kind of leaning like, is this a Burger Boy advantage on the second map? Like, it very well could be.
I'm very intrigued about that Lotus because first off, Burger Boys, the amount of reps they have on it cannot be disputed. But I don't think it necessarily looks bad from TSM's end. It goes back to they have a 33%, but they take a loss to M80 in overtime when it was M80's map pick. Like, it's not disastrous. So I don't know, first off, if I would still think it's okay, this has to be a Burger Boys way, but I would be intrigued if it does mean we get to a map 3 here, Ash, in Ascent, because that could have some interesting implications.
Yeah, it definitely is, because you look at the fact that for Burger Boys, they have a nearly like old school comp on Ascent, except you're subbing out the KO for the Yoru there on the side of
dualies.
Yeah. And like, honestly, I think that the Yoru on Ascent is super fun to see. I do think that you look at the way that Retro has been playing it as well. He's had really great performances on it. It alleviates some of that pressure from Bonnie as well. Able to like play for himself there and just put that kind of pressure on the flank, especially I think up against a comp like TSM where they have the Vice in the mix. The Yoru and the Yoru clone is super huge on Ascent to be able to deal with that Vice wall early on, and even to like even get past some of like the trap plays from the deadlock there as well. I honestly want to like take us to Ascent, take us to a map 3 for today. I think it would be super fun to see the head-to-head between those two compositions on these teams.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's going to be a long road to that third map, but if it somehow gets there, I think the interaction between obviously Burger Boys having the Yoru and the Sova, I feel like it pairs quite well into the composition that TSM is running. But who knows, right? Once we get there, we'll talk more about it. But I mean, just looking at the first map, I think it's leaning, in my mind, it's leaning pretty heavily towards TSM. They've had great results on that map. They've looked phenomenal. I'm excited to see how Burger Boys are going to approach this. I'm sure they've expected this in the veto. And then on the second map, I really feel like it could go either way. Obviously, TSM is still a massive overdog. They've had some decent results on Lotus themselves. Their only loss, actually, one of their loss was harsh. It was against Envy, okay? It was a 13-6. But their last loss was against M80. It was an OT. Not that bad. Not that bad.
It'll be curious how it shakes up. But let's get into the predictions on how we thought things were going to go for the day. I'm going to be honest here, guys. I did switch over to TSM, but then it was too late. So we're going to champion Burger Boys for this anyways. You know, I'll fight for them. They need a little love. I do think the step up this team has had is really, really good. I do think if we're going to do it, Roy, that TSM are looking really strong also.
Okay, you know what? I have a take, okay? Burger Boys got tested in the first 2 matches against some pretty difficult teams, right? But the results weren't that bad against Cuber and M80. There were some close maps. In fact, 3 of the 4 maps were pretty close. But then they've had their development matches, the recent wins against Nightblood Gaming, the recent win against Blue Otter, their win against Sad Esports. Those have been sort of the training arc, if you will, right? But now they're getting another shot at this TSM overdog again. Last time they had pretty close series, again, reminder, versus M80 and Cuber. This time it's TSM. It has their development arc been good enough? I feel like they've had time. They've had enough ample time to practice, tighten up, get everybody practice against a higher caliber of play, get everybody accustomed to the pacing in VCL. I feel like they might have a real shot. So I don't blame your pick, Sierra.
I like how you're talking about it as if like ours were swapped and you picked Burger Boys on it. I respect it though, but we almost have the match ready. We're just waiting for a player. So that being said, you know it's one you don't want to miss. So the opportunity to grab a snack. We're going to take a quick break, and on the other end, TSM and Burger Boys. Stay tuned.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for your patience. Just a little update due to a little player emergency. We are having a little bit of an extension. So 10 minutes is going to be the maximum wait here before we get to see what happens with Burger Boys versus TSM. So thank you all so much for waiting. We'll see you real soon. Thank you everyone so much for your patience. Good news, the game is soon and agents are ready. Burger Boys, TSM, and it's going to be Icebox then. Okay, right away, Roy. I love what Burger Boys is cooking. We got Nanners on the arena. This will be a fun time.
Yeah, I feel like the double dualies are going to be a really interesting dynamic here with TSM's ultra utility, super stally kind of composition that they have. If Burger Boys can successfully interrupt and disrupt TSM and their executes and their map control takes, I feel like they have a fighting chance. Otherwise, I'm leaning towards a TSM decisive victory here.
Yeah, I think the TSM comp just looks really good for how they're playing it. But I do think that the shift for Nanners to be opting for the Reyna as opposed to the ISO that we saw last time for this team, and even for Retro to be going back to the Viper instead of playing the Harbor that they were toying with last time Burger Boys played Icebox in one of the third-party tournaments, was I think that having the Reyna pick allows Nanners to be a little bit more aggressive and have that ability to get out with the dismiss, especially to disrupt like the plants for TSM, where that is really where we're going to have our eyes on, is how Burger Boys are going to try and contest that site space and control because of the Gecko there, 4-7, that ability to just send that wingman in with so much protection within the kit, within GMD and Vora, that's where you're going to have to try and like really break things up with TSM starting out on the attack first.
Odds definitely stacked against Burger Boys within this series, but it's time to see what they've got. Is Icebox is here, and what's on the line? A chance at playoffs, of course. It's ready, though. It's time to head over to Vans and Jen to get you started.
Thanks so much, Tierra. Yeah, TSM have been turning heads all split long and are right on the cusp of being the best team in Challengers. While Burger Boys, I think they're in the midst of their best split after narrowly avoiding relegation last split. And they're really grinding to prove they can hang with the rest.
Definitely, and I'm not too sure if Burger Boys is going to be able to hang with TSM, though, in this matchup on this map with this comp. I feel like I'm watching, what, 100 Thieves in 2020? When nothing works, let's just play double duelist and brawl. But you know what? Maybe sometimes that's good enough, right? Bonnie and Nanners playing that double duelist to face off against TSM, and that's what the Des was just mentioned before. There's a lot of stalls happening on the side of TSM, and if you have Bonnie and Nanners that could find timings to fight through that kind of stuff, then maybe you could get a little bit of something. But it's definitely going to be a difficult task for a team like Burger Boys to catch up to the tempo here of TSM. Thankfully, though, on defensive side first, they will be able to play aggressive and dictate the tempo on the A side defense, as all of them are stacked towards that side and playing weak side B for the retake.
Yeah, Burger Boys have been experimenting more with ISO, whether they want to play a Sentinel or not. And this time, Alvin will do so. And Nanners is, like I said, usually on the ISO. Sometimes even has a secondary duelist. This time, Bonnie's there. So Burger Boys, they're scrappy. And they want to try and surprise TSM. And it's already Retro doing just that with the first blood. At least there's a response from Sim and the rest of TSM to evict Burger Boys from these safe positions. As Nanners, well, he's clearly a threat on the mid side. TSM all stacked together, ready to deal with this as soon as the squatter goes away. And Nanners just tries to advance through it. Doesn't work out.
What was that? Like was that a cascade behind a high tide too? Because he tried to go through the first wall, saw another wall, and then saw the stars. Basically, he just saw heaven after. I just love the TSM triple pushed into that right after, being like, let's not give him any chance. And that's the definition of what it's been here. So it was double cascade. So we played full utility, by the way, for the side of GMD in that round. But I love here for the side of TSM, it's been their signature pretty much throughout this split, is you're looking at a team that plays with a lot of aggression and a team that's very protocol for trades. And TSM has turned that around since last year. I think even last year, under the helm here and the guys of Faded, they still had good protocols and good fundamentals and very good macro. But with NBS, it seems as though he's drilled in some very heavy aggression on the side here at TSM that works out.
Beautiful shot from Bonnie, too, to shut down Sim, who is maybe looking to dash in, make some space for TSM. A lot rides on Sim, GMD, and 7 to kind of set up these post-playing opportunities for Recoil and Bora, and Burger Boys just hit around the corner, and TSM stagger in, not able to do much else, but Recoil with 2, and 7 keeps it close, 1v1 between the two, and it's Alvin that gets the thrifty for Burger Boys.
And we were just gassing up TSM on that round until they just walked into their deaths overall here. Burger Boys going with full pistols and just winning all these fights. I was just looking at my other screen trying to find some more stats, and I turn around and then suddenly it's a 1v1 for Alvin Boy that's able to open it up here and close out the round for Burger Boys. And maybe that's the reason why that maybe things faltered. We do have a little bit of a tech pause as Sim is AFK and not even moving in the spawn. So I don't know if there was an issue when they were trying to enter in. But, I mean, at this point, before it's been called, damage has been made, so we should keep it up at a 1-1 scoreline here. But look at how good Burger Boys were at, and that's exactly what Roy was mentioned before. How do you fight through the amount of util that would be coming out of TSM, and to just quad face through the high tide, and their shots landed? That's the best thing you want coming out for your side. They didn't have to use too much util out of that, because they were also on an eco. So, yeah, it turned out in their favor that the crosshair was in the right spot.
Yeah, it's an important decision for Burger Boys to decide when you have this high tide that closes you in.
Sorry, I've never seen a pigeon fly before on this map, and I love it. They just threw me
it's kind of cursed. I wasn't going to note it. It's cursed.
I love it, dude. No pigeons.
2 frames in a dream.
Sorry, your point, Lemon Kiwi. Sorry to cut you.
Decisions, important things, right? Going back to important things.
True.
Burger Boys, you know, when they're closed in by the high tide, they either have to play out of it or play within it. And I like the decision to be on preventative duty because the post plans from TSM could be really strong when you have 2 sentinels, turrets, sage walls, whatever TSM have. And Burger Boys really surprised. At first it was a shot from Bonnie into Sim, which who knows if that was tech related, but Bonnie was, I think, kind of a dark horse or a dark pigeon, if you want to call it that, going into this.
Bonnie was definitely flying on that retake for sure. That said, though, the thing is with TSM is with this comp, usually we talk about how good this comp is for like planting and whatnot because of the cove, because of the wall, because of the Gecko wingman. But the thing is, like, TSM found a lot of good value on their defensive side as well. And they're not trying to leverage the Vora wall in terms of like, okay, let's try to find info. Then we could just play cove, wall, and play wingman post plant for the defuse. They're actually being very proactive on walling like B main or walking down middle and walling out that section. So they could actually stronghold and actually fight toe-to-toe against the other teams. And I kind of like the approach out there from TSM on the defensive side as well because of that. Because you look at this comp, it doesn't look like it's going to be a composition that should be able to fight toe-to-toe with, for example, a double duelist right and on the side of Burger Boys. But as soon as you section out a portion of that map, you're able to stronghold others. And maybe that crossfire setup or the pendulum swings that comes out from the aggression of TSM's protocol to trade off each other with that aggression, it turns out to be quite good for them.
And surprising that it's only been 2 rounds and we already have a thrifty, but I don't know like how much credit I want to give this because I don't know if the tech issue is on TSM side or not. But yeah, TSM are very well drilled on this map. Like Roy brought it up on the desk, winning 13-8 against M80, and this is a peaking M80. Like I kind of said, bringing us into the match, that TSM are right on the cusp of being #1. Like they're going to map 3 against M80 and some of the best teams here. But can TSM go deeper into playoffs beyond the top 6? Can they win Ascension? Like TSM have big dreams, but getting into playoffs, you know, is the first step to that.
Definitely. And now it was Sim on a return here. So again, the damage has been made. So there's not going to be any remake or whatnot from that previous round. And then it's now TSM trying to move forward and answer back with 4 Sheriffs actually. And that's a nice little ping that got into Sim. I don't think he's going to be able to move forward.
Ow, Bonnie just still taking up all that space despite a cascade coming his way. But Burger Boys just felt really confident off the information from the ping from Practo, who's been such a huge addition in the fragging department. And not only that, just bolstering Burger Boys with experience. And this is a great round. Recoil, last one left, and Burger Boys go from thrifty to flawless.
Flawless is huge too. So fighting again on top of pipes, that's something that's a little bit missed though on the side of, wow, this is the first voice crack in like a year and a half. But this is the first miss that I've seen on the side of TSM in terms of, I mean, it is a full eco, right? You're trying to scale up and try to max orb control. But the thing is like you do have a good composition with the Killjoy to be able to nanoswarm on the top of pipes. And that's one of the key things that you kind of want here on the side of TSM on your fast hits if you want to take early orb control. But if you look at the position right now, it seems as though you're trying to put recoil onto a late lurk, which is why you see this warning. Watch out for the pipes. We don't have a nano up there. So they throw the Dizzy to find information. They ping the warning. Now they take that space, and you can start now working in the mid round.
And at least Bonnie's kept in check, brought down to 10 HP. Doing the same thing as last round. TSM are adapting, but winning these fights cleanly. It's really good trades out of Burger Boys until TSM now fully take over. They've inserted Sim, and this means problems for the Burger Boys. Look at this flank too from Nanners. Gonna be an important 1v1 against Recoil if Burger Boys can converge on all sides, but Burger Boys are taking L's on different sides too. So now Nanners has to rejoin that final player, cut off by Sim, and now this is the TSM that we know.
It's Sim is the activated pigeon going on to that one. The landing kill wallbang box shot, whatever he did just there, was quite sick. But you mentioned an important fight towards that flank, but it was so hard for Nanners to try to activate into that area because the alarm bot already, or the turret rather, allowed for TSM to know that, you know, Nanners was trying something out, and it kind of like throws away the jig. That's why like a KG on this map is still so strong versus like a chamber, for example, that maybe someone until you utilize from time to time when you just want to add that firepower. But you continue with the same protocol. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Throw the Dizzy, and then you just place your crosshair. So you're waiting for that peek from Bonnie once again.
Sim and Bonnie, important match there. Burger Boys not really respecting the Cascade, and TSM up close and personal. The same 4v4 exchange that we have in the early round. Hunter's Fury versus Thrash. And it's a Hunter's Fury that is clearing out TSM, gets 7 low as well. He's the king because of the Viper. So Burger Boys really holding their ground against the team that is so threatening. I like GMD's position. He only gets 1 for the road, actually 2, but a 3rd one around the corner that he'll get to call out the rest of TSM.
Yeah, and because he had to cancel. Oh, no, he has it back. Nice shot by Recoil, though.
Thrash gets away. Retro's position unknown. We'll get a surprise on Recoil. Shot so fast though, and now Recoil repositions, and it's you can tell that kills him.
It's a nice save towards the end though, because Vor ran out with the left side with the spike without even walling towards that left. But I see the idea behind it. They were trying to tempo up, trying to pick up the orb so they could actually get the res onto GMD. I think that was GMD, yeah, that got picked off very in the beginning by Nanners. But because oh no, it was actually Sim, sorry. But because they went into the Thrash to try to clear out that space and pick up the orb, the Hunter's Fury canceled all of their plans to try to go for that res and re-hit as a 5-man. So I love the answer back coming out from Burger Boys. It stays very scrappy, and that's the nature of it looking at the Icebox composition that Burger Boys is bringing out. And now you have the Nanoswarm to help out, right? Look at there's 0 control coming out right now from the pipes because of the first Nanoswarm that was thrown.
See what we'll see what the Blazestorm does here for Bonnie, but also you just have Reckoning from GMD, so it's almost I feel like TSM are trying to bait Burger Boys into this orb fight. There is the Reckoning, there is TSM just frying Burger Boys on the approach, not letting Bonnie dash back as they've been usually able to do, and Practo is gonna still stand at the back hoping to trip up TSM, but it's just been a flawless round. Now just Retro probably should just save the weapon, but will do his best. His best is not enough.
And it's so nerdy. I feel like this is almost intentional that they wall the way that they wall. Just because the Harbor High Tide, the way that you curve it back towards the screens, there's always going to be that small gap that allows you to spot feet when players are trying to cross over or trying to find a spam spot. But with the Sage Wall that's being thrown in that side, one, you're protecting your team from the cross, and secondly, now you can play high-low on these boxes. You can also funnel everybody into that gap. So there's only one place to check here with the crosshair from the side of TSM, and Burger Boys can flood back into it. So almost at this point, if you're going to try to play from the side of Burger Boys to play, off-site and then try to break the wall, well, you're going to waste so many bullets already, and then you're given a chance here for TSM to just set up in a strong post plant with the amount of util that they were mentioning here at the desk. But if you're going to fight within the sites, you're trying to funnel through, well, Sim is just going to activate the way that he did.
I feel like if you have a Thrash or a Lockdown, it feels pretty GG for TSM in that round. Like, you've just forced Burger Boys to have to play for retake. And how do you do that against all the post plays, post plant things that you can do? Like you pointed out, the Sage Wall or whatever else that TSM could throw at you, including Sim, who is now unleashed, and you have to try and mark where he is at all times. He's starting off with a 7-3 after only 6 rounds. So I'm a big fan of what TSM are doing. And of course, with the ultimates that they had, it was easy to take all the real estate that they had. Burger Boys have to really be cognizant of what TSM have up their sleeve in terms of ultimates, and to try and predict that better so they can play just out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, and so far you're looking at this game that, at least the state of the game, that TSM is just hitting A after A after A after A, and it's quite funny because the way that Burger Boys have been playing is just trying to leverage the high lows with the double duelist and the Silva to retaliate, but they're not winning those fights. And now you get into a position here for TSM that you could start conditioning. You could start faking your A presence. You could start activating lurks even more, because you just saw it before we get into the replay. They're actually focusing 4 players on that side now. And TSM never really activated 7 recoil anybody on a late lurk on middle yet. They've never really gone B except for the pistol round. There's still so much room right now for TSM to cook with on their attack side thus far, because Burger Boys just can't win these fights one-on-one when you get into these positions on the A side holds.
I look towards someone like Practo on the Sova on defense to give as much information as possible to Bonnie, because when Practo had that double ping, like Bonnie, I think was able to stay there a bit longer, because then TSM know they're marked, they don't know what to do and how Bonnie's gonna react. Like, the Burger Boys are not respecting the cascade right away from TSM. They're gonna see how the fight for orb goes, but if Bonnie is gonna get picked off now that TSM have adapted, Burger Boys are gonna be in an even harder situation for retakes later on if Bonnie's not involved. And Nanners, I'm still waiting for that impact to be felt, but really it's what Bonnie does in the early round that is going to dictate the rest, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bonnie and Nanners, both with how they were trying to play so far on their defensive side, is not necessarily always go for like double swings, but pendulum, because Nanners could go for a pick and dismiss away. But it feels like it's kind of read by TSM. If they're not going for the double swing, they're definitely going for one ping, one pong, and TSM was already ready to retaliate on that pong. You saw that on that previous round. Bonnie got instantly punished, and then TSM was able to flood into the site. So TSM are also able to just push very quickly into second gear as soon as they get the first opener here on the A site. So now you're looking back at this comp, it's like, okay, well, we have a bunch of weakness or a bunch of gaps rather to hold the A site if our duelists can't. So now you're seeing Alvin with this turret on middle. Although, albeit this is a half buy that you're seeing on the side of Burger Boys, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see like a switch in adding like alarm bots and nanoswarms just to try to slow down a little bit, so that once you delay that extra 5-6 seconds with the nanoswarms, that pops off, then it gives a chance here for the wall to come down for the high tide, and then for the rest here of Burger Boys to try to flood back in and fight.
It's not an immediate commitment from TSM off that cascade, because Nanners is always ready to fight for that orb and has Empress too to just enable himself. While I thought Recoil would have wanted to fight for that orb, maybe at least on the B side he can, because the lockdown's super crucial on this map. Especially when Burger Boys retake is going to be so tough against the double Senti, so Burger Boys already get picked off. Nanners on the flank gets checked. Even have Bonnie in mid that could surprise me. He's gonna just go and reestablish Burger Boys on B the normal way, and TSM just fight this from front to back. Practo with the solo swing, fantastic shot with the Sheriff, but GMD goes and cleans up both at the end. Spike is planted, Alvin is left in a 1 versus 3, and that's all she wrote. 5-2.
And that's the thing, we were just literally talking about conditioning on the side of TSM. They went with the same cascade, but then not adding extra util to follow the cascade was easy for Nanners to walk through and get all of that information. And Burger Boys was still able to stronghold towards that B site, and TSM wanted to disrespect the Burger Boys rotate. Even though they had all of that information, TSM knew that it was a low buy out from the side of Burger Boys. They didn't want to come into the lockdown. They want to say, look, we're going to fight fire for fire again. And they got the perfect trades going into that one and still got the upper hand because GMD's been laser beaming with the Phantom so far in his B-site hits, or overall in this map.
Both flank attempts from Nanners have been shut down. Oh, well, Sim did scare the heck out of Nanners just there. The air took the shot for him. Now the lockdown is there with Burger Boys having to just leave, not having the Hunter's Fury to deal with it. Alvin can just throw his own lockdown, but it's the timing of it. Now the spike's getting planted, waiting for maybe a counter lockdown. Burger Boys from the other side of also a high tide. There is the defensive lockdown. TSM have no way to deal with it.
Well, here's the thing now. Now you have Mosh, you have Nanoswarms being placed on the ground for recoil. You probably need to get a shock dart in there, which Practo doesn't have anymore, so they could just delay.
Right, and there's an op that Burger Boys are already aware of in Sim's hand. Having this high ground position, being able to see over the Viper's wall is huge. Viper's wall comes down. Burger Boys will be able to safely get the defuse halfway. It has to be a fight here and now as the time dwindles. The wall is up. You try to get the spike halfway. Buy yourself a chance to win this round. It's 2 versus 2. Avora versus Nanners with no time to defuse. And Nanners at least gets 3 for the road. Already had Empress 2. Doesn't matter. So TSM, strong start.
Definitely, and that was a good answer back from TSM after the defensive lockdown. Even if the Nanoswarm didn't delay quick enough, it was still good enough to not allow the Viper wall on the defensive side to get value. So that's exactly what we were talking about before in terms of what Burger Boys could do with the Nanoswarm on a defense. Run down the clock of those oppressive walls so you can try to fight back with it. This time TSM does it to perfection against the retake of Burger Boys. And dude, the alarm bot sounded on middle, and nobody turned around to take down GMD. Big kill onto Bonnie, got the push forward, ran the clock down, and TSM wins off time.
I think TSM are winning in the economy too. Like, they're really rich right now.
Yeah.
Outlaw still in the hand of Sim. She could upgrade to an op maybe another time, but that was an op he had before, but.
And it's definitely just praising. Exactly, it's just praising the IGL and stuff like that as well from the side of just strong IGLs in general. That's something that we just witnessed previously when Knights was using an Outlaw, because you're forced to play small shields. A body shot is 140, and you can do 2 instant shots with the Outlaw. So you're gonna do so much damage against this lower buy from Burger Boys anyways. So it's nice. And if Sim dies, he should still have enough economy to buy an operator within the next round if his teammates are not going to drop for him. So it's a smart play.
TSM going to re-clear. It's not the early round insta-cascade. It's catching Burger Boys completely off guard with the Outlaw, as you mentioned. There's still someone lurking around. Bonnie, he's the one shot, one opportunity, and he just dashes out, hesitates, fumbles, and TSM wipes the floor clean of the Burger Boys, leaving Retro to just go down with the ship.
Yeah. And it's probably just Dyna Spike he's praying for, which is why GMD's hunting for him. He wants to get the Reckoning no matter what in the next round. And yeah, maybe if he sacrifices a Phantom, you just mentioned the economy it's so high on the side of TSM that losing a weapon is not an issue if he's going to give it away to Retro, if it allows for him to get a Reckoning in the next round. So all of TSM are spreading out. Sim may die here at this point. Oh, okay. He's dodging, but the wingman just saw him. So GMD is coming. GMD's coming.
Uh-oh.
GMD's coming.
Sim doesn't want the smoke either, and it ends up still being a flawless for TSM. And Burger Boys, I mean, the Death talked about how much they grind. They're playing in community tournaments. They've played this map a lot, and they're just on the come up. Yet they barely dodged relegation last split, but they've played close to some really strong teams. And I hope Burger Boys, this is a good day for them, because this is going to be one of their best chances to get into playoffs. And that's just even a crazy statement in itself, that Burger Boys are having such a good split, and they are that close to getting into playoffs despite how last split went.
Yeah, man. It's difficult. it's definitely a difficult task to start with when you're playing TSM's best map so far in the split. Playing some Icebox, playing the way that it did, and not a lot of teams have reps around the composition that TSM runs. If not, they're the only team that runs this type of composition so far in Challengers and VCTs. So you're just trying to think on the fly, and it's not working out too well for you. So hopefully, Lotus could be a better answer.
I like that 7 circles the Thrash back so he can pick it back up, using it as a scouting tool. Hunter's Fury has caused TSM to scatter a bit. Now, a reckoning from GMD, a lot being invested from TSM, and still 4 alive for Burger Boys. Now a Thrash round 2. Now you've caught Retro. Not detained, but you know where he is. Recoil hunts him down. So many tools for TSM to find where Burger Boys are lurking at. And it gets close. Like, a lot of these rounds are down to 1v1s, 2v2s. Like, but Burger Boys just can't close them out.
Yeah. And somehow I think Vora got a kill while he was flashed by a leader. That was quite insane because they were looking in positions there for TSM where, for one of those rare moments where it does happen for the TSM camp that they're not always together to go for instant trades. I look at this. Recoil, it's understandable. He's the lurker. But look at everybody else here. If Vora doesn't, if Vora dies here, he's not traded from the players on the top of the B site because they're getting flooded by other people as well. But thankfully, shooting better at TSM today.
Yeah, I like that spot though from TSM, because at least now that could even allow them to flank if they wanted to do something crazy in mid. And at the very least, it calls the attention of Burger Boys to close the gaps that TSM have created, which may, as a result, create a weaker A site. TSM are still going to scale like there's someone there, because with that Viper wall, you just never know.
Burger Boys haven't really been trying to attempt to add any pressure towards B main ever, really. I think they're really respecting Recoil with the turret so far. And just trying to gamble and fight head to head.
There's the flood in from TSM, and wow, just at the back line, Burger Boys stand tall. The wingman does not get to play, and it's on the high ground. Tough for TSM to recover. I guess not that difficult after all. Just TSM. So united as a team. The Cove comes up, and Nanners has to circle around like a shark. Comes out with no dinner in the end. 9-2. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, he was a shark swimming around a pot of orcas, being TSM on that high low towards the end. It was a little bit convoluted, though. They didn't really swing out that 3-2-1 immediately to guarantee the trade. But at least GMD is, like I said, I think Harbor and Icebox is kind of like his map. And when it looks so good to fight toe-to-toe against TSM in the first place, somehow both Vora and GMD instantly dropped 3-4 players and didn't give a chance here for Nanners to clutch the round out here for Burger Boys. And TSM are running away now with the first half. Finally, some pipes control, but it's being watched. Look at that. Up and also an outlaw to fight against the buy here, Burger Boys, for the last round.
Yeah, Bonnie's trying to make a big play here, and he escapes from the high ground. He's been detected on the low. He's already been dinged, and TSM are back at their full force. Now it's just a long-range fight, and Practo is huge with this Guardian. Vora won't be able to res, and as picks up a double kill of his own. So this is finally a Burger Boys round that could be promising, especially if TSM are just gonna approach these isolated environments.
9-3 towards the end. I mean, I like the idea from GMD. I don't think the orb was available anymore, so he was just trying to win a duel, trying to find a timing. He gets that kill, he gets Reckoning. Maybe the tides change literally for the side of the Harbor. But that said, very, very nice shots happening towards the very beginning, taking that pipes control on the side of Burger Boys. And again, one of those rare moments where you don't add that extra util to take the pipes control, and it bites you in the ass there for the side of TSM. Nice shots from Vora, but there's just too many bodies on A.
Especially if TSM are going to be playing that far back. It's going to be tough to really hit them with util, and it's up to Nanners to get a good leer for Bonnie to go up and take space and Sim is just one of the most deadly jets that we have in Challengers. That is his bread and butter. So, tough challenge for Bonnie and Nanners. At least you got 2 duelists, but now on the flank, there's some action here in mid with TSM going for a big play on with pistols, just walking 3 down. But once they're detected, they'll just kind of stay put.
And as I was praising Vora in terms of like the early walls that he plays here, this time on pistol round saves it. You see GMD also has a cove. All of them are playing soft on A site and are trying to flood retake. And one of those moments where I say, yeah, they're going to use all their utils to try to go for a full defuse. It's about to happen, if they can make it.
Wow, the high tide just kind of splits up Burger Boys, forces them to play as closer than they are really comfortable for. And that's 3 with the Sheriff from Sim. The spike is getting halfway. TSM are getting shot from places they don't even know where it's coming from, but 7 still pulls out on top.
Yeah, and that's the wingman for the defuse too. So they lost GMD. Vora can get into a position to wall, but they still have a 6 men in the roster for TSM just to fight. It got very, very chaotic, hence why even the observers are trying to catch that on time. But that means that you had very good positioning from both Burger Boys and TSM for how immediate and they wanted to be in these fights. It just, once again, players on the side of TSM, just all cylinders firing from top to bottom. 7, one of those rare occasions where he gets to step up, gets a 2K in that round 2, and TSM wins a very, very easy pistol round.
Yeah, GMD has been such a crucial player on this team. And now even for the retakes, sealing in Burger Boys and sealing their fate. So now with that pistol, TSM are setting themselves up to take the map. All depends on what Bonnie can do. Gets down, is hemorrhaging. Burger Boys need to support their duelists, and they all fall to the outlaw of Sim. In the golden hands of TSM, that gets so close now to match point.
Dude, Sim is getting so flashy, and let's face it, last year when he was playing Neon and he was playing Raze into this Neon meta, there was definitely a lot of moments where he's able to gain space and slightly overheat and not really get into these moments where he could really shine. But it really looks like getting a jet or getting an AWP in the hands of Sim is his wheelhouse for sure. It's not only on creating the space, but he's so good in being very flashy in the kills. And even last year when he was AWPing, it didn't look like he was hitting as much as he is this year. And it's very nice to see.
Now the 2-1-2 split for TSM, and Sim doesn't need anybody else. The Outlaw, the Sheriff, he's got hands for everyone. Burger Boys will finally snuff out his flame. Burger Boys have a lot more ahead of them. So now the signals to TSM, which side Burger Boys really want. And Alvin doing a fantastic job with the Sheriff. It's all up to GMD. Burger Boys got a thrifty in them. Oh, they do.
What is this? Is this Game Changers? Are they all using GC shares? Sim had 2 incredible shots. But then after that, just the spacing. I got to note Alvin going into that one. I wasn't sure who was scaling up with him. Maybe it was Practo. But the way that they were jiggling for those angles, they just knew where to place their crosshair to get the best value when they're jiggle peeking into these corners. And that, again, is just mispositioning after Sim dies. You allow him to overheat because he's able to get 2 for you. But then everybody else in those positions are just in positions that are solo. And it just owns them.
What can Sim do? He's got the whole team with him. He's got knives in the forehead of Bonnie. And Burger Boys haven't even thought of a plan before it's been thrown in the bin by TSM, just walking through mid and now walling off their exit. They fade into the shadows, and Burger Boys are left picking up the pieces.
And that's what we're talking about. Not only did they late wall down middle, but they early wall towards A side. So you denied so much vision and pressure that you're forced to now fight into a default into spawn right into their hands. And now they could kind of like stronghold still. You're seeing that they're playing weak side on both B and A, but they're strongholding on middle to try to play off the turret that's watching in that spot. And why not? You're already 2 players ahead. Let them plant, and you'll try to play the pulse plant after. Even if Practo plants, he's not going to have Hunter's Fury here, so give him that space.
Right, no recon for Burger Boys. The plant.
Spike planted.
The TSM can't do anything without, but Sim lurks in the shadows for his moment. And now it's a dance that Retro does not want to be part of. He wants to be uninvited. And even with the slow, that's so wait, Retro wins that. It's kind of crazy. But ultimately, TSM get up to match point, really starting to show us how much they outclass Burger Boys. And this is a TSM map pick, so there's always Lotus.
There's always Lotus. That's what we're hoping for here for the next map. But I want to praise Vora too in that round. So you're playing soft side, right? And you're playing all the way towards Snowman. Look at how good that orb is, because it's a similar thing as we were mentioning before in terms of trying to use nanostorms to run down the wall. The slow orb forces the planet to stay stuck in spot. As soon as the wall comes down, you're a sitting duck. It just allows for you to play men advantage on a retake automatically because nobody's going to be able to escape after the plant. Just small, simple things here that TSM seems to understand with this composition on this map.
All right, the Leers lead the charge for Burger Boys to try and deny what seems like the inevitable, and it's a huge double kill that sets TSM behind, and Seven can't seem to match it. They can't seem to snuff out Nanners, and we needed him to show up. Now with the Empress available, you got TSM getting cut off from their rotations, and it's just recoil left, and well, you know what's about to happen, right? 4 versus 1. Okay, there we go. 4 for Nanners. Okay.
I like to think the Copium is there missing the shots so that Nanners could get his Empress after that kill. That said, though, it's a nice little fight back coming in from Burger Boys. We really tried to close the map very strong for the side of TSM, so why not brute force your way through, try to fight. And the Raycon dart, though, not being broken was probably what was the most important thing that should have been broken in the first place to get value out of your defensive push. And Burger Boys are able to survive into that fight and build a pretty strong econ to bring it off into the next round. But funny enough, it's in the hands of Retro, lurk in middle.
Burger Boys can continue what worked out for them as Nanners Leer, and he needs to be confident, and TSM just kicks the team into the dirt. It's pretty even, though. It's so scrappy. It's just a bloodbath for this middle of A. It's TSM really think that they can just outshoot them. And now Vora, could just backstab them unless Bonnie is quicker. Now we hear the ace chants off into the distance to recoil the next victim.
Ace, 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 ace. Keep going. I'm just the crowd. Ace, ace,
yeah, free ASMR crowd for y'all. I'm sorry for speaking that into existence. All right, Bonnie, go do the thing.
Spike plant.
Oh, we saw him.
Dude, why you gotta steal it, bro? Actually, let Retro get it. You could get a pit into the next round, but Bolt Duelist just saving around once again here for Burger Boys, and Vora almost had a timing to be able to get that onto Bonnie, and almost, if Bonnie never checked towards pipes, it was 2 free kills coming out there, and the map would have been over. But look how things are going on this side. So good on the fight, so good on the trades until this happens. Sim is right there. Seven was up there with him on a high-low, but he was never fully engaged to really be in a spot so that they could get the ultimate trade. And just that small mistake was heavily capitalized by Burger Boys. Both Nanners and Bonnie able to fight back and winning those duels. And now it's TSM going with a buy back into the, a Sheriff buy with a push towards B. It's going to get spotted by the turret, though, but might still force Retro to swing into 4 players. Yep.
Okay, wait a minute. Sim's kind of nasty, but Burger Boys still have better weapons in the end. Checking their flanks, still 2 hiding back here, and Sim gets discovered. The rest of TSM will fall. A 1 versus 2. The fact that it was even this close, and the recoil got 2 at the end is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and you're going to thank your Valorant gods, too, on that one that Burger Boys was able to pull through, because that Dizzy got so much value, and I think Retro got a kill while he was gooped. That was pretty insane. But you are right, they got so much value out of that round for TSM that look at the ults that are available for their side. Yes, there's still some good ults on the side of Burger Boys, especially with this pit, but there is so much counter ults to counter the pit. So it's up to Burger Boys to maybe up the tempo first and try to get into sites, but TSM has all of the answers in the post line.
Maybe it's just a Sim go kill angle, but he has the op, so Sim go shoot. He's just won almost every duel And you expect Jets to be on the high ground so much, but he's been running around through the middle side of the site. Burger Boys are more aware of it this time because Sim gets away with way too many double kills, way too much crime. Burger Boys kind of just trying to react to it. Now nothing is presenting itself.
Next thing, while they have this pipes control, is maybe the triple swing when the wall comes down before even activating the lockdown. Because if not, it's too easy of a tell.
Well, even if you try to jump peek Sim, he'll probably still hit that shot. So lockdown from Burger Boys just to get them set up. But Sim also has like a corner at the back that he can work with, and he could get detained, and he does at the last second. He's in a safe position, and this could bait Burger Boys into wanting to go hunt that down. Instead, they'll play off the pit. Here's the Thrash to try and find that Viper and to shut down that pit, and a defensive lockdown, well, to push the Viper out of her own pit. There is a wealth of ultimates, but still no kills somehow until now. Here is Sim. He's let loose. He has found where Burger Boys are hiding from, and the den has been emptied.
He's detained
and
too.
TSM are gonna defuse and take Icebox while Bonnie has his hands tied. Disgusting.
Like I said, what do you want when you're gonna try to play a pit inside all of that? A reckoning, a lockdown, a Thrash. There was no choice there for, you know, Retro to stay inside that pit and hopefully somehow play hide and seek to stay alive so they have a chance to fight in the post plant after the lockdown dissipates. Because you're playing double duelists. How do you want to set up to break the lockdown? So it had to come down to those swing rounds, and unfortunately, it was a swing round that went on the side of TSM because just on paper, on this map, that comp was much stronger than what you had there for Burger Boys.
Yeah, 13-7 is quite a gap in the score, but I feel like a lot of these rounds were 1v1s, 2v2s, like very, very close, and Burger Boys with Thrifties. It was cool to see. It was cool to see. And maybe we'll see a different side of Burger Boys on their map pick coming up of Lotus, or we could see TSM go to playoffs. If you want to know what's going to happen, you better stay tuned.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise, it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is. You feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
a lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
Qualification to playoffs on the line. And first up, it's going to be Icebox. We had set the stakes beforehand, Ash. This one looks pretty strong for TSM, and they're going to follow through on that, taking the first map of the series. They're definitely more so the overdogs heading into this, and it was a good fight by Burger Boys, but this is about lines up with what we expected.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think Burger Boys, they did look a bit better once we headed into that second half, but half number 1, that 9-3 was honestly really clinical coming out from TSM. There were moments where we saw Burger Boys have a little bit of that bite back, but it felt like TSM had just such like a set plan with how they like to execute over it, a lot of times over towards that A site, but even just like the mid control that they would go for at times, some of those like late lurks that we'd see coming in from recoil as well. And then into those B hits, it is very clear that TSM has put a lot of effort into a lot of these set plays that they're coming to the server for, and it was hard for Burger Boys to find that kind of answer where we saw a bit of a response with them trying to fight forward against that wall here and there. But it's also hard, Roy, to try and like push through that when you do have to deal with like the slow that comes with pushing past that harbor utility.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think TSM was doing a great job with the pacing. Like their A takes were on point. They were waiting for their cooldowns. They were hitting sites together. Like the spacing was extremely tight. I think ultimately TSM just had a really good game plan. But I do agree with you. We did see a bit of a bite back from Burger Boys. I think they had an idea of how they wanted to do it. That's why they got the Ray now. That's why they're running the double duelist. They wanted to interrupt the patterns, and they were trying to do it. But once TSM caught on, it seems like it was like a layer on top of a layer. Like they adapted, they were all playing tight. They were waiting that microsecond for the re-aggression from Burger Boys. They were catching them. Like it just really did feel like a TSM had a very good read, a very good game plan, and they executed it flawlessly. Obviously, it helps to have somebody on your team like Sim, who's dropping, you know, just like casual 26 kills and 13 deaths. That helps certainly, but the game plan was definitely there for TSM.
I'm definitely hoping that bite that we got to see come out from Burger Boys comes to light later on in the series when they are on their own map pick. But you're so right. Sim just going crazy on this map. Ash, that 8 first kills. Reminder, TSM only had 10 first kills overall, and Sim responsible for 8 of them. Him pushing on forward constantly. Oh my gosh.
No, it's insane. And the thing is, most of them ended up actually being on the defense side for Sim as well. Like he went 5-0 in that second half, and that was a side where, you know, it was a quick close off there from TSM because they managed to start off like that in that 9-3 in half number 1. Yep. But it says so much about how TSM are looking to set Sim up. I think that you look at the way that this composition works here on the side of TSM, where there is so much of that stall potential, but it does work the best when you have Sim like pushing on those extremities, forcing Burger Boys into these positions where they're falling into the traps of the, like, whether it's like the slows, like the molly combos and whatnot on the side of TSM to buy that additional time for the team. And everything just synergizes so well with TSM's approach to every round.
It's part of something that I love about the composition that they choose to run. And I want to kind of go back to that stall potential and everything else that the team offers. And Ash, looking back at round 10 specifically with how TSM played this.
Yeah, I wanted to pull this particular round, even though I feel like we didn't see TSM go to B like a crazy amount. A lot of the times they did favor that A side hit, but it always started off with its cascade over at the left side of B main, cutting off the angle there for yellow, making it a lot easier for TSM to look towards that scale up. And they had the Thrash available in this as well. That's why you see such a deep harbor wall being thrown over to cut off like the orange positioning. You have the Thrash clearing things out. You have Recoil waiting in mid for that backstab as well. Retro was so aware of it, still trying to disrupt a bit early on to make sure that not as much value could be found by that Sage wall. But you can see I'm continuously like checking behind him. And once the flood is about to come through here for Burger Boys, that's when we see the reckoning being thrown at, buying that additional time for the Thrash to get refreshed. And it was just so hard for Burger Boys to find an opening. And Roy, I feel like this was just like such a great round to highlight as far as giving an idea of how TSM was approaching this map on a macro sense.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this is a great highlight to what they were planning, right? They had so many good ideas, but I think it's this along with the mix-ups, right? And just how well drilled where they were. Like, yes, it wasn't a simulator, but they had the B mix-ups, they had the mid mix-ups, and they had just enough mix-ups. But even when they went towards the B site, their executes looked just as drilled as their A executes. Like, they were just on point with the utility. They were on point with the ultimates. And this is the TSM that we're expecting. This is the TSM. There's a reason why we're calling them a top dog. This is that TSM. So that being said, we're still favoring TSM on this first map, but now we're going into Lotus, a map that should be a lot more comfortable for Burger Boys. Yes, they put up a decent fight on Icebox, but I'm expecting it to be just a little bit more competitive here on the second map.
That's exactly it. And looking at this Lotus, Burger Boy's pick in the series, it's a Burger Boy that did get to fight back on Icebox, even if it's maybe not the scoreline they wanted. So now Ash, on a map that they have so many reps with, sure, this isn't a bad map for TSM, but I'm curious how they're going to fare against the experience that Burger Boys have gotten here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting head-to-head here on Lotus because of the amount of experience Burger Boys have had that we continuously talk about, right? And I think that the glimmers of understanding that we saw coming from Burger Boys on Icebox does leave me hopeful for Lotus as far as their ability to make those adaptations, to read into how TSM are playing. Granted, I do think that this is a TSM today that feels like they are a bit of an edge up. It feels like they are a little bit of that step ahead, but Burger Boys aren't too far behind them as far as like understanding how they're looking for the pacing going into each of these rounds and whatnot. So on Lotus, I think that it's going to be interesting. My eyes have to also, I think, specifically be drawn to like the duelists here as well, because they have different approaches. Burger Boys lean into the Raze that has fallen out of favor a little bit on Lotus, and meanwhile TSM, they lean a bit more into that Neon.
Yeah, I think that different tempo is definitely going to make an impact. But just to draw one final point from the first map as well, I think it would help extremely for Burger Boys if they could win one of the pistols. Like, if you're going to have a 13-7 matchup, like, you need one of the pistols, right? That buys you just enough more rounds to sort of adjust, make you know, kind of allow yourself to execute the game plans that you might have had in mind. I think a good start here for Burger Boys would definitely be a factor for them to start mounting this reverse sweep from coming from this first map. But yeah, I completely agree. I think the duelists are in fact a big factor in this. Obviously, when you're going up against the Vice, the way you deal with the utility changes drastically from the Neon to the Raze. But they both have the Tejo, they both have the Breach. There's a ton of util to back up the duelists, so we're going to be expecting that util heavy meta that we've been seeing, and I think it's not really going to stop here in the second map.
Even when you look at the duelists, it has been Lotus, the only map for TSM that they've really made changes on throughout the second stage, feeling confident in fairly everything else. And it has been Sim going from the Euro onto that Neon instead. So Ash, my question is, when we got to see Sim so comfortable on that first map, just frying, now that we get to see the Neon on the second map, will we get to see that momentum carry on forward?
I think that's hard to answer. I feel like with the way that TSM as a whole were controlling the tempo, it does make me feel really good about how things might look on Lotus if Sim does lean into that Neon still, because they will be able to kind of disrupt the expectation for timings on up against Burger Boys and force them to make those kind of like micro adjustments in each round to kind of say, okay, this is when we would normally be expecting this push. Sure, then they play that game like that push and pull, and Sim's able to catch somebody off guard, right? So I think it's going to be really interesting to see the kind of pacing and how dynamic TSM are going to be with that, because we see them on completely opposite sides of the spectrum. They're the rounds where we see like the set plays coming out from TSM. They're hitting that site really hard off the gate, but then this team is also able to slow things down immensely. And I think that's what a lot of teams struggle up against them with, is the fact that they can change that tempo, change those expectations, thanks to the conditioning that they're doing, and it makes it so much harder to ante round for round.
This is the TSM squad that the changes of this year, the so many layers to the squad. They've been a tough one to contend against. So heading into the agent select, it's time to see if Burger Boys have just enough to try and take this into a map 3. They did well in the last map, and going into this, I mean, we had talked about the agents, what we expected, Roy, so this lines up pretty much as what we thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think seeing changes here would have been pretty crazy. But well, what I'm looking at, what I'm eyeing out for this matchup, guys, is how Burger Boys are going to be approaching their defense side, right? You can't really be passive in this current state of the meta. You have to draw utility early from the attackers. You have to try to kite your way back to the sites so you can have a comfortable finish on the bomb sites to defend. Obviously, TSM, I'm looking at them to see how they're going to manage their set plays. They looked incredibly drilled on that first map. I'd like to see a lot more of that form coming into the second one. And guys, it is going to be a battle here on the second map, I think.
Oh, yes, it will. And I'm so excited for it. Again, this is for a spot in the playoffs here. TSM have looked so strong, but it's time to see if Burger Boys can bounce back on Lotus. It's time to get into it and head over to our casters, Jen and Van.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, TSM have a date with destiny. Playoffs on the horizon, and the final curveball could be Burger Boys if they pull through on their map pick of Lotus and shake off how Icebox went.
Yeah, definitely. Icebox has got to be a write-off for Burger Boys, and you just focus here on Lotus, and quite technically on paper, they should be looking quite comfortable, a little bit more confident, at least on Lotus as well, just for the simple fact of the composition in itself. They were just talking about the desk before, where, you know, the arrays might be outdated here and there for some teams and compositions that Ash was mentioning. But I think overall, if you're looking at the duelist between Bonnie and Sim, having to both play against the Vice over at Alvin's side and Recoil, you're probably going to give the upper hand here for Burger Boys, because it's going to be hard for Sim to really get the best value out of just dashing onto C site, while the Rays could just satchel as well with an Omen TP to double dive into the C site. So I'm expecting here on this composition in this map that TSM should be working this AB side a lot more.
Maybe a role change between Alvin and Nanners. They've gone back and forth on who does Zais and who does Omen. Either way, let's just look at how TSM are going to roll out on this. Just slipping by the defenses, literally, and even having the back of Sim as he enters. And Burger Boys try to cut off the rotations as TSM follow through. And it's not been an easy road for TSM. If anything, there may not even be a destination. It's 7 in a 1 versus 3. 1 down, 2 more to go. And it's Burger Boys with the pistol.
Yeah, gray hole towards the end there for Burger Boys, and that's the nature of it, right? We just mentioned about the Neon versus device utility. Already the setup that you had from the side of Alvin was a wall and 2 slows on that side to really just snuff out anything on that part. So you're playing off C site, you're playing light info on B site, and you're stacking A. So all of TSM is just naturally going to run into a 4-player stack, which looks even better on the highlight reel, because Burger Boys just landed some clean shots by good crosshair placement. So that's a great start that you want to hear for the side of the defense here for Burger Boys. And this is what we're talking about, the test now with the wall, with the util, which is why here Vora is using his salvos at the very beginning, which is nice.
Okay, well, I think the Open managed to get through with the Neon, but because of the smoke, it made things really tricky for TSM to know that wall was there to cross together, and TSM are going to fumble over their laces, although they were just going to be at a disadvantage through the weapons, but at least now TSM can go forward knowing where that Vice wall is and what they're going to do to set up Sim for success after that.
Yeah, they should have. I mean, I was just saying the oh no, because Retro should have died. GMD somehow, I think he TP'd over the wall, if I'm not mistaken, and dropped behind it, and then did get the surprise onto Retro, just couldn't get the kill. But yeah, everything there from looking at Burger Boys setup on the C site, the Vice wall at that spot is actually quite normal as well. But the ways that you have to break those razor vines in the very beginning, and just making sure that in the future, if you're going to move across, maybe you're just going to do the same thing as if you had the raise on top of that in the composition that Burger Boys has. Just Omen TP when you run across, and then you still have some sort of a double dive into sight.
Well, TSM are not going to want to mess with that Vice wall, so they'll just play off their Neon wall to try and pressure into tree. And even with the boom or the drone that was activated. Burger Boys are just not scared. They face the danger head on, have the spike being dropped. The Burger Boys have to open the door to see what's on the other side of the paranoia. Triple kill from GMD. Only W's to try and turn this whole round in TSM's favor.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, dude, but he planted the worst spot.
Oh, tough.
I mean, it makes sense. You already had the lurk up from Vora. He went towards the staircase, so naturally they're not going to come down towards that spot. And then you don't want to be exposed, hugging into the outside wall in case somebody was dropped or heaven. So it's just understandable that GMD was planting behind that box. But dude, the plot armor, how the hell does Retro survive at 70 HP on top of that? When Sim was running through, GMD almost turned around back in favor here for TSM, but again, it's just a nice little wall bang towards the end with just unluckiness from TSM not knowing where the last two players were at. So Burger Boys converting a bonus is huge.
TSM don't have the best weapons going into this and now have to experiment around this vice wall that is going to close out Sim, isolate him from the rest. Sneaking by is GMD, and Bonnie deals with the rest of TSM. Big double kill from 7 makes this possible, but recoil upgrades to the Stinger. 1 versus 3 with the spike down. Not going to be easy.
Info of where the omen is, though. He just flashed from door, so there is an opening for recoil to just focus into waterfall.
There's a crouch up there. Try to get a lucky headshot, but hey, this is a fantastic start for Burger Boys.
Yeah. Fast tempos from TSM on the A side door and fast tempo on C side, both of them being fully denied. I mean, outside of GMD's heroic play towards that tree, TSM hasn't been having the best in terms of like fast hitting into these sites. So you're going to have to really start adding a little bit more lurks here at this point. I think it'll be smart if TSM still continues to protocol and condition the salvos into the site, which is happening right now. And then now you can start working around the map, get the orbs, open the doors, force these rotates. And because TSM has been good here in these duels, in these fights against Burger Boys. So now if you're forcing them to fight head-to-head against you, instead of running into a bunch of util from Burger Boys, you might stand a chance.
Here's the mind games from TSM, opening that door for a fake. It is going to force the Tejo drone from Fracto to check things out.
Oh, I got 2.
TSM are still in spawn, which may inspire Bonnie and Nanners to keep pushing through and challenge the Sentinel still in spawn. Here's the move. The pawn's getting in position. Bonnie could be walled off here. And that is going to stop them from pushing through into spawn.
My ultimate is not ready.
They could drone though. You start droning and salvoing this spot and try to fight back towards A. And this is the map manipulation we're talking about. Force some players through. GMD could try to open a duel into the C site, and then we'll see what happens towards the end.
Okay, Burger Boy still trying to play close. Well-timed paranoia is gonna blind Sim. Showstopper out. I don't even know how he could see TSM narrowly dodging the splash of the Showstopper. And more mind games, more fakes. TSM off to C, playing off the deep dive from GMD. Now taking some shots. Knows there's a window to plant, and it is not as safe as they think.
Oh, there's double flanks too. Boris pinched.
So rolling thunder out. 7 is leading them to victory. You have GMD teleporting behind, so TSM invested in this to try and stop the win streak from Burger Boys. Most promising rifle round for TSM. It's just Retro now in the 1 versus 4. Trying to force TSM to buy up again, which would be pivotal.
I think he needs to save this weapon too. Bonnie is so low that Retro needs to get this drop for him.
Woo. 18 HP, 17 HP. And Retro denies 2 weapons at the end. That's huge.
Denies 2, has a rolling thunder now into this round. That's huge. And he could drop for Bonnie as well. So this is actually quite nice towards the end for Burger Boys. Despite TSM getting that round, look at how expensive it gets for them still. Small shields, Guardian for one of them. But everything out of here was exactly as planned. Even GMD getting that spot on C site, even if he doesn't win that duel, you already pushed that player away from the pillar because he threw a paranoia. Didn't allow here for really Burger Boys to set up here on the defense.
Cover going out.
TSM have hung back before, just seeing how aggressive Burger Boys are going to be off the rip. Drones coming out. TSM are still in spawn. The Burger Boys hold their ground. I'm probably expecting that Vice Wall once again to be over in the A lobby, so Burger Boys are going to adjust and converge through B and C if needed. TSM now have to figure out how they get through this Vice Wall.
It's a big win so far for Burger Boys. They just tried to go for a gamble, paranoia, open door, and try to punish into the front of the B site. But they still have Armageddon to open up C. So the only difference this time around, though, is that Alvin changed his setup a bit, so he has another Razorvine at a different spot. So Sim might not be able to move up as quickly or freely as he wants to, and it delays enough here to allow for the retake for Burger Boys to already be in good position.
Rolling Thunder ready for Retro. They're all lined up for it. You got Practo on the off angle and Waterfall. He's unsmoked. Burger Boys traverse. GMD cuts off one, but Bonnie's already done the damage. And Retro's there with the follow-up. It's pretty even trades. You got Steel Guard with a recoil to put TSM back in the driver's seat. Keep Nanners on the side. Now he emerges through Waterfall, and it's TSM that protect the spike.
Yeah, we relied way too much on that Rolling Thunder for the retake of Burger Boys. So again, everything was perfect to funnel everybody towards that C site, to delay enough here for Alvin, or Alvin did enough delay for everything to start engaging into the retake. But I wish we actually invested into the Razorvines as well, because you're rolling thundering into a site. The salvos are being used in the first place, and then when you're going through, yes, players are stunned, but it's only cosmetics at this level, chat. So use your Razor, use the Steel Guardian rather on the side of Burger Boys. Use that ult. They use it at a moment where you're already on site. It hasn't been fully activated. They get kills out of that on top of it for TSM before they even get their weapons disengaged. That was just a small fumble in Burger Boys. It might render costly for the rest of the half.
Yeah, if TSM can keep up this momentum. It's already been a lot of noise over at B. TSM don't want to risk staggering in. There are so many doorways and entries into B. It's so risky to go in blind. So TSM are back to square one, trying to scale up through A.
And you're hoping that Marshall can do some damage. Headshots would be good. It's nice in the hands of Bonnie. But now he's already giving his position away. They're counting the bullets.
Oh. Right, no lurk for GMD. Sheriff Deke from Alvin.
It had
Not
to be a small
rifle he can
shield,
recover.
right? It had to be a small shield by from GD. I missed it, but from that distance, that was a nice shot from Alvin.
All right, can we see a nice overdrive from Sim?
No, we're not.
And just gets shotgun in the back. Okay, TS7 makes up for it. But now this pesky Bonnie is behind TSM as they walk in, and no one turned around for him.
See what I mean? He gets fully stunned by the util of Teo and still gets 2 kills with it. That's why the stuns are cosmetics in this game. And that's why I don't think it should be changed, by the way, chat. Just keep it the way it is, because that's why you need that second piece of util to help out, right? Flash through so that you get the best value out of the stuns. If not, these type of kills happen. Very nice shots coming out from Bonnie. Nice little transfer onto the second one too, well stunned. But yeah, just individual duels that came out on the side here of Burger Boys, and we one-templed once again from TSM and just fell. We fell apart.
Okay, yeah, Nanner's really committed to that teleport. Past the neon wall. At least it's 1 for 1, and Bonnie has to be a star that shines, but TSM as a team are just different, especially for with 5 HP. Pulls out the 3K, leaving Alvin. Ooh, who expects recoil to be there when the spike and all the actions at A? So
Exactly. But on top of that, how the hell does recoil get 3 kills like that? The space was gained by Burger Boys. They got so much space off the showstopper, even a kill. On to 7, yet Vora still lands 3 kills at that spot. Out in the open too. He wasn't even jiggling for anything. He just stood his ground and sprayed 3 guys down. That was insane. Look at this. Oh, it was the 3 kill I wanted, but it doesn't matter.
It's fine. It was still cool. And
Yeah.
Burger Boys are just going to have to allow this Neon to make the space. He's trying to challenge it. Has not worked out. Now there's an Armageddon from Fracto. And TSM are in a lot of trouble having to step up and step past it. And with this door open, Bonnie gets a curveball in him. And TSM in a 2 versus 2 have to regroup.
Just booking it towards the C site. Right now, Bonnie only has a Guardian. Definitely, Sim is going to beat them to the race and get the plant down, but they could maybe plant and flip the map into spawn. No, instead you're playing delay. I think Recoil, they're just going to play their ones. So he's going to delay with Razor Vines. He's going to play watching flank, and then you're going to have Sim. If there's nobody pushing in through Waterfall, he's probably going to get a late lurk or try to crossfire back towards the end here from Waterfall in Bend.
Bonnie's trying to bait them to take the 1v1. And oh, what a turn and burn on Sim. Bonnie with something else on Icebox. Now needs a team to really step up with him too. Last 1v1. Clutch there by Recoil. And TSM making the comeback.
Dude. Recoil I'm getting flashbacks of Recoil when these two guys just got picked up to TSM and we're both like, who the hell are these guys? They're like the Cortesia and Shinam at home of MIBR, where both Vora and Recoil were just amazing into the challenger stage, both from using utility as their agents, but also just very clean on shots. And when those two guys were alive, you could definitely count on them to clutch the round for you. Look at that. I know it's crosshair placement and it's easy, but just to get one tap, it's just so satisfying to watch. And now the Econ's broken again for Burger Boys, but they were able to answer back last time.
Oh, Sim literally slips under the bullets, picks up a 2K, and is causing havoc over at B. Great shot out of Retro to completely kill momentum for TSM. Now it's plan B to go to C. You got a Vice Wall to worry about and Thorns, so a lot of good delay created from Alvin to bring Retro Nanners into Waterfall and to start surrounding TSM. Now they're stepping onto site.
You have no utility we'll have to work with. I mean, it's Paranoia that would be huge. They could play double flash. Oh, no, not again.
TSM are just ready. Such a good read on those players in Waterfall. Now it's just Retro once again. 1 versus 3. At least there's some injuries on the TSM side. The flash through the smoke, but not even allowed to have fun. TSM tie it up.
I respect the idea of the Steel Guardian this time around because you're now once again fighting toe to toe with this similar weaponry. Although on top of that, Nanners had a rifle to work with. But the thing is, we started running out once again before the Steel Guardian fully activated. I feel like there's a misunderstanding of that ult. That was a nice shot by Retro, by the way. But that we could have had Nanners in a position to run the Steel Guardian. And then you have a double flash from the Paranoia and also the Arc Rose into C site to just pinch through and didn't work.
Hey, Sim just gets shot through the walls. Such a good read from Burger Boys. And they go back into safe positions on the other side of smoke, but TSM have to still scale up. Take this slowly as they can. Now droning up, and now Burger Boys are not afraid to just spam through smokes and just press back against TSM. Steel Garden from Recoil or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's doing something over at B. We'll go and check on him, and he's just a one-man army, I guess.
And forced the hand too, peeking out, and Burger Boys didn't swing together, even though they were just on pistols. There was an opportunity there, and now you have Recoil able to cut rotates while the rest are planning. And after the plant, 7 even has Rolling Thunder to guarantee the round.
1 enemy remaining.
And hello.
His Recoil is out for prey. He's just going wherever he wants. And Vora finishes off the round. That was interesting for TSM.
Yeah, and it looked very clean in the very beginning for Burger Boys. And I think it's just one of those moments where in the face of chaos, just like Icebox, for example, you're fighting toe-to-toe and they're at least warmed up enough to be able to fight back this time around as well for Burger Boys. and this early Rubble control, or again, these one gear fights coming out from TSM. But you're getting good clutches and lurks coming out of recoil. That's really foiling all the plans here for Burger Boys towards the end, because they're adding a lot of tempo on their side, but also adding the lurks in the mid round. Look at this conditioning. They're faking A side. Sim's dead, but now they're just going to hit B side. All four of them.
And even the paranoia through the small room to delay Burger Boys from getting immediate vision into the site. TSM have a window to plant in, but there's still a lot of gaps that Burger Boys can exploit. Rolling Thunder, paranoia, jumping in as Bonnie gets the spike down. And now TSM have lost their chance to win this round.
Yeah. I think Sim just didn't see how many players were actually alive or fighting against him towards Rubble when he gave his life away, because he kind of should, if he knew or had the information that there was at least 3 players fighting against him, that should have been a call for TSM after getting that kill onto Alvin, that they should pivot towards C site for an open site. They did try to get out of like range of a Rolling Thunder on the defense, but I think all 3 of them got hit. So it was a miscalculation on that this time around coming out from TSM. And it's nice because Burger Boys needed that. They needed that round to get a little bit of oomph back on their second half, to get that confidence on their attack side.
TSM won both pistols on Icebox. Burger Boys took the first pistol here on Lotus. So this can really dictate who gets wind in their sails for the second half. It's already a quick start for Sim. Burger Boys haven't even moved an inch yet, and TSM are even throwing paranoias at them. I think GMD wants to rally the troops and keep going, or just hold the corner. Both options are good, as Burger Boys now scared to heck have to reapproach, not knowing TSM are still set up for the fight again. What a flash! It's all of Burger Boys! And TSM ready to execute. Still one left to go, and it's Practo. 7's injured. Practo now has the spike and 2 flanking behind, and that's just teamwork for you.
What nice shots coming out from Sim in the very beginning. And again, we're just talking about how TSM's composition was going to be a tough time for them on the attack. So for them to still be able to get 6 rounds against the Vice comp, it just shows that Burger Boys had good knowledge of what comp TSM was running, and they were able to just fight toe-to-toe towards this B and A side quite often and get value out of that. But now that TSM plays a defense, that Neon could start running free a lot, and Burger Boys have to be ready for that.
See, TSM just have 3 walking down towards Rubble. And Alvin has to keep them in check. Wouldn't be surprised if TSM really push their luck. Look at this immediate flank. Burger Boys are just gonna, well, take advantage of the space left. The immediate plant. And Bora's on the other side of smoke, wanting to rally with everyone. There's TSM wrapping around through mid. And just with the stingers and the slides from Sim, and even the wall to protect him and cover his tracks. TSM are something else. They're playing at a pace that Burger Boys are trying to keep up at. It's tough. Now it's just Nanners, 1v4, and TSM looks so good.
Yeah, still very good though for Burger Boys. Full eco, classics, they still get a clean plant towards that B site. That means the economy is going to be quite strong here for the next round. And you know that Sim would get into these moments on the defense that he's going to try to get an op-out or an outlaw as soon as possible. So getting that plant on full classics will allow for you to get, or should allow for you to get full armor, just in case you have to fight against the outlaw. And you're already seeing it here. So half shields for some, because you do have to buy util on the initiators. And that's fine too, that they went for the triple flank on that side and got punished here for Burger Boys. You had no wall really watching that flank, but now you have everything covered here at this point for the side here of Burger Boys. A bonus round for TSM where you don't have an upgrade for Sim with an outlaw, so he does definitely want to save for the op later on. And Burger Boys has an opportunity now to close that gap.
Both first rounds of the half have been TSM being crazy. Just pushing out immediately off barriers, being down, going for a flank. The Burger Boys are conditioned to just take things slow. Just be ready at any point. Check every corner. And I guess GMD has been caught and Sim has to take the mantle and he just gets sprayed down. So I guess this is going to be easier than Burger Boys expected. And TSM try to go for a play, but this time Burger Boys were ready for it.
Seven's just trying to gamble here. 50-50 that he gets the right spot and only gets one. But they look clean in the very beginning for Burger Boys, and somehow Vora was able to tap 2 before he falls in front of B. So that's not too bad for the bonus. Let's see if 7 can get more.
Got all his util. Fault line. Not causing movement from the player in the corner. Burger Boys have the setup, so it's gonna be tough for 7 to isolate any duel here, especially with Retro playing within the site. Yeah, Shark will force him out. Kind of a sort of isolated 1v1. 7 can't win, and Burger Boys are not gonna let TSM get too much momentum.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's great for them to shut things down right away as soon as they have the economy right. And you're looking at this point here for TSM, because you couldn't get too much damage out of it. You can't really get an op yet for Sim. So they are going for a rifle round with small shields. That said, this right here, it feels like this is probably some tape that they have on how TSM kind of plays with the open smokes on the seaside cover. So you're playing out in the open through the smokes. Bonnie just sprays through that to get 2 kills out of it on top. And that's just a good studying being done here on the side of Burger Boys. Now the fight towards the rubble control, and it's on the side of TSM.
Holy cow. So much being dumped into rubble. TSM come out on top. And Sim is that aggressive duelist that's just always going to be in your face, and that's why this Neon agent is perfect for him. If Sim is activated, there's not going to be much that can stand against that. And at least with the full team push on the right side, Burger Boys push through into C, take advantage of what they think is a weaker site, and dealing with a recoil even while Flash is really impressive from Alvin.
Yeah, nice little turn away from that one. But you could definitely overdrive. You're probably going to wait for the fault line to come back up here from 7, so you could double initiator util and flood back in.
Right, overdrive. Sim gets caught in his own fault line and flashed and killed is not how they expected that to go. Burger Boys, well, they just hold the line and are just swinging so well in and out of cover. Now Bor and GMD are out in the open.
Nice.
They just get killed through the wall and the paint shell too. So GMD will be thankful to escape with his rifle still in hand.
That was just really well read, sorry, by Burger Boys. So everything was there for TSM, but it was actually a Retro's fault line, so it wasn't a Retro coming out from 7. He was holding right by the water, looking straight into the spawn, anticipating that there's going to be double walls and you run into a straight line so you can activate here with the overdrive. So he stuns the Neon right away, and it doesn't give a chance here for TSM to flood through, because he even hit probably more than one player as they tried to flood back across. And all that also cancels all the utility that was utilized from both Vora and from 7. And you have a beautiful pulse plant hole here on the side of Burger Boys towards the end. And now that's Showstopper available for their side too. And a very important ult for Burger Boys, because this is another force buy for TSM. And getting a Showstopper and turning this round over on the side of Burger Boys could actually give him a lead by 2 rounds if they get this one here.
I just finished saying, like, oh, Sim doesn't seem like you could stop him. And then there's the most perfect fault line you could have had. It was looked like a team fault line. That's how good it was. Right on him. So now there's thorns, flashes, walls everywhere, all over C. So good luck to Burger Boys if that's even a thought.
Wow. How does a drone get through? Okay, there was a smoke being thrown by Nanners, that's why. So they're trying to find out where the Razor Vines could be, so they spot the first one. But this also might be a tell here for Burger Boys that they don't want any smoke towards the C site. Wall contact towards B.
Ooh, I can't believe 7 is still alive there. Yeah, Burger Boys having an unsmoked B is a good call to get in. Try to get out in the end. Sim, it's gonna cause some problems. Oh, Paranoia, that hits him perfectly. Once again, the util to suppress his duelist is so good. But Sim still lives, and that means he gets a kill in the end. But it's the duelist to watch is Bonnie. GMD tries to hold it down as best as he can within the site. Now has to be out of it. Armageddon from Practo. Try and catch TSM. And now the retake ensues, and it's just a recoil with the Sheriff. Such a back and forth. The high-low will end in. Burger Boys find themselves back in the lead.
Great util coming out too, and what saved them for Burger Boys is now not only the Showstopper, but also Armageddon. The fact that Bonnie was still able to get the kill onto 7 with that showstopper was everything that allowed here Burger Boys to convert that round, because that allowed more numbers for Burger Boys to trade out against Sim that was a nuisance from the break room, and also the Armageddon isolated GMD into a 2 versus 1 right by the spawn, and then another 2 versus 1 against Recoil, who only had a pistol. So all of that worked very well in their favor, and this is what we were just mentioning before. Despite them losing that many players in the process, they're tying rounds together on the side of Burger Boys, but also should have broken the economy for TSM at this point. They should only have half buys on the side of TSM, if I'm not mistaken here. And again, that should give them a 10-8 lead if everything goes the way it's planned.
All according to plan. It's Burger Boys, man, they've been keeping these rounds so close. Now they built themselves up towards a 3-win streak, back in the lead after a 5-1 start, 5-2 start, I should say. So we'll see where Burger Boys end up and how Sim is gonna live on, because now it's been a couple of rounds where he's either fault lined or he's flashed or something is affecting Sim. And it's not really hitting his confidence, but it is forcing Sim to be out of fights in really crucial moments for TSM.
I don't know if they avoided the flash that was just thrown here by Alvin in the first place, but they're definitely just trying to punish him. So a triple walk down, Alvin's holding on the C side. Somebody has to probably start jump spotting from A site. No, it's going to get smoked instead. So all of them playing into the unknown for TSM. Oh, Vora's going to get this kill. Huge start.
Oh, wow.
Spike down A.
And even the flank is successful from TSM. They even got another chasing the tail of Burger Boys that are just being pinched from the front and the back. But Retro and Bonnie just deal with both ends. What?
Yeah, that was huge. I don't know what the hell happened. Everybody just died instantly because Recoil just somehow got another shot into A main. But I think we were lacking a little bit of util to allow the players from the A site to really flood through and try to go for that pinch. I'm not too sure if GMD threw a paranoia or not. I'm gonna miss that one on that side because he was definitely looked like at the beginning of the round that he rotated towards the A site, but there wasn't enough here to really pinch Burger Boys. And they salvaged the round despite losing 2 weapons in the process. They still have the 2-point lead.
And turn around that 3v5 is incredible from Burger Boys. And always being aware that Sim loves to fight over in rubble. Even without the neon wall, Burger Boys just that much quicker to the trigger. This gives a lot of free reign for Bonnie. Satchel into the site. TSM want to cut off through the staircase. The Burger Boys are covering all their bases while leaving someone on flank watch too. So TSM are smoked off and have to find a way to wrap around.
So hard for them to retake. Unless they get 2 instant kills. Okay, now you're rolling Thunder in. You're going for it.
That was even without flashes or fault lines up until now. They're rolling Thunder from the offense, rolling Thunder from the defense. Seconds in, 7 killed on impact. And a man advantage for Burger Boys, stepping away into tree to protect the spike, and TSM can't hold a candle to this team now.
That was so nice towards the end. Rolling Thunder with an Armageddon was such a nice try, but your ulting Nanners who just easily TPs away, and Retro just... He's like basically dreaming. You know those dreams when you have a killer chasing after you and you just can't run fast enough? But somehow he made it through and crossed over? Yeah, dude, I always die in my dreams. It sucks. That said, though, towards the end, it was super nice. Look at that. I'm looking at it from a mini-mass perspective, but he just walked across, waltzed over, and those 2 staying alive inside tree was super important here to allow Burger Boys to capitalize on that round. So now at least he has Steel Garden on the side of the C site to play retake. And Sim's doing whatever he can.
Man, Burger Boys are getting so good at muting Sim. He's still getting away with kills, and 7 is always the one that can even up the playing field for TSM. When Burger Boys always are getting these first bloods. Albora's in this corner, swings out, gets the edge against Nanners. And it's Retro solo, at least with the spike, that has to explore somewhere else.
You're gonna see Vora start droning here, so he's gonna check towards B main because they already have the wall on C. So now you can just focus on A side, B side, probably at 50-second mark, I wouldn't be surprised of some sort of drone, if not want to use it for the retake. Nonetheless, though, Sim definitely looks like he's overheating a lot of times, but he's at least getting his one for it to create that space for the rest of TSM to try to trade with. The only thing that's difficult, unfortunately, is that Burger Boys are definitely shooting back. Now that flash gives all the information that's needed there for TSM. You break open that wall. Now, if you want to guarantee the round, you could even go for the Steel Garden to retake onto the site. Once the plant goes down.
Yeah, surely they know Retroset is taking damage. 51 and a dream. Immediate fault line. The sense of someone in Waterfall. A better sense out of Vora at the end. As TSM not letting Burger Boys scoreline get too out of hand. This is tough to call.
Yeah,
Burger Boys
definitely.
are just that close to a map 3.
And it was a chance there for that clutch coming through from Retro, sorry, because the fault line actually fully hit recoil. So it comes down to the 1v1 against Vora. But Vora has been pristine in his shots so far and in these moments in this series. Just finding like those key fights that allows TSM to stay within reach, within touching distance of this matchup against Burger Boys. But at this rate, it's definitely looking like Burger Boys has a good grasp of their map of Lotus. They've won 5 rounds in a row before they lost this one against TSM. And you're going to look at the next ult cycle very soon here. So you're getting pretty close to be able to close it out on the side of BG. Or BB, sorry.
No Vice wall this time for Burger Boys to worry about getting into C. Drone in, know where the Razor Vines are, deal with that. Now it's pretty free for Bonnie to not be as hindered on their way in. And you got the Steel Garden from Alvin. TSM escape out of range. And then you got this flank from TSM that gets cooked up every once in a while. And it's on its way from spawn. Something Retro has to keep in check. As soon as this door opens. And he tries to almost get the chance to win the 1v1 against Sim. But now he's got backup. And Burger Boys have to stop the flood. And it's Retro that keeps this close. 1 versus 2. How many times has he been the lone wolf? But now he looks on the outside in with Vora and Recoil. The newest additions of TSM. Just gatekeep and girl boss the spike away from Retro.
That's a tough part. They have spike control. The flash is not going to do much. First contact should be Vora.
First corner checked. Don't know if they could swing out of the left box. And a quick flick. Not quick enough for Retro. TSM in the shadow of Burger Boys.
They tried to double stun when they opened a door there for TSM. I respect it because you're trying to get somebody close to the door and fight him, especially when you saw him. And a flash, maybe you would have been able to turn it, and Retro still probably would have gotten 2, but to get the 3rd one. I mean, yes, he got hit by the paranoia from GMD, but that only gets you nearsighted. So he even closed that gap into that moment and win that fight against GMD. Very, very smart by Retro. By the way, 22, 14, and 17. This guy's farming as an initiator so far and keeping Burger Boys in this game outside of their duelist Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie top fragging both last map and this. Just knowing how important this match is for their first chance to go to playoffs. Here's a plant. TSM are scattering away from the Armageddon and now regroup coming through baby doors, smoked off. It's gonna make things tricky to support Sim, especially now that he's paranoid and has to escape away from the Steel Garden and all the bombs being thrown from Burger Boys. Now the paranoia, the retake from TSM, the overdrive. Sim is let loose and put to bed as TSM at least flood in to finish off what he started. And TSM tied up 11-11.
Oh my gosh, we were just talking about ult cycles on the side of Burger Boys, but to close it out. But it's TSM being able to snuff out the Armageddon, the Showstopper, the Steel Garden, and getting value out of their own Steel Garden and their own overdrive. And now 7 has a Rolling Thunder to work with as well. The tides have turned for sure on the side of TSM, where you're breaking the economy, you're breaking the bank of Burger Boys at the best moment for TSM, at the worst moment for Burger Boys. Because now, if TSM goes for a flood retake or he's able to stall something and gets the round with the Rolling Thunder, the next round is max bonus that you have here for Burger Boys. If they don't get a plant, Look at Nanners and Bonnie. The max they get is 2,900, so they can't buy anything. The max Retro is going to have is 3,000. They're at the brink of, unfortunately, losing this series at this moment where TSM just starts popping off here since the timeout.
It's not the first time. I mean, Burger Boys lost 13-11 against M80 on Lotus. So it's like Burger Boys have always been able to have close maps against the top teams, but closing out these maps, closing out even the rounds that end up in pretty close numbers. Burger Boys are just that close, but they've been on the grind. They're doing like community tournaments in between the rounds of challengers, and they've grown a lot, especially since adding Practo in this split. So Burger Boys look better every split we see them in, and they'll have another chance to qualify into playoffs even if the series doesn't go their way. So see if TSM can get to the finish line, though.
Yeah. And thankfully, this tech pause is definitely going to slow down the momentum that TSM has been building in the last 3 rounds and give a chance here for Burger Boys to recollect themselves. Technically, they shouldn't be able to talk with each other, to talk about strats and whatnot, but at least individually, it'll still give them a chance here to just refocus. Because again, I mentioned Retro able to farm so far, and Bonnie doing a great job here on the duelist role. And now it just is just for them to maintain their composure, to know that it's not out of their reach yet, not out of the grasp for them to be able to push this into a third map, where I think if we do get into a third map, TSM has been playing what, a double Senti, right? I think they're still playing old school Ascent with like a Deadlock and a Cypher, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Analyst Desk, if you have me unmuted, and then just let me know later on if that's the case. But if that's the case, that probably could get figured out here in this current meta with the Tejo of how good he is.
All right, we are unpaused and we're ready to see how this map, how this series could possibly end out. And it's going to be an important Rolling Thunder from Seven and having to play his life, especially through this rubble war that sometimes happens. Burger Boys aren't going to show face there yet. If anything, they're going to try and test the waters against recoil.
Just want to flood into this, and that's the beauty of having the raise. You can break the util with the satchels, you can break it with the paint shells. Is Fake walking through?
The boys have been able to okay, recoil has his knife out. So for the whole squad did not expect that. That is an unfortunate first blood for TSM, but fortunate for Burger Boys in setting themselves up to go to match point. Now the fault line, Seven dodges that. Spike still hasn't been planted, so this is a Rolling Thunder moment for Seven and TSM. They flood in and are able to take it one step at a time with the neon wall cutting off the site in half. And Seven just crosses the road, doesn't look both ways, walks into the crossfire of Burger Boys, and they get up to match point.
And that wasn't a type of entry that I was expecting there from Burger Boys. We always talk about such good util to counter the util from the Vice when you have a raise on your comp. But the fact that, again, Nanners just throws a simple smoke and you walk through, and that covers all the visibility that you have from water and that you have here from top site, and he just walks through everything and punishes recoil and just allows your Burger Boys to fight back against TSM and deny them the Rolling Thunder value. And that was what was important here for the side of TSM. But thankfully, the other silver lining is that they have Armageddon for TSM on Vora right now. So they could still push us into overtime. But that was a much needed round for Burger Boys. They have money to work with. You have a Rolling Thunder on the attack. You could really flood into a site here and hold your last stand and try to push this into Ascent.
TSM cooking with the 3-man walk up right side. Alvin not kind of keeping that in check means Burger Boys won't have a solid option. If anything, the longer this goes, the better it is for TSM. They can start pinching Burger Boys from both sides.
And here's the conditioning. Sorry, I'm going to hold that thought. We're fighting towards the main.
There's so much fighting. They're all dead. All right, your turn, Dan.
Sorry about that, Levin. I was just about to say the conditioning was perfect on the side of Burger Boys that forced Recoil to use both of his Razor Vines into the C site with that one smoke from Nanners. And then after that, you could still Rolling Thunder into a C site. But TSM decided to push forward, and It was waited by Burger Boys the whole time. Because of that one smoke and his seat towards the spawn, they forced them towards him.
Wow. Fractor had what, like a
How does he
3
get
or
two?
4K there. Now it's up to 4 to help TSM force an overtime, and against Bonnie and Retro.
No way.
Incredible. Wait a minute. Bonnie satchels by and shoots him through the crack of the, or just through the wall. That is insane.
Dude,
Burger Boys take map 2.
It just had to come down to Bonnie with a wallbang kill onto that one against Vora, because Vora was about to do another highlight reel round, getting a kill with an Armageddon, getting a second kill, and then almost winning off potentially even time or even the duel against Bonnie, because he actually dropped the spike carrier with that third kill. A nice try, but towards the end, Burger Boys is able to push us over to the brink into a third map, where TSM were finally starting to come back on that second half.
That was scary.
It was insane.
Everyone's
It was
winning
insane.
their map picks. Everyone's winning their map picks, and TSM having some unfortunate slip ups that, hey, a team like Burger Boys are able to capitalize on. 13-11. We were wondering if Burger Boys could close out these close maps, and they finally have. But one more to go to decide which one of these two teams is going to playoffs. Ascent coming up next, and you won't want to miss it.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like is generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. I put all those three things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog and then next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of streamers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, I like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
We asked and we pleaded for a map number 3 in this series, and it is going to come true because Burger Boys to take the second map in the series, taking us now to Ascent. Roy, honestly, this was pretty close one. They managed to get a decent sized lead. They got really close to the match point, but TSM, they made it interesting. But congratulations to Burger Boys. I'm excited to see one more map.
I am too, actually. But hey, on our defense on the analyst stats, we did say the second map should be a lot more interesting and a little bit more towards Burger Boys, right? We highlighted how proficient and how well drilled they were, and they showed us that. They're actually one of the only teams that I've seen get a reliable amount of rounds on their defense side. So shout out to them for that one. And then when it came to that attack side, it seemed like they had a pretty good read on how they wanted to approach the TSM defense, and of course, tightening up towards the end to close off the map. A nice showing here from Burger Boys.
Yeah, we had highlighted going into this. The first map was maybe not as close, Ash, but it was a Burger Boys that did have a little bite. They were getting some rounds. They had some ideas. It just kind of wasn't enough against the really strong Icebox. But we got to see a lot more of it come to fruition here, and they had differing compositions, differing ways they wanted to go for the duelists, and paying off here for Burger Boys.
Yeah, I think it really shows like the difference in reps that they have on Lotus compared to Icebox, because it was all about, okay, on Icebox, they had the idea, they had an understanding of how they wanted to deal with TSM, but it came down to like the actual execution and how well that was working out for them. And for Lotus, you can tell like they have a very strong approach for how they like to go for the control of these extremities. I think it pairs really well with the raise that Bonnie pulls out as well. Like, even though I started off the pre-map of this, like talking about, okay, raise has quote unquote fallen out of favor for a lot of teams just because they've been leaning into like the Yoru Neon more so. But that wasn't me saying that raise is bad on this map. Like, there's a reason why the raise was so quintessential on Lotus for such a long time. And it comes down to a lot of that control of rubble or on mound and the ability to like combo the paint shells alongside like the breach util that you're throwing out, and then you add additional layers on with the Taeho. And it was just so much crowd control that Burger Boys were able to find for themselves, and then also like take advantage of finding those fights within the chaos too.
Yeah, I think that's a really big part of it, right? Is like being able to choose a lot of these engagements on their own term. I feel like they struggled a lot with that on this first map, but when it came to Lotus, it seemed like Burger Boys had a much clearer understanding of where they wanted to take these fights, what pace they wanted to play on the attack side, right? Like, we saw so much push and pull. We saw a lot of mind games from the IGLs on the Burger Boys side. They were doing a phenomenal job with the push and pull. So shout out to them for that. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. I think overall, Lotus just looked a lot more confident. Like, going into this third map, guys, this is a whole new ball game, right? Like, we highlighted this map as being one of the most experienced for Burger Boys. Now we're going on Ascent. Now, Ascent is no slouch for the Burger Boys either. They've played this map a few times in Challengers and in other leagues. So they're, they have their reps, but I think it's going to be a little interesting. But yeah, circling back on this before we move on to that topic, shout out to Bonnie, right? We highlighted him as a standout duelist. He went 29 kills in 24 rounds, guys. That is crazy.
Yeah, for Burger Boys to step up in this capacity up against TSM, who we've so heavily praised, and it's TSM that was looking strong as well. I'm not looking at a weak spot necessarily of the team, but for then Burger Boys and especially Bonnie to come out that far ahead, I think it's just incredibly impressive. Even when it was like Avora almost clutching up at the end, it was Bonnie to be able to put a stop to that. And Ash, two players we wanted to talk about more. Bonnie, of course, when you have a 348 ACS, 4 first kills, you kind of got to, almost dropped 30. But then Retro as well, for how well he was able to set the duelist up.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing and why we want to talk about Bonnie and Retro here and highlight the head-to-head between them, because you're looking at the way that they're working hand in hand. And on Lotus, we saw for Retro, like starting out on the defense, I believe it was, he starts off with like already like 12 assists. Even Nanners is like pulling out a lot of numbers when it comes down to those assists, and it has to do with the combinations of util that is being thrown, like with the breach Taeho, but then even just like the Taeho missiles into the smokes, the paranoias to set up as well. Just so many tools that are being used to set Bonnie up in these engagements and make it as comfortable as possible for him to be taking those duels, whether on the attack or on the defensive side. But it just looks so good with how these two are synergizing together. It says so much for the calling that we're seeing from Retro to be able to put Bonnie in those situations. And another reason why I want to talk about it is because as we head into Ascent, this is where things get pretty interesting compositionally. Yes, they do run a bread and butter aside from the lack of like the old style like comp with the KO. They have Yoru slotting into that. And Retro has been such a big factor in facilitating for the side of Burger Boys. And now seeing him on a role where he can play a little bit more solo, still also, you know, have his hand in assisting and supporting some of those duels because of the flashes and whatnot. It's a very different type of expectation that you're going to have for him on that Yoru style of play compared to the support that you're typically seeing on the Breach.
Yeah, I want to also just talk about the fact that Bonnie had 227 ADR in 24 rounds, by the way. That is crazy.
That's crazy.
And I feel like Ascent is such a duelist heavy map, right? Like we talk about this map being kind of finicky in the way it plays out for duelists, right? It's not just a dive map. Like you have to have IQ as a duelist on that map. But when you have Retro also on the duelist, like Retro has played duelist before. It's not like a role that he's never played competitively, right? Like dating several years back, he has played that role. Like cats are fighting, GG's. And solo TSM and Burger Boys on this third map. But yeah, I think ultimately it's gonna come down to the duelist, the way they're gonna use Yoru to sort of break down the guys. The way they're gonna break down the setups. Yeah, guys, what do you want to win? TSM or Burger Boys? We don't know. I'm Burger Boys. I'm TSM. Oh, we have a 50-50 here in this household. Yeah, that's them. That was them speaking. Yeah, that was them.
Damn, split household, huh?
They're so angry. Oh my gosh. All right. Well,
they're just playing.
Well, Brian, are you sure? Are you sure about that? All right. Well, we have Valorant to talk about. The Cats are indecisive, and I'm excited going into the Ascent because we've highlighted so much of this double duelist. On the opposing end, looking at TSM though, Ascent has been decently strong for them. The loss was to a really close one to Envy, but I'm looking at the composition on their side too, and going for the double Zenty to kind of slow things down. So I'm kind of intrigued with how that's going to fare up against the double duelist that Burger Boys like to go for.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting. I feel like a lot of that conversation with the double duelist for Burger Boys was talking about how well that can pair into the double sentinel on the side of TSM, considering they are running the comp that has the deadlock as well as the vice, as opposed to like it being like the deadlock cipher pairing that we often see. And that works well with the fact that, you know, the Yoru's being pulled out there for Retro can TP past some of like the setups there coming up from 7 or recoil, also triggering that wall really early on from recoil as well, just to give TSM the least value as possible into the early and mid round there on defense, considering it is going to be their longer half that they're starting out on. So it's going to be interesting to see how that does pair together, and if Burger Boys are able to kind of look at those things as big goalposts that they're aiming for into the early round.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where my eyes are right now for Burger Boys. I want to see there's enough tape for them on knowing how TSM is going to set up on the defense side. They should know where the gadgets are. I really want to see how they're going to utilize the Sova, how they're going to utilize the double duelist, and I'm looking to see how that's going to play out here as TSM starts off on the defense side.
So I don't know if y'all can hear, man, but yeah, this is an intense cat fight in the background, and surely an intense cat fight on Ascent as it's time to head into the server. Of course, this is for a qualifying spot into the playoffs. Time to see how it's going to fare out and head over to the casters, Vans and Jen.
Thanks so much. The dog-eat-dog world out here trying to get into playoffs and a bloodbath, both in Roy's apartment and a bloodbath here.
Yeah, it's a catty cat.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yo, Prod,
sure.
Can we have a picture-in-picture of the cat brawl while we watch this game?
We got a little pit.
Give us a little bit of overstimulation here so we could get some interest out of these bench comps. No, I'm just kidding. I think, well, actually, am I kidding?
Duelist.
Yeah, the double duelist is cool, but also Sova Cypher, when Teo is actually pretty strong on this map, is going to be tough for Burger Boys. But I do have to lean with what Roy was saying. There's probably enough tape of how TSM likes to set up their defense with this double deadlock and vice. But at the same time, it could be kind of figured out.
See just how resilient TSM are, because how much is that going to frustrate you losing a map to Burger Boys, and when TSM have really only struggled against, you know, the big three, you know, M80 and teams like that. So Now you go to Ascent, and double Senti has to feel good, especially with how well Recoil did for TSM previously. So this is to go to playoffs, and there's always the final round of Swiss if you really want to go the distance. And
yeah,
it is going to impact your seeding, of course, too. But hey, it's cool to see Burger Boys push TSM to the edge.
Sure. If anything, TSM, if you're looking at this composition, if you're watching Challengers for the first time, or you've been watching Challengers, but you haven't been watching VCTs, a team that runs a similar composition of like this double sentinel still into this meta is Cloud9. And Cloud9, what they were playing was still a deadlock with Vice, but the difference is the duelist. They're playing a Yoru instead of a Jet, and then they're also playing a Sova instead of a Tejo. So you're starting to see here with TSM on defense, especially, and even if you're trying to bank it on how C9 kind of plays it, is that you are trying to play a little bit further ahead of your utility from time to time with what Recoil and 7 could place, but you could also be quite versatile around the map of how you want to set your defense. And what that allows you to do here to be a little bit more aggressive at the very beginning and get in like an escape out of jail free card with, for example, a Jet Dash. It would allow for you to potentially get like first blood or good battles and waste your opponent's utility pre-hit into a site, which then will give much more value into the double Senti setup that you want to have here on defense. But the thing is that Sim is playing it on a Jet and not playing it on a Yoru. So it won't be as easy for him to try to be aggressive down the line to find perfect timings. He's just probably going to hold an aggressive angle instead, which could still be quite good on a map like Ascent. We've seen a lot of Jets still get so much value on this map. But that's something here that Burger Boys would probably have to be paying attention to when they're going to play against this TSM defense.
Did you see Sim on Icebox? Like, I'm ready for this Jet matchup once more. And this is now a much more warmed up Burger Boys, and one that has better vibes, especially after winning a map. So this is going to be good. As Roy likes to say, it's going to be interesting. And this time, like, actually for real, like, we're getting a map 3 between TSM and Burger Boys, both on the come up this split. And I'm really excited for when we get into this, especially Burger Boys and how they're going to utilize Retro on the duelist, which he's usually the Yoru on this. Nanners was the secondary duelist on Icebox. So now we get all these different looks out of Burger Boys.
Definitely says a lot about the Burger Boys lineup for sure. When Retro is being quite versatile for the team too, going from initiator to playing a Yoru, who also most likely will play the Yoru as an initiator. It's just once you get into these big moments of like dimensional drifts and stuff like that as well, there's not too much that's going to support Retro to get out of his dimensional drift to get value on site takes, retakes, or site hits, for example, because you're not going to have a fault line. You're not going to have too much util being thrown around the site for you to get out of the dimensional drift in a good spot to get, you know, an opponent caught off guard, right? Because you're looking at a Jet, you're going to follow with that, and then the rest is just a recon dart and a flash from the Omen and the Sova. That's it. But there's no util that's going to stop a player in its tracks on a defense that Retro can get good value out of. So you're definitely counting on Bonnie to be the tip of the spear to be able to get those openings for the team.
And there's no KO from Burger Boys to like try and deal with the double Senti, and then TSM start on defense. So like,
as well, yeah.
Best of luck. And the last time both these teams went to this map, it was 13-11 from TSM, with love to Envy, which a win for TSM. And Burger Boys struggled against Sad Esports 13-10, but that was also a win. So two very different opponents, and TSM winning a map against Envy, or just going the distance against Envy, says a lot. So we'll see if TSM can keep going, or if they're going to start choking right before the finish line. Who knows? TSM have been good, have been great, have been okay. We need to see consistency.
I hope that I'm dyslexic and that Practo is actually short for protractor, because you're going to rely on him to use the shock darts to break a lot of this util so that Burger Boys can really get into these site execs. So Practo staying alive is probably the most important piece right now for Burger Boys' attack.
Burger Boys, well, who cares how many flashes they have when just there's no one there to flash. So Bonnie, just jump in.
I must wait a moment.
Now you got a plant, and TSM just trying to poke their heads out of tree, which being kept closed there by Practo, who almost dropped the spike on his way to planting there. So a bit of a delay, but Burger Boys will still get it done. Now TSM started to surround them. While Burger Boys at least don't have a flank to worry about, but do have this tree push to do so. TSM flood in, and this is the scrappiness that Burger Boys can really thrive into. 1v1, Recoil versus Bonnie, and a right click as Recoil jumps down. Burger Boys with the pistol.
And I think the right click from Recoil did enough damage too. Well, probably not enough because he was still at 21, but dude, those bullets almost fully connected. And you're seeing here the flood retakes from TSM. That's also something I didn't talk about, is the net that's actually refreshable on the side of TSM is going to be quite good to deal with against Burger Boys as soon as they take the sites. But that said, it really came down to a right-click classic from both ends that could have been on the side of TSM, but thankfully here, Bonnie had more HP to work with, and they allow themselves to get a very, very good start on their attack side pistol.
Burger Boys won both pistols, or no, actually just one of the pistols, but sort of break or just clip the wings of TSM early is always good.
Yeah, they're just trying to play a contact trap play for TSM to start. So you're seeing here the jiggles coming out from Sims so that you could throw a net here from 7 and throw the salvos after from Vora. Unfortunately, not going to work out because everybody's trying to work up here towards Catwalk. And also towards Market to split towards B in the end. Actually, as this might still work out. There are 4 men walking towards A main because they didn't get anything contested as of yet. They could still have strong util to play a flood retake here because all 4 players are going to stay alive.
Marshalls isn't easy to play around either, but with all the space in the world, I guess it's hunting season for Burger Boys. Now the spike, definitely leaning towards B, trusting the call from Bonnie to cut through Market.
30 seconds left.
Through now the backside of B, so a lot rests on Recoil and what he's able to withstand on the approach against Bonnie, and even the flash is what helps Bonnie thrive in that moment. Now a plant. Now it's time to protect, and it's TSM that through Market now have to break down the door, so this is definitely going to alert Burger Boys on the approach from TSM. Now also a split, but it's going to be caught either by the camera or by the trip, so Burger Boys have all their bases covered.
Try to get one pretty much is what TSM is trying to do here.
Man, got the one. Now you know where the last one is. Vora coming up from behind, and Alvin will keep him in check. So Burger Boys, I feel like they know they're the underdog, but man, do they work hard. Just from all the tournaments they do, to how far they push everyone, trying to defy everyone's expectations. There's something special about people doubting you and how much the pettiness, it makes you want to play better almost.
Yeah, especially as an unsigned team, and you're looking at this roster that, you know, kind of came together within this Challengers or the previous one, but the 2 long-standing teammates that have been playing with each other for the longest time is definitely Nanners and Retro. Yes. And I'm thinking, if I'm not mistaken, this is even back into Roy's days with Renegades. Correct me if I'm wrong. You could unmute me there, Roy, and then confirm later. That said, though, this is a big gun round coming in for TSM. Big investments coming through, and that dart saw so much.
Oh, jeez. Burger Boys are being kept in check, and 7 and Sim are barely hanging on. 15 HP, 6 HP, a huge round for Burger Boys. They can keep this up. Now TSM ain't gonna peek you with how low they are, so Burger Boys will get to scale up wherever they want again.
Did some big damage. I mean, look at the HP remaining from Sim and 7. 21. Pretty much all together, and wasted up the wall in the very first place, but nobody's really over-rotating yet on the side of TSM. And that's the tough part about playing this composition. You're playing now a Teo instead of a Sova. You can't dart, you can't drone. Well, you could kind of drone right now if you want for Vora to try to get active around the map, and finally we do so. It might be a little bit too late though, because they realize nobody on middle, and they're just gonna move towards the B site. You just have to be pristine on your shots now for the anchors in B.
Paranoia from GMD, not falling for the clone. Waits for his 1v1. GMD is a menace. And Burger Boys almost cut in half. Now left to deal with the last defender here on the site before reinforcements arrive. Small window, but
oh my god,
TSM just coalesce before Burger Boys can address anything.
And that's the thing. Remember, I mentioned Sim had 15 HP, Sim had 6 HP, and they had so many members on the side of Burger Boys to fight into the B site against only 2 players. So there you go. You had to be pristine on your shots. GMD gets 2. Rico survives in the back of the site. They can't clear him. And then they delay long enough to allow TSM to rotate over from the A site. They had everything under Burger Boys to really tempo up here and move towards this B, but not taking any control of middle to split into the B site didn't allow for them to really move as quickly as they really wanted to. And that, they pay the price. TSM able to build the economy, and Burger Boys are about to walk into a net KO salvo again.
Yeah, salvos. Okay, Bonnie's trying to jump up and above, and it's still a double kill with the salvos.
That's the wall.
And the spike is down, and Burger Boys, I can respect trying to fight fire with fire and responding when they can. And Bonnie still knows Vora is there, and Burger Boys bulldoze their way into B. Then a huge dent into TSM. GMD will be teleporting over to assist, not into the B closet, but rather on the flank. And Nanners has an important job to dislodge that, wins that 1v1. And Recoil, the lone wolf yet again, in a 1 versus 3, meaning Burger Boys could be taking this round unless Recoil pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
In this case, he has a window. His Danners is late on a rotate.
It is possible. Quick flick onto the second. Heard the one from behind. Recoil tries to isolate.
Oh my god.
That was so close.
He dinked it for 145. That would have been the most insane clutch that I would have witnessed here in Challengers on the side of Recoil. Again, he had a perfect timing going through. He forced Burger Boys to really rotate out, but Burger Boys ended up winning that round towards the end. And that was unfortunately on the side of TSM, their own fault too, that they were put in this position. Because yes, they had a perfect trap play into B main, but it almost felt that 7 felt like he had to save his teammate. I think Vora was stuck towards that front, and when they walled and it got instantly broken, and his teammate's low on HP, he's like, I gotta save you somehow. And they both get punished with an overheat to try to trade it out, and Burger Boys is able to turn it across. So you go back into an eco round where you're running the same trap play because it was never discovered in the first place. And now you're gambling towards Cat.
Burger Boys got a ping on GMD, which is like, oh, do you really want to walk in and risk getting paranoid and swung on by Sim? And it's the only confidence you have is that, well, we have the better weapons, so Burger Boys can wait to see TSM pull the trigger on the trap. Bonnie above them too. Shotgun, but also an ult available. The net ready to be thrown from 7 as a response. And it's a stalemate that results in Burger Boys leaving.
I mean, they're giving so much respect here for TSM. They have weaponry, and this is where it's going to render costly. Look at the util. You still have the net available. Salvos are still available because no util is being used, and they can't scan for anything with single initiator. You're going to walk into a trap potentially.
Bonnie gets spotted, and TSM gets him down. Even when Bonnie had the shotgun, the salvos too are catching Burger Boys at the heel. The Armageddon forces Burger Boys to fight whether they're ready or not. Through the opportunity for TSM, and it's sealed. Oh, shove Burger Boys into a locker.
And the fact that they also broke the gate crash from the Yoru when Retro threw that across so that nobody's getting out of that net salvo play. And off that kill, Vora gets the Armageddon. That's just a perfect play for TSM. And it was, what, very similar to, if you've been watching the whole day today, chat, it's very similar to the questionable play that came out from Sentinels, for example, or sorry, Qbert Academy on this map, where you're respecting your opponents too much and you're just walking back into a trap because you have zero map control. And then you just get punished for it. And now TSM, they already have an earlier opportunity to turn it back in their favor. Look at this. It's a broken buy. You have a Bucky. You're trying to get this orb, hopefully, here. As you get this control, Retro's going to pick this up. Yes, you have a Bucky to work with. but can you get value out of this? Because there's not too much util to support you out of your dimensional drift. That's the big thing.
This Vice Wall from Recoil is set up for tree and not through main. And Burger Boys get the orb and now some information to work with. Dimensional drift from Retro. Gonna set himself up below heaven. Check out Tree while he's at it too. And I think this Soma just got walled off. Okay, Practo's stuck, but hey, there's a gap, so he gets out, so never mind. Wall's not that good, so Burger Boys on post plant. All of TSM. Salvo's available. 7 just pulled someone, I believe, with the Annihilation, forcing Burger Boys to fight through it. Hunter's Fury to suppress TSM and does not free his teammate. So TSM with a huge man advantage and a defuse underway. Nothing more that Burger Boys could say about it.
Yeah, and you're just trying to leverage Hunter's Fury as your ultimatum to try to win the round. But when you get no pings, no value, and you see the util that's still available for TSM for the pulse plant, it's so hard for you to run back right after. But you were just mentioning that wall. It looks here on paper where it was ineffective on the side of when Practo was closing that door. But that's also because of the dimensional drift that didn't allow here really TSM to set up in that place. But once you're trying to cross to hit the switch to close the door, the wall just funnels you up there and you're pinned there, and the salvos are going to own you. So TSM's been kind of cooking on how they want to leverage vice walls, grab nets, and salvos to really trap play every single type of defensive round that they're playing. It's not necessarily. Oh, we're gonna hold that thought. Actually, Retro just got an opening.
Oh, Clone didn't get shot. GMD is better. Oh, we just came through tree. That goes unchecked. No support for GMD, especially now that Recoil's down. So it's a free plan, a really tough retake that TSM have ahead of them. And Sim has to play fast through tree and to try and surprise Burger Boys and give TSM some options. Wait a minute, Alvin could be sneaking up from behind TSM. So it's all about timing of who's gonna build up. And if Alvin can get into a backstab position, no, TSM is gonna beat him to the punch. And Sim wins his 1v1. Before going down, then Vora takes over and the stab from behind. It's a thrifty for Burger Boys.
That was quite nice, and it almost looked kind of troll when Sim just dashed through, because I thought it was going to be a very similar to, again, what we saw from Q*bert Academy. Use salvos to break door, crosshair placement, immediate punish. But leaving Alvin unattended was able to salvage and minimize the damage here on TSM's side, and Burger Boys was able to convert here a much lower buy. But I was just about to commend how, you know, we were mentioning at the desk and how the double senti utility is actually quite nice and how it could stall. But they are playing quite well in front of that util with so many of these trap plays around these 3 players. So if Burger Boys could try to scan a little bit better and try to find where, you know, the weakness could be, i.e. where the deadlock isn't, they could definitely start working weak side and punish the 2-man hold on the other side of the site.
Sim's being aggro with the op, just hoping to play off the drone ping from Vora, but Burger Boys pushing through market. Vice Wall going to be triggered from the clone. Burger Boy is just kind of waiting out a lot of this util and seeing if TSM are going to get desperate to make a play.
I mean, they tried to fake the TP behind the smoke, but before they rotated out for TSM, they threw that wall down. So they could actually have a little bit of gap and room to clear that spot. They realize it's now open, and it was a fake gate crash, and now they could lean towards the A side. So a good read coming through, where 7 still has a net to work with. He could still throw this towards the main along the razor vines. Oh, that timing.
Oh. Should be a kill there for Vora. Recoil wins his one. Oh, everything is lining up nice for TSM.
Hey, ulted for B plant.
12 seconds. Yeah, okay. All up to you, Nanners, on the opposite side of the world. And Retro won't be able to get sight lines for a cutoff against the TSM rotation.
Gotta go quick. They have Armageddon to work with to go in the back of the B site. They also need GMD to move in as fast as possible. You need that smoke towards B main.
Blocking sight.
It's not knowing where Retro is. He saw GMD kind of looking behind him. There's the Armageddon this time from Vora. Kind of really dislodging safe positions from Burger Boys, but it's TSM that are in danger. What a double kill for Retro.
This
better late than never. And now just no time to defuse Burger Boys. That was clean.
That was, again, a big mistake by TSM. You went from 2 rounds now that it is unfortunately fumbled. Yes, they had some great picks and deniability on the side of 7, but you heard an Omen TP. Why are you going back towards A site? Where are you trying to go? You already have still somebody towards the A site anchoring that spot, and you've over-rotated both of your players and gave up that whole B site. And that makes it a lot more difficult because now that everybody's grouped up and you try to retake towards the B site, well, now Retro has the upper hand because he could just sneak around wherever he needs to go. And he was able to get 2 kills just like that into B main with the perfect timing. There, the first trap play was perfect here. It's everything after that. They did so much damage after that onto Bonnie and Nanners, yet unfortunately still lost all that space and the player advantage at the game. At that moment, I felt like Vora should have just be left for dead and still anchor your site and try to play at least a stronghold onto B. To play your numbers advantage. They're not doing it so far here for TSM.
Been so many like drifties and crazy rounds. And Burger Boys only lead by 2, but still to do so on offense against a kind of well-drilled team like TSM, who again went the distance against Envy and lost 13-11. This is a TSM team that are expected to win. Like the desk had said, this was supposed to be a one-sided series, and now just based on how well Burger Boys look, they are the ones that seem destined for playoffs. But we'll see how the half breaks down with mid control for Burger Boys. Either crossing into market or thinking about catwalk.
5 rounds on the attack on top of that. When, again, this, for me, is in the composition that's supposed to take down too much on a side of their attack versus TSM, or just in general on paper. TSM's comp just looks much stronger at this point, but 2 slip-ups make it very costly for TSM and allowing Burger Boys to take the lead by 2, and then still get to play the quote-unquote easier side with a Cypher still in the comp.
And the Sentinel swap too, so to get 5 attacking rounds against the 2 Sentinels, so now 7 has sonic sensors all around A. You got Thorns around B, and it's right at the entrance to either catch Bonnie or the people following alongside Bonnie. Now it's all up to these recons or the drone or how Burger Boys hope to sync up perfectly, but it's paranoia from TSM that delays Burger Boys, but Bonnie still clutches, panic right-clicking into recoil. And Burger Boys are left to scale and finish off what they started. GMD can't even react. Bora's unsmoked, but needs support from Sim, who's holding the op. It's not easy, but I guess with the shotgun, it's better. And if Bonnie goes for a handshake, even better. This is TSM now deciding to save the op after Sim is apparently 1 HP.
And that's the thing. I feel like the buy with the op, I mean, he might even lose it at this point. But I'm going to talk over this. So it almost feels like Sim with the buy with this op is kind of detrimental to the trap plays that they're trying to do here, because he won't be able to try to, well, maybe it could still work because he could still be the tip of the spear to get a pick, dash away, and they could still play the trap plays around like the salvos and net.
Oh my God.
They definitely need that on the side here of TSM to have that third body to really fight against these type of trap plays. But because they're leveraging this op, they're not playing as too much of a pack mentality as we saw at the beginning of the half with TSM when they're playing GraphNet, salvos, and the Jet to support. And it's actually throwing them for a little bit of a loop because the players anchoring towards B are now getting fully punished. So the slow play, the slow methodical play coming out from Burger Boys is actually working out in their favor because TSM are not being as proactive trying to find like early information where you get the best value out of anchoring the right spots at the right time.
TSM are trying to slow down the pace of play with all these Sentinels, and sometimes you just get run over. Sim at least has the op again. You won't be seeing too much action over at A. And this Vice Wall now is adjusted for mid-market after Burger Boys have been exploiting that gap. Still have yet to see the impact of the sonic sensors in tree, and Burger Boys not seeing anything with the drone may give them a sense of security to go check that out.
Oh, they wasted so much util. Yeah, the salvos are not going to kill him, but they're now activating the wall. They're breaking down this wall as well. Now TSM has to thin out their defense and are scrambling a little bit here. Unless their shots are landing this time around, Burger Boys should be able to group up and have good control here of this map.
You just never know what Bonnie's going to be up to, too. They could be wrapping around spawn or cutting off people rotating from B, so it all seems like a big ruse for Burger Boys. And how they were just pressuring tree and have only lost one person, and now they're back in the lead. A huge flood in by Burger Boys, evicting everyone from B. 13 seconds left to plant, and Bonnie's gonna catch TSM before even try to get into market. Okay, I thought Bonnie would have been able to win that. 1 HP, by the way.
Yeah, upgrades into a Phantom, and hopefully we'll be able to save it. And looking at the minimap, he definitely should be able to. And that's the saving grace, at least going into the next round. That was still a very big buy coming out from the side of TSM. But Burger Boys, I feel like right now with how you're currently playing for TSM, just look at how simple it is. They're playing grouped up 3 players. They're also playing 2 anchored up on B site, and you're trying to leverage Sentinel utility to try to stall when you're double anchoring deep into the weak side. But look at the util that's still available right now from both players, both Sentis. A Razorvine hasn't been used. Sonic Sensor hasn't been used. So right now it's TSM are still playing mid-side way too passively, that Burger Boys are starting to mid-round pull these rotates quite well to just be able to flood into, again, more player advantage into a weaker site. Once they realize where the salvos are coming from, they probably have a good idea and good read that the Deadlock and Jet are also on that side.
Basically, how can TSM play with a better heads up on Burger Boys being in mid, or just a better plan on how to deal with it?
Is this finally put Sim on mid with an op? Like, finally do something, like take mid control.
Yeah, because he was trying to look at A main last time, and
yeah,
now it should have been the opposite. Now he should have been an A main this time.
We set this going to the map that one of the weaknesses too of a Jet is not being able to escape behind Deadlock walls. Now at least they could op mid.
Just the dimensional driv, Hunter, Scary. You love the combo. Burger Boys are broken in. They also have Retro down below, and he's going to be heard, so Burger Boys need to get this spike down, but how can you now? This op is let loose. It's in position, and Burger Boys have to peek it. And it's a big shutdown to take away the op from TSM and get a plant through. Recoil and GMD do what they can. There's GMD emerging, punished and traded by Nanners. 1v2 for Recoil at 31 HP. Sort of a crossfire and finished off by Practo.
Yeah, very nice. Took 11 rounds for Burger Boys to finally work the ult with the Yoru combo. So he's just going to go with the Dimensional Drift. Easy Hunter's Fury kill. You don't have to utilize it for the pulse plant anymore because you've done such a good job nullifying the defense over on TSM's A side, and then everything's just history on that side. 5 unanswered rounds for Burger Boys since a TSM timeout. This was a TSM timeout that Burger Boys is still taking advantage of. That's just unfortunate how Burger Boys are just playing their own game and TSM are just not reading into it. And now it's just Burger Boys full committing into a B-side hit.
Oh boy. It's just an all-out war, and Burger Boys come out on top with still the spike in hand. Still an even exchange, but can they race into the site before TSM cut them off? And there's a gap in the cage, but it's still enough to cover the Burger Boys trail into the site, and Vora could have almost backstabbed them.
Spike planted.
At least they went for a shark attack and they got some mid control. A 2v2 with the young guns of Vora Recoil, there might be a chance to salvage at least the last round of this half.
Vora and Recoil working together. And both Burger Boys looking to the right side, both swinging to the left. One last 1v1, and this time Recoil gets to win it to give TSM a 4-8 half. But with the double senties, what are your vibes, Vans? Like TSM going into the attacking half? Are we feeling good or not?
Right now, it doesn't look the best, but at least the silver lining is that you had at least the two young guns able to salvage that round. That gives you a little bit of room to breathe, even if you lose the pistol round in the second half. I gotta commend at least that swing out from Burger Boys. That was a really nice ping pong swing to guarantee that trade, and Rico had to just commit into the duel fight that he won. But the attack side, it could still be good for TSM because it could still do very similar things as it did on a defense to leverage the net for info. When you're gonna throw the net, you're gonna salvo behind that. Maybe here's some pings on top of that. You can really push some players back and then leverage the walls for like post plan and really anchor up like the old school deadlock way when it was like a deadlock cipher from a Control Troop of last year. So there's still a chance, but Burger Boys are looking quite good to shut this down and actually qualify to playoffs before TSM can.
This would be just so insane. No SRB in playoffs, Burger Boys in playoffs, TSM having to go to the last round maybe, and it starts out well for Burger Boys. Retro not only clutches the last round, but gets the spike down, gets a 2-for-1. Wait a minute, it's just so scrappy.
You heard the dash.
Just that multi-kill gives Burger Boys the upper hand. 51 HP and the better timing. Quicker for Bonnie.
Yeah, still pulled the ghost out way too late as soon as he turned around the corner. I would have expected the gun to be pulled out a little bit earlier so you could start jiggling when you heard the dash. But yeah, that's some good fights coming out from Burger Boys. The disrespect that they give here for TSM to say, look, we've got so many rounds on the attack side, 5 in a row. We have a 9-3, 8-4 half, sorry. And let's not give a chance here for TSM to take that minute that they had during the freeze time to really recollect themselves and just fight them back. And you're seeing right now, after losing that pistol, how important it is for NBS to try to get the conversation out with TSM to lay down the plan for the rest of the half, because that's their last time out of the map. And they have to utilize it after a pistol round when they have no idea how Burger Boys have, what Burger Boys have cooked up here for the defense half to try to counter TSM. So you're going to have to be not only be good on the call here from the coach side, but then a huge responsibility on Fora as a rookie IGL in Challengers to call the comeback here for TSM.
Burger Boys taking both pistols is definitely something to worry about. And TSM are 1-6 in the last 7 rounds. So this is important not only to just figure out what to do going forward, but to also kind of mentally lock in. Like if I was a coach, I would just be telling people to lock in, because this is not a typical TSM entry, just leaving corners unchecked. This time we'll see what they do at B with Trip set up to try and catch Sim, and it's tripped up. Double kill for Burger Boys on impact. And now you got sniped through smokes with a Marshall. This is insane. You've only made Burger Boys angry.
Yeah. A snipe through smoke, but thankfully for a recon dart that was thrown there from the side of Practo. So playing solo initiator and still getting good value out of it for Burger Boys. But I think that timeout was super important from the side of MBS too. I think it's also to calm the nerves of TSM to say we can't tilt by into this round because they didn't get a plant on the first round. So now you're going for the full eco save. You're trying to get a plant. You're trying to get money out for this round. And they didn't get a plant for the second time. So look at their buy. They have one small shield for GMD. Retro's pulling out the Outlaw, but the more damage that they do, the more that TSM has to play flawlessly so that they can build the economy up. If not Burger Boys, I mean, at this point, they're really about to cross that finish line.
TSM have a 2-1-2 split with Sim hoping to get someone's attention in mid. See that TSM are trying to minimize the risks. It's eating up a lot of time now, just trying to see. TSM just don't feel like they have as much info, right? Just how they went in blind the last couple of rounds. They don't know where the Sentinel is set up, where
and they can't play with info.
Is.
They can't play with info. They only have one drone off Vora, and that's it. The rest is just going to have to be, hopefully, they walk into our crosshairs, and we could actually do some damage.
Time to frag out, TSM. No info, just vibes. And Sim on top, on the high ground, traded. TSM need to back him up. And now you're throwing a barrier when Bonnie is in your face. At least 7
30 seconds
will capitalize. And there's a window to plant. Burger Boys are just being so loud with the LMG. So see if they can break. They've already broken down the barrier. And Vora.
Couple salvos.
Salvos too, yeah.
Off sonic sensor, but that's just a delay. So then the next thing is if they try to jump out, there's 2 more sonic sensors that should slow them down.
There's the
one.
cage, the drop down against anyone that would be in hell, and that's Vora. And can't win that against Alvin. And the spike is ticking down, and Alvin is hoping to keep up the win streak for Burger Boys. But TSM post timeout have maybe figured it out.
There was a nice little dash on the top of the generator too from Tree. So that was unexpected on the side of Burger Boys, and they got punished in the back of Dice, and that really allowed TSM to set up a pretty good post plan. So even if you're looking at it from the side of TSM with this composition, with that type of execution, they still have good util to stall so much in the post plan as you just saw. So now coming in from Burger Boys, I mean, this is the first time that they're seeing it into the half. They could start learning a little bit how TSM kind of executes and how 7 still has a lot of his util in the post plan, and they need to take him down early.
Well, Sim wanted his 1v1, and he got it. Not the way you wanted. But TSM now want to chase down wherever that pesky jet went. Now these entries are open, and Burger Boys are watching market like a hawk. And surprisingly, Alvin takes an L. There is a barrel, so Bonnie, oh, the kind of an awkward timing there. Couldn't get the cutoff he wanted. Now TSM are poised to pressure these defenders. And Burger Boys hold the line. This is next level. The gunfights, that's all TSM had to do was win it. And Burger Boys are different.
Oh my God, they were doing so good at like baiting with the with their guns out so that they bait out the shots. And then 7 swings out for a perfect kill. But then we walked across, not smoking market, not smoking M3, just walking across and getting free pot shots given to them from the side of Burger Boys. And then once they commit, they're like, oh crap, they noticed that we're crossing over. We have to fully commit. They're funneling literally like lemmings into a meat grinder, and it's just not looking good. I'm actually speechless because Burger Boys are taking full advantage of TSM's mistakes, but also playing very good Valorant at the same time. That it just makes me think they can do no wrong, just like that.
Burger Boys just the past couple of rounds are just getting not only first blood, but like an immediate double kill. As soon as TSM make a move, it's just been checkmate.
Portal closed.
Oh, this is tough to watch, but the thing is this is a half buy on the side of TSM. You have rifles to work with, but you're gonna have to try to come back 7 rounds in a row to try to push us into overtime.
There's
7
comfort
rounds.
in knowing, yeah, that there's always next week, but that'll be your last chance.
Good job.
And what an incredible story from Burger Boys to, again, almost got relegated. They were 1 spot away from getting relegated last split, to making a roster change, to pushing a lot of top teams to the brink, but never defeating them, to now beating TSM, potentially, to go to playoffs for their first time. It's so amazing to see kind of the new generation of talent, although there's some veterans here on Burger Boys, that what they're able to do and who's better on the day.
Yeah. It'll be our second unsigned team qualifying, because I don't think Ambrosia is a signed team either. So this shows that this season of Challengers is quite close. Now a Hail Mary denied by Retro.
Man, TSM are forced to walk through these smokes, and they're just getting absolutely cooked. It's just over. It was over in the minds of TSM, and playoffs bound is Burger Boys. Absolutely cooking TSM in the end to come back after being decimated on map 1. insane stuff out of the Burger Boys.
And the thing is, Sierra cannot try to like correct herself, be like, "No, guys, you saw that I picked Burger Boys." She said at the beginning of the show, "I wanted to go for TSM, but I picked wrong. But I won't hold it against her." Great job though for Burger Boys, no matter what. I think they just shut down the whole momentum and morale of TSM with how good their attack was, just by playing it so slow and just depicting and dissecting the TSM's defense, and there was just no chance. So for an unsigned team that's been fighting for such a long time within Premier Challengers and whatnot, and finally get it to this spot to qualify into the Split 2 playoffs is amazing. The difficult part, though, is you mentioned here at Lemon Kiwi, there is a chance for TSM in the next week, but you have a chance to play against a team like Blue Water that upset SRB a couple of days ago, or I think it's also on the side of Landor if they haven't played against each other yet, so the ex-Blin. It's not going to be an easy path for TSM still. They needed to win this one today, and unfortunately, they faltered.
So far, we have NV, M80, Ambrosia, Winthrop, and Qbert Academy in playoffs, with now Burger Boys joining them. And this last round of matches is going to be insane because there's still teams like YFP that have yet to qualify. This playoff stage is going to be insane, and I hope Bonnie gets his flowers. I hope the team orders him pizza. I hope they all get pizza because they all deserve it. Oh yeah, okay, whatever. We still gotta ask them why they're called Burger Boys. So Sierra, you're on it, and Sierra was right. At least her gut feeling was right. And we're gonna hear from the desk here very shortly.
all these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to his end.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
it's just another regular day of NA Challengers. It's going to be the underdogs Burger Boys that are really exciting 2-1 series to qualify into the playoffs. I mean, Roy, we were begging for a map 3. We wanted to see this ascent, especially with these differing ideas, but I didn't expect it to play out like that. That was such a strong victory from the Burger Boys.
Ash, if there's anything that I've learned is that these teams need to start like bribing Sierra. Okay, they need to start bribing Sierra and just get her to predict them like for the remaining of this tomorrow and all of playoffs. Okay, if you guys want to win, just start hitting up Sierra in the DMs, get her to predict you guys, because clearly she is a prophet. She's a lot more, she's a lot more intelligent than all of us. She has the read on these teams. She has the read on these players. I'm gonna glaze her before she starts doing it herself and making us all cringe. So I'm gonna do it for you, Sierra. Don't worry, I got you. But yeah, Sierra's the GOAT. But Burger Boys, they played very well.
They did. I'm just glad I get to hear it from you and not her. All good.
Yes,
now
I
we can breathe past it.
Yeah.
Thank you. My goat. But yeah, Burger Boys, they played super well. I think on Ascent, 13-5. The fact that TSM start off with a 4-8 defense when they're running that double sentinel was honestly just like kind of crazy to see. We saw, yes, like the op comes out there for Sim. That just wasn't enough though to try and push Burger Boys into like the setups that they had. It felt like they were playing pretty passive overall, Roy.
Yeah, I completely agree. Genuinely, I feel like Burger played at the exact pace that they needed to on their attack side to unravel the setups for TSM and mitigate a lot of that double senti utility. It was just absolutely perfect from them. And even when they're on their defense, they were just so proactive. They're just so on top of what needed to be accomplished. They just had a really good read on how TSM wanted to play the map on both of their halves, and they seemed like they're just capitalizing on it perfectly.
This is especially exciting though too within the series, because when we had highlighted that, of course, for Burger Boys, this was going to be a bit of an uphill battle. We were really impressed on the very first map of the series, the way they were able to push TSM back. Even if they took a loss, it was like, okay, wait, they can contend just a little bit. But being able to see how well they handled the series after the second one, that Lotus was so close, I think is really impressive. That was qualification for a playoff spot. And if they're going to play like that in the playoffs, Ash, like, I don't know, things are going to get really interesting. I'm excited to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I'm definitely really excited to see how Burger Boys are going to continue to grow heading into playoffs. But focusing back in on this timeline that we're seeing here, I think the conversation for me also revolves around the fact that Burger Boys are even able to get that spike planted 10 times in that first half when TSM was running that double sentinel. That means that TSM were being pushed off of those sites. They were getting first blooded. And you look at the fact that, like, okay, after that, 8 of their post plants are successful. And it's because with the TSM composition that they're running there, they don't have as much to actually get back onto those sites. Like when it comes down to any retake utility that you're going to have coming out from like Vora or GMD, usually for the most part, because you're looking at that paranoia, you're looking at that drone that comes out. Those are also pieces that also tend to get used up into the early round of defense as well. And it's a little bit of a give and take of depending on what situation they find themselves in. And it makes it a lot harder for TSM to actually like break back in once that spike does get initiated.
And looking over the player performance throughout the match too, something that was called out earlier was Burger Boys being able to have everyone step up here, Roy. And Bonnie was someone that throughout the series just performed so well. But it was the Bonnie Retro highlight into this, with now Retro going on to that secondary duelist spot. And it was really cool to see them together and the two of them topping the leaderboards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we highlighted Retro as being this super flexible player, and I think he played 3 different agents on all 3 maps.
Yeah.
And the fact that he performed so extremely well, it was just incredible. And honestly, even when throughout my time with him, you know, he is a former teammate of mine back from the Renegade days. I always highlighted Retro as one of our most flexible players. It really does feel like no matter what role he's on, no matter what agent he's playing, he always finds his value and he always has his own sort of like unique expression in these agents. And we definitely got to see that in this matchup here.
Yeah, having such like strong performances with these agents, with the amount of depth that you have to dig deep with for Retro, I think is huge. Like you're going from like incredibly supportive roles from, I think like he's like a great breach to be setting up Bonnie in a lot of those engagements, and then to shift over to the Yoru and have just like such a comfortable performance there is great to see. On top of the responsibility, I do believe that he may be calling for the team as well. So you're spread pretty thin there as far as how much pressure is on your shoulders to be able to perform so consistently in each of those roles while being such like a strong voice for the team as well is not a feat to scoff at like whatsoever.
It's definitely worthy of a lot of praise, and to be able to see the performance, calling everything else coming out from Retro is really nice. And speaking of, we have none other than Retro on the line for the interviews. Let's head on over to that because I have so many questions. First off, just starting with the classic, you're qualified for the playoffs. That was an astonishing map 3. How are you, the team, feeling?
We're feeling great. We're happy to finally make playoffs. We knew it was coming, and here it is. Happy to be here.
This was such an incredible series. First off, I want to talk about that map of Ascent, because going into it, we get to see that you guys go for the double duelist. We've seen it before. We had kind of a couple of questions how it match up against this double Sentinel team that TSM liked to run, but we got to see a really dominant side from you. Is this kind of something you're banking on? Was it just a confidence when you hit this third map? Sorry, like what happened here?
Well, the double duelist, this came because honestly, playing Tejo and Tejo with whoever you're playing with just wasn't hidden right. And honestly, Ascent is turning into a map where just take A main, but for us, it was kind of the opposite. Just give A main and play normal. Like we know exactly what they're doing when teams just start A main, and kind of obvious to play and play against. And especially on Yoru Jet, we can just have fun. Do what we're comfortable with, and especially with knowing kind of what they're doing every round. I mean, pretty easy.
I love that you're talking about that having fun when you're going up against one of the top teams that we have here in Challengers. But something else I want to ask you about, you're talking about these kind of decisions making, and something that we kind of had questions about, is it you calling for the team? And if so, like, how has that been, especially leading the team to such a strong victory here and having that read?
I mean, it feels good. I've been IGLing pretty much since maybe like 3 months ago. Whenever we won a LAN a couple months ago. And since then, I mean, the IGLing has been looking good. And I think it was always meant to be. As long as I get to play with people, I trust, my friends, if you will. They're not just my teammates, they're my friends. I get to play with them all the time, and it works out. They listen to me, I listen to them, and we got a good system going.
Popping off at LAN first, now to see it all come together here, I think it's really miraculous and great to see. I want to know too then how you're feeling about the level of competition throughout Challengers, because this is another one of these unsigned teams that are taking down these big titans that we've talked about, and things are looking really close on paper. I'd love to know your read on it.
I think it's honestly, it's just that every team right now in Challengers honestly has the potential to be good. I mean, everyone's in Challengers for a reason, right? Just because the team's signed, not signed, like everyone is good. Everyone's here for a reason, right? And it's day by day. Today, like we're the better team. Tomorrow, they could be the better team, right? And it's just got to be locking in every day and just give it all that we can every time we play. And that goes for every team, actually. Not just us. And Broja's showing that as well, going 4-1. Every team is good. You got to treat them like that.
It makes it fun in Challengers, and I love that so much. And the final thing, all the casters and analysts are asking about it. They want to know where the name Burger Boys came from. We got to know.
It was like a team from like years ago. I wasn't on it. It was my teammate Alvin and our old teammate Matt. I think they were the main Burger Boys, and ever since then we've been Burger Boys. We just haven't, we stuck to the Burger Boy. I don't really know the lore, honestly. My teammates know more than me. I just joined the team, and here I've been here now for 8 months. That's all I really know about the Burger Boys. Yeah.
The next time y'all win, I'll have to ask somebody else.
Definitely.
But Retro, great to see you again. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck going on in this playoffs. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to the desk for the ending of the day. It's so great to hear from Retro and just get that insight, Roy, for the team.
Yeah.
What a victory. And I love that mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's correct, right? Like, it's anyone can beat anyone. I know a lot of people don't like to think that, but I think the competition is pretty tight. It's really all about how you're feeling, what kind of game plan you're running, and how you're executing on that. But yeah, it's really nice to hear from Rhett. I think the one thing with Rhett that I actually should highlight for him is the fact that I would consider him a vet. Like, he has been competing in FPS games since he was like 12 or 13. Like, I've known this kid for so long, and it's really weird to consider like these young 22-year-olds like vets, but I mean, he's been around for a long time. He's very experienced, and I think that kind of goes under the radar a lot whenever you're thinking about these sort of quote-unquote underdog teams. So shout out to them for qualifying. Not overly surprised. It was a nice clean win. I didn't think it was going to be that clean, but ultimately it was a nice solid win from them, and I'm happy to see them in playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was just such a sweet interview to be able to hear from him and whatnot. But with now the fact that they have qualified into playoffs, we get to chat a little bit about what we're looking towards tomorrow. We've got the 3-3 matches coming in. You guys can see that on the bracket here right now with the YFP versus Blue Otter and then Landor versus TSM. Honestly, the matchup that I'm really excited for is the Landor versus TSM one. Yeah. Because this Landor team, I am a big fan. Like, I think that it's always been really fun, like watching players like Moose, like Bones, who was like such like a young gun player coming into the scene early on in like the Valorant days, and then just other players who have also been like around the block as well in like Teague and Sacred. I think that's going to be a team that has been a bit of a dark horse throughout stage 2. Definitely. And has kind of just leveled up since they were known as Trust and Plug in stage 1. And with the TSM that was looking a little bit shaky today, I think they're going to come back with a bite tomorrow with their backs up against the wall, because it is either qualify or die when it comes to the last day of Swiss. And that really is the one that I think is going to be the heater.
Guys, I don't want to put this energy into space, but if TSM somehow managed to lose their match tomorrow, it would be the most TSM thing of all times, and I actually just might lose my mind going into playoffs. That's a hard last matchup. I'm sorry. Burger Boys is a lot more manageable and a lot more predictable of a match than Landor. Like, you don't know what to expect from Landor, and I'm excited for tomorrow. That's all I will say.
There is a world where we do not have TSM or SRB in the playoffs, and it is crazy. It's going to be the final day of our regular stage 2 tomorrow. Matches you cannot miss. It is all from us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You cannot miss tomorrow. We'll see you there.
Site almost for free, but Salvos, they thought they bought themselves enough time, some security, but Redux is posted up with the op. And who will lock eyes with them? Penny has the ult right below. Cubert are going to be slowed and caught, but Jakey has already locked down 3 and has put them 6 feet underground. It's up to Knights to pick up what was around that seemed so promising.
These have salvos and special delivery, so you need Stellar to be proceeding util here.
Scuba doing a good job of dodging, but his steps get read by Penny, who shoots through the smoke, and Knights. That's pretty clean. 1 versus 2. Gets down to 87. Wait, Knights. He could do it. Oh my god. The clutch. He's insane. The timing on the Viper out of her own pit. There is a wealth of ultimates, but still no kills somehow until now. Here is Sim. He's let loose. He has found where Burger Boys are hiding from, and the den has been emptied.
He's detained
and
too.
TSM are gonna defuse and take Ice Spot while Bonnie has his hands up. Or the drone that was activated. Purple Boys are just not scared. They face the danger head on, have the spike being dropped. The Burger Boys have to open the door to see what's on the other side of the paranoia. Triple kill from TMD. Only double.
Our second unsigned team qualifying, because I don't think Ambrosia is a signed team either. So this shows that this season of Challengers is quite close. Now a Hail Mary denied by Retro.
Man, TSM are forced to walk through these smokes, and they're just getting absolutely cooked. It's just over. It was over in the minds of TSM, and